Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. You have forgotten to say Am Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Say you condemn Hamas. Say Am Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Hump Day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is Wednesday, June 18th, 2025, and I am a little early. As a matter of fact, it's 10:58 a.m. I'm a little early. I'm live, and I hope everyone's having a beautiful day. All the boys, all the girls, all the MBs. I hope you all are having a fantastic one because today is going to be a beautiful day. Regardless, I am early because I am the early bird catching the worm. You feeling pumped for another Israeli false flag op? Wait, what? What happened? Is there a link to that opening music? Yes. Your lawyer and producer were slandering you last night? What is this?
Wait, hold on.
No, here's the thing.
I texted him. Wait, listen to this.
I think even Hasan believes that he'll be at your birthday party.
But he's
I'm
a
just
liar.
saying that I know Hasan better than he knows himself, and I know he won't be at your birthday party.
That's so mean, dude. He already told me he was going. Come to my birthday.
And he said,
I'm planning on it. Damn, he's not gonna come.
he's not coming.
Damn, he's not coming.
Wait,
Oh
what is
my
his
God, he's
birthday
not
party
coming.
again?
Yeah.
All right, well, maybe he'll give me
When is his birthday?
I don't know, $250,000.
Are they drinking Saratoga water? That's crazy. Oh, it's on. Wait, no. I think his birthday party's on election night, and I'll be in fucking New York. I'll be in New York for election night, the same time as Zoran's victory party, where you will be instead. I mean, if he's not, if Lolo is not at the fucking Zoran party, then what kind of birthday is he celebrating? You know what I mean? Also, I hope there's a victory party. We'll be talking about that in a second. Zoran's chances. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you all about it. And I'm going to basically tell you, as I always have, as I have nonstop these past couple of weeks, I don't have anything going on. I don't have anything going on in my life. You seem to be in good spirits. I am in good spirits. I worked out this morning. I did a leg day, regardless of the fact that my legs are bust. I mean, my Ankle is busted. How does your foot look? Hold on, I'm gonna show you in a second. 1 second. Look, it's foot time. I'm gonna show you my feet. You can I think tell a little bit. There's some. It's kind of fucked up here. This morning I realized that there's a little bit of swelling and a little bit of purple bruise, but that side is not the real fucked up side. The real fucked up side is the other side. Look at this. I've never had an ankle sprain where it was like purple. It's crazy that you did that for free. You rolled both? No, it's the same ankle. It's just both sides of the ankle. Both sides of the ankle are fucked up. But in spite of all of that, I've been doing light activity, putting a little bit of weight on it, and also keeping it, for the most part, constrained. Shouts out to this bad boy, Bower Fiend. I've been putting this shit on. I'm fairly certain that's a partially torn ankle. I've done the exact same thing when balling. I mean, I hope it's not partially torn. I'm capable of putting weight on it now after 2 days. Possible ligament burst, but recovery as is you've been doing. That's what I hope is just a little sprain so I can get back to playing ball. Have you been elevating it? No. Nah, slight bruising is a grade 1 to 2 sprain. Yeah, I don't know how long the recovery period is. I'm not going to get an x-ray. No. Stretching or slight tearing of the ligament with mild tenderness, swelling and swiftness. The ankle feels stable and is usually possible to walk with minimal pain. Grade 2 is a more severe pain, but incomplete tear with moderate pain, swelling and bruising. Grade 3 is a complete tear of the affected ligaments with severe swelling and bruising. Ankle is unstable and walking is likely not possible because the ankle gives out and there's intense pain. Luckily, I don't have that situation. And I was able to quite literally... I was able to do squats today with a little bit of heel elevation. So I didn't go super heavy on my squats, but I was able to do squats. But I don't know how long it would take. I don't know how long. You're looking at 3 to 6 weeks. I've had both low and high ankle sprain. I don't know if it's going to be 3 to 6 weeks. That's crazy. Not getting a doctor when you're sulked 2 is your most boomer quality. Okay, calm down. Confirmed HasanAbi's anti-healthcare? Yes. If ankle sprain isn't treated with the necessary attention and care, chronic problems of pain and instability can result. The best way to prevent ankle sprain is to maintain good strength, muscle balance, and flexibility. Wear good shoes, warm up before doing exercise and vigorous activities. Pay attention to surfaces on which you run and walk. Reinforce the foot and ankle stability with a brace if needed. Pay attention to the body's warning signs to slow down if you feel fatigue or pain. That's precisely what I'm going to do. Doctor's going to tell you to rice. No, rice is the old meta. The new meta is not rice. We don't rice anymore. Okay? We don't. It's mild activity without without really fucking hurting yourself. And it's keeping it compact, keeping it stable during mild activity if necessary, and also anti-inflammation potentially if you need it. I don't know, heat might be helpful, but ice is not. Okay? You got to get blood flowing back to your freaking ligaments, back to your freaking area of need. Just accept that Fit-a-thon's days are done. You had a good run. Let's get back to what works. Chonky Hasan? No, fuck no. CNN is also talking to Iran's deputy foreign minister right now, but we'll get to that later. Christian Amanpour is doing that. Personal news wise, as I was saying, I worked out. I worked out this morning. I worked out this morning, and it was a little baby workout. I have a documentary that I was a part of as well. I came back home, did that, and since I was already sitting here shooting for this doco, I was like, fuck it. What do you mean ice isn't good? Yes, icing the area, actually, from what I understand, icing the area is the old meta. People don't like the new meta is that doctors might still actually recommend it. Doctors might still recommend it, but icing your area actually slows down the healing process is what people think. It's good for inflammation, bad for blood flow. Anyway, I'm not rocking with ice. I don't touch it. I don't even put ice on my swollen areas. All right, I don't fuck with that. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it popping. Let's get it twisted. There is so much going on in the world, like I said. Hopefully this will hopefully we done with this. Unfortunately, because of this ankle issue, I will not be able to ball with my Ahiga. She hit me up and I sent her feet pics instantly. I insta-locked some feet pics, sent her to prove that I wasn't like ducking her or anything, but I won't be able to ball with her. Did you see Jason Isakura's new song? No, I did not. Unless it's the Come to Prom With Me one, because I've seen that one. Lame ass dodging mine nonstop. Yep, it's true. Trump on his will they, won't they shit. Will they, won't they on bombing Iran. Iran tests new missiles. This is why she hates you, bro. Yeah. You watch Extra Emily and Agent? Yeah. Are you buying the Trump phone? No. Pause the stream while I'm on my flight. You got it. Oh, was that good? People pressing F. Y'all are stupid. I got you. Trump on his will they, won't they on bombing Iran. Iran tests new missiles. New poll shows CUOMO with lead over Zoran. New York NYC poll shows CUOMO with lead over Zoran. Jason and Sakura new song.
Okay, let's fucking hear it.
Oh damn, I didn't see this one. I'm not up to date. Holocaust Museum demands Zoran be condemned. I don't want to even give that any attention. I don't want to give that any air whatsoever. They're trying to rap fuck our boy. And they're using the fucking shittiest ways of doing so. Fuck them. Iranian cameras are offline due to the internet blackout in Iran. Uncle Sam has beef with Hasan. Wait, what? No.
.com. When you do, you not only get the free show free of commercials, but you also get the fun half. Why wouldn't you do this? Where are you getting what? Like what? Where are you getting a 3-hour daily show like this? Good luck. Hasan's on for 14 hours a day, but give me a break. We'll see where he is in 25 years.
Oh, I'll still be doing it. I'll still be doing the damn thing. Polls haven't been that reliable. Most people I talk to in New York City open to Zoran, don't know much about it. I don't know, maybe biased by age. Bro, every single person you need to be converting as aggressively as you possibly can, like a fucking religious zealot, okay? Yeah, hold on. Lead over Zoran. Ted Cruz annihilated by Tucker Carlson and more. Get in now. Dude, these last couple of days, I've been so focused on the back and forth tit for tat and the breaking stuff that like I feel like my commentary suffers in the process. I'm kind of annoyed by it. Yes, we're going to be watching the Tucker Carlson Ted Cruz, Theodore Jebediah Cruz shit. It's already on a premiere right now. People are watching it. But I hate it. Like I don't like when things are happening too much. There is a delicate balance to how much things should be happening, and things are happening at an alarming rate, and we need to actually scale back the amount of things that are happening so that we can, you know, dial back and do a little bit more analysis. Like I hate poring over looking at, like, you know, Mensch OSINT or Sprinter 5000, Iran is using alien weapons, you know what I mean? And like people just keep spamming the same links over and over again. I feel like it's just my like I know that the job that I do requires like instant gratification, instant reaction, but I do feel like sometimes I'm overwhelmed with all of that information. And on the one hand, I'm trying to process the new shit that's coming in, and also help guide you in the direction of like media literacy, help guide you find better resources, because some of you motherfuckers do not know what is a reliable media source, reliable OSINT accounts versus unreliable ones, you know what I mean? Reliable narratives versus unreliable ones. And when there's so much like misinformation happening, because this kind of war is also conducted on the media front as well, information warfare is certainly a big part of war in general, especially war in modernity. Modern war is not only conducted on the battleground, but also conducted on the information front. And this is precisely the reason why both Iran and Israel will engage in censorious actions that make it super difficult to figure out exactly what's going on. Oh. It's just frustrating. Don't rely on something without credibility and or sources. Exactly. It's partly on purpose too. It intellectually disorients you when everything is happening everywhere. It's like Nemec's quote in Andor. It's easier to hide behind 1,000 atrocities rather than a single incident. Yeah. It's so funny to hear you say this, because I agree, but then you got wine Debras and Barbas on Facebook liking the most obvious AI slob and going, just who cares if it's AI? I like it. I know. It makes me so sad. New mayor's New York City poll sample was 45% over 60-year-olds law and 70% over making over $50K a year. Mike had a good take on this. Polls are always going to be weighed towards Cuomo because they were polling the three prime voters. Early voting turnout was 100% increase from 2021 in 3 out of the 5 boroughs, and the 2 boroughs where turnout isn't as high as super rich boroughs. Obviously, it isn't a lockout. The polls might show. The polls might not show the real picture. Please read. I hope so. I hope that's just like copium. I know it isn't the vibe right now, but I'd love for you to react to Love Island season 12 is a crazy demand. What is this? Oh, this is Arnold Bertrand, China's #1 pee-pee writer talking about people demanding that China intervene and then defending China's non-interventionist policies, I suspect. But I'll read it. I like his commentary. You know, we'll do it in a second. I saw a funny tweet about that as well. Starting with the here. Well, first we'll do some fun little silly things. Okay, first let's start with this. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. There's too much news to cover. I can't do the Jason Sakura Jakara song. Did you see Nephew's fourth quarter performance last night? I didn't see the song, but what I did see is I think he was in Culver City. He was in Culver City, and a random couple approached them, and he got a massive layup. He got a massive layup from this like random dude that approached them and was like, "Yo, you guys look great together." Okay, you guys look great together, and that was a huge layup.
From the top.
Okay, let's fucking hear it.
Okay, whatever. I'll watch
off.
it. Fuck it. Why not?
Listen.
I just wanna be with you.
Is Jason's whole content creation about rizzing and whatnot? Sometimes. It's great content. I'm not gonna lie.
I just wanna be with you. It's too hard to say goodbye when you're right next to me. You give me mixed signals, baby, just be real with me.
It's too hard to let my guard down. It's not easy.
That's crazy.
I can't seem.
This is crazy. What is happening? Bro, this is like... What is happening, dude? This is like the Zoomer version of a Broadway musical. What the fuck? It's so cute. I'm sorry. This is cute as fuck. Don't say it's cringe bomb. Okay, you're fucking cringe, and this is cute as hell. Hasan wants to be a cool hip phase boy so bad. It's good content. Not gonna lie. This is such a funny fucking thing to say, especially considering that like I don't often interact with the phase boys at all, but I still do interact with them. You know what I mean? Like I know them. I sometimes do content with them. I play basketball with them. I don't know why so many people get so fucking butt mad whenever this interaction happens. And I think I know exactly why. It's because your favorite content creator is a pathetic little fucking cretin who never leaves his house. So when you see a political content creator who isn't like that and who has the capacity to just like basically interact with these people, you go, I'm ass mad. Why won't my pedophilic loser school shooter favorite political content creator not interact with these people? I'm gonna wage his wars for you. It's like, okay, man, have fun. Like,
Let my feelings
I'm a
get the best of me.
Get the best of me, yeah, you deserve that. Give you all you want and even more than you ever had, cause you are really worth that. Just grab my hand, baby, don't ever look back.
J-A-K-U-R-A.
Together in LA,
Houston, we on the way.
love like Tens and Kaide. I don't wanna be in love if it's not you. Call me little brother,
What the
baby, but
fuck?
it's not true.
Do they get
Butterflies
clapped?
in my stomach when I see you. I'm being honest when I say that I want you.
I'm afraid to fuck it up. Doing everything except it never seems enough. Go and turn the camera off. Now tell me if there's something
Myth, I hope they both have streaming careers forever so I don't hear them pursue music. God damn, Myth. Jesus Christ.
really forming between us.
Yeah, song is ass. Sure, whatever. But it's cute. That's what I think. Okay. You just had to be there. You just had to be watching the clips like I have been as a 33-year-old man. Okay. It sounds not finished. Okay, everybody, I don't think this is supposed to be like a finished product. Everybody calm down. Please send Israeli bombs to my ears. Oh, I saw this.
Yeah, I don't know if you like
I've always been a hater.
Wait, sorry. Here.
Who
the fuck is this guy?
Speaking
Speaking of collabs with Zoomers, I did a Slushy Noobs collab, and we finally squashed the beef between me and Hamza.
let's go out. So we go eat at a restaurant. Sometimes it feels a bit awkward.
Don't even look. He don't even look white.
People say we're alike. They say we've got the same hair. We talk about making music, but I don't know if it's honest. Can't tell if
He's
you wanna
very
see me
ironic.
falling
And if you
over
bring it
and
up,
failing,
I
and
was
you
looking
can't
for
tell
you.
what
I think
you're
I was in
feeling.
Turkey
I
at the
think
time.
Yeah, but that's
I
just
live
there.
Yeah, me and Hamza squashed the beef. The beef with Slushy Noobs is over. That's it. He pulled a HasanAbi in front of Emily.
Oh my gosh!
Agent is a real eater. He really is. It's like he is a respectable force. I will admit he is a respectable force. He is a real ass eater, okay? He does. I see a lot of myself in him for sure.
Wow.
Bro is throating it, dude. That is crazy. That is crazy how hard he's throating it. Jesus Christ. I don't even do that. Come on. Do I do that? I feel like at that point when you're not chewing, you're not even eating to enjoy the process. Like you're not even eating to enjoy the food. You're eating to prove a point. You know what I mean? He's eating like he hasn't eaten in years. He's eating like this is the first time he's had food. You literally do that all the time. You just house stuff. The reason why I go through the process of shoving food down my gullet as fast as possible is because I want to limit the amount of people going, why are you always eating when I tune in? Okay, while I'm live streaming. That's what it is. I guess maybe that's what it is for him too. Speaking of real ass eaters, look at this.
Oh yeah, you're an eater. You're a feeder and an eater. You're a real ass eater.
Me and the goat.
Those words a little differently.
Me and Goat Ron, from that stream that we did a long time ago. It's being reposted on TikTok. I saw.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's fantastic. It's gonna be so heartbreaking if that man doesn't win. Don't say that. Don't say that. We'll talk about Zoran's heartfelt plea about Islamophobia and being subject to so much hatred in a second, and how little people care about that, obviously. But that's later. All right, let's get started. All right, that was the fun clip portion. Okay, we did the fun clips. You guys wanted me to do the fun clips, and I did the fun clips. We got to get to the news. Okay, there's a lot going on. Let's get it twisted. Here's another blast off attempt. Let the people know we are live. We are alive. Why is this not? What is happening with this freaking camera, dude? God damn. Vereceğim mi şey? Ha, not. Eyvallah. Okay. In 2018, there were polls that showed Crowley up 30 plus points over AOC in the weeks before the primary. True. Let's see if the turnout strategy works. All right. We're obviously going to get started with Israel and Iran. You guys might know this. You guys might not know this, but there's two countries that are duking it out in the region right now. Okay. The Islamic Republic of Iran versus the ethno-state of Israel. One of the countries is a religious fundamentalist, psychotic, bloodthirsty nation state that is incredibly violent to people under its banner. And the other country is Iran. You know. One of them is a religious fundamentalist ethno-supremacist nation state that is doing untold amounts of violence to every other neighboring nation and also people under its supposed protective banner. The other country is Iran. So that's what's going on. Of course, America is predictably on the wrong side of this one as well. Who could have guessed? But there is tit for tat, back and forth, missile strikes and also direct bombing campaigns taking place after the United States of America yesterday came out with Donald Trump saying, we, as in the U.S. and Israel, side by side, have established complete air superiority over Iran. It's over for them. And then Iran said, nope, that's not the case. And then launched some new missiles yesterday. Unfortunately, for us and for everyone, Israel has severe restrictions. Iran does too, but Israel especially has severe restrictions on showing the strike targets, and therefore we don't really have a lot of reliable footage from impact zones. Hopefully we'll be able to get more footage as time goes on, but there was some that I showed in terms of like the missiles avoiding the missiles that were avoiding the air defenses that Israel has yesterday, but we have no damage assessment from impact zones at all because Israel is they're suppressing that footage coming out. Let's take a look.
Tel Aviv's skyline and the familiar sounds of an Iranian salvo. Another wave of missiles in a conflict with no clear off-ramp. One that's playing out on people's doorsteps, here quite literally. This is Zema in central Israel and the smoking remains of an Iranian attack. Israel also seems far from backing down.
Yeah, the only type of footage that you see is this in real time, basically. The only time where you ever see footage, the only time where you ever see actual footage is like if someone is just like filming and they happen to film one of the bombing targets, because like there's no more, like the media is under heavy military censorship, and Israel has decided, in an effort not to show any like successful strikes, in an effort not to cause panic among Israeli society, I guess, as well as make it seem as though Iran is actually having some impactful strikes on Israeli territory that destroys the missile defenses, the anti-air defense systems that Israel has. There are very, very few instances of impact sites that you see. I think this is from Iran, and the same goes for Iran as well, for the record. I don't know if this is from Israel. I think this might actually be from Iran, but the same goes for Iran as well. The Iranian government is also, from what I understand, is also limiting the amount of information that is readily available on their side. And part of the reason for why Iran is doing this is because they believe that Israel is engaging in cyber warfare, and they have much better capabilities. Israel has much better capabilities in terms of like engaging in cyber warfare than Iran does. And one of the things that, as far as I understand, that Israel has done is that the Islamic Republic of Iran has confirmed that the satellite transmission of one of the state media companies, Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting, was temporarily hacked. While it was hacked, a message reportedly played encouraging Iranians to pour into the streets. So Israel is trying to do that. Iran actually successfully was able to infiltrate the feed for Channel 14 for a brief moment a couple days ago after Israel had struck the Iranian national broadcaster. But that was only for a limited time, and it was just like a little bit of a blip. And Iran is shutting the internet down. They were shutting the internet down yesterday sporadically, and I believe now they're fully shutting the internet down and also diverting the international cellular calls as well. Yeah, Iran told citizens through state media yesterday to delete Meta apps like WhatsApp because Meta is sharing the information with Israel. So, let's continue.
This strike in Isfahan, and it's claiming to have killed Iran's new wartime chief of staff too, destroying the new guard days after taking out the old, and not ruling out toppling the supreme leader either.
I came here to strike.
Meta denies Iran's claims for what it's worth. I don't believe Meta at all. I 100% believe Iran on this, for the record. If you think that Meta and Mark Zuckerberg is not directly coordinating with the Israeli government, then you have not been paying attention to the censorship regime. The censorship regime that is happening for Meta in the West. Meta and Meta properties are insanely censorious and work directly hand in glove with Israeli intelligence, even in the West. So the notion that they would not actually work alongside Israeli intelligence in Iran, a high priority target for Israel, for the Israeli state, that is also a high priority target for the American State Department, you're out of your mind. Human Rights Watch has written extensively on both Meta's censorious regime, on anti-Israel sentiment, that they do not allow like any sort of criticism or even direct incidents of violence that Israel is engaged in on Instagram and other Meta applications. Human Rights Watch and other NGOs, humanitarian groups, have also obviously in the past extensively written about how Meta played a formative role in the anti-Muslim genocide in Myanmar. That was a couple of years prior. So these guys they're not good. Meta is probably one of the worst, if we're being honest. This is false information that we're concerned will be used as an excuse to block WhatsApp at a time when people need it the most. All your personal messages or calls are end-to-end encrypted, so we cannot see them. We do not track precise location. We do not keep logs. I don't believe this. Okay, I don't believe that at all. As I said, they have the worst track record. I totally understand why they would want to shut down those applications. This is one of the reasons why America wanted to stamp out TikTok. And this is before we even have the conversation about like during war. Okay. If you think that America would ever allow a foreign social media application to exist during like war with said foreign application, you're out of your mind. If like we went to war with China, there would be no more TikTok.
Strengthen the residents of Herzliya and to send a clear message to the dictator in Tehran, Khamenei. If you continue to commit acts of war and launch missiles at the civilian population in Israel, your fate will be exact.
Is HasanAbi with or against Iran? I am in favor of anyone that can restrain the violence that Israel is subjecting everyone to. Okay? It does not matter who it is. It does not matter what shape this takes. I want Israel to stand down. That is what I want. Okay? And yes, as Israel struck first and violated Iranian sovereignty, Iran clearly has a right to defend itself. Israel had a right to defend itself on October 7 within the boundaries of what is known as Israel proper. Israel does not have a legal right or responsibility or authority to quote unquote defend itself by bombing a strip of land known as the Gaza Strip that it is the belligerent occupier of, for the record. But yes, just as Israel has a right to defend itself as the common meta always, Iran absolutely has a right to defend itself, and they have done so in this process. They have only struck back at Israel in unprecedented violence that Israel has dished out, violating previous international boundaries and norms.
Exactly like that of the dictator in the neighboring country to Iran, whose end is well known.
A veiled warning he could meet the same fate as Saddam Hussein, Iraq's former leader. Tehran is talking tough too. the state broadcaster defiantly celebrating a return to the studio on the same day it was bombed. Iran claims it's also hit military and intelligence targets in Israel.
Yeah, there's truth to these claims. It's just unfortunately very difficult to discern, because even though there's a shit ton of Western media in Israel, they do not allow any sort of Western media to cover any of the impact sites out of national security concerns. So
Israel has yet to respond, and the military has banned any broadcast of those sites. But not ones like this, civilian, and it would appear unintended. A bus parking lot in Herzliya. In one strike, Amar says
they're even coming after our boy Trey Yingst, which is really messed up. My Twitter moot, Trey Yingst, Fox News' foreign correspondent, Trey Yingst.
Lost his life's work. Do you fear this conflict with Iran?
We need peace. We need to work. We need to live like humans, not in war. The last 2 years, all we can do is follow the news and worry about the future of the country.
The missile hit here in the morning. It felt like a slight shift in rhythm. Most people we've been speaking to have come to expect attacks overnight, but this caught some off guard. It's perhaps part of a broader psychological strategy by Iran to make Israel look exposed. But the Iranian regime still looks firmly on the back foot. On the ground, there are no signs of capitulation or compromise, and plenty of scope for miscalculation. Cordelia Lynch, Sky News, Tel Aviv, Israel.
This morning, Iran's supreme leader released an address to his nation with a blunt warning for the United States. Deborah Patta has more on this from Tel Aviv. Deborah, good morning. Iran does not seem to be backing down.
Yeah. So I go back and forth on this basically every night. During the day when Donald Trump is tweeting and posting and he's like, I'm going to go so hard on Iran. I think I'm going to bomb Iran. I love bombing Iran. Bombing Iran is our priority. And the media is like kicking into high gear about bombing Iran. I think to myself, well, we see tankers moving in that direction. We see bombers flying around the airspace. Maybe they're going to actually strike Fordow, the nuclear facility that is like deeply embedded in the side of a mountain. The only way to strike this nuclear facility that's deep underground on the side of a mountain, of course, is with American munitions. And even then, it's not a 100% guarantee that they'll be able to effectively strike it. They have to strike it numerous times. Having said that, when tensions calm down, or rather when I don't listen to Donald Trump constantly fucking talking about how he is desperately trying to bomb Iran, then I think to myself, maybe this is another instance of like Trump's madman style, where he is like using his attack dog in the region, Israel, in a way to get the Iranian leadership, knowing full well their capacity for restraint and their interest in diplomacy, basically getting the Iranian leadership to stand down and concede to maximalist positions that ultimately will allow them to have a remnant of a nuclear program in the country, while simultaneously getting them to back away to avoid further bloodshed of Iranian people. Because as Iran has done so thus far since October 7, it has allowed Israel to walk all over numerous red lines that it had crafted in an effort to create a structure of restraint against Israel. The only reason why they do that is because they don't want what's happening currently to happen. And while it's currently happening, it seems they are still not hitting as hard as Israel's hitting Iran. Okay? And the Iranian leadership is infinitely more restrained than the Israeli leadership has been since October 7, before October 7 as well, but definitely since October 7, regardless of what the media bias looks like, okay? And this is part of the reason why I think, like, maybe, given how much Israel has the capacity to diminish their strike forces and their missile striking capabilities, paired up with Israel's proclivity towards bloodshed and universalizing the violence towards the civilian population, and Iran's interest of like obviously not having all of their citizens die. I suspect that when Trump is not talking about how he wants to bomb Iran, I revert back to maybe they will allow a JCPOA style denuclearization agreement to take place, but with a more diminished Iran coming to the table and saying it's great. Hey, Hasan, given your stellar track record of backing groups leaders who soon after tend to disappear, Nasrallah, Hezbollah, Houthis, their military chief eliminated last week, Hamas and Sinwar's now gone brothers, and the freshly wiped RGC top leaders in the former nuclear programs, mind telling us who you're planning to support next? Zoran, Erdogan, just trying to place our bets accordingly? Backing? Wait, what? Are you saying that Israel's going to assassinate Zoran Mamdani? An American citizen who's running for mayor of New York. I don't think you'd be able to speak like this in the real world. Once again, under the guise of anonymity, I think you get to say whatever kind of freakish things you can say. Keep coping, and keep feeling as though you have some semblance of power because the religious fundamentalist, ethno-supremacist, psychotic, bloodthirsty apartheid state that you're backing is behaving in a fucking belligerent manner with unlimited funds from the United States of America. Big Daddy America will always come back and defend Israel, right? Knowing that you go, we get to do whatever we want. One day, the Arrow defense systems will diminish. There is a finite amount of missiles. There is a finite amount of missiles that the Arrow defense systems have. These are the only defense systems that are capable of intercepting the big ballistic missiles that Iran is lobbing in the direction of Israel. And they won't just diminish and become, and this won't just be a financial issue for Israel and America. This will become an issue for America because America cannot supply the number of incredibly costly missiles as expeditiously as Israel is running out of them in defense. Okay? What will happen then? We are already seeing the THAAD interceptors deploy and then fall back on Israeli soil without actually striking anything. There is only maximum a week left of continued deployment of Israel's Iron Dome systems. The Iron Dome, of course, is for limited short-range missiles, bathtub rockets and things that Hezbollah and Hamas lob over the boundary. It's not it's not for a Fatah 1 hypersonic, and it doesn't even seem like the hypersonic missiles are capable of being intercepted by the current Israeli defenses anyway. So what happens then? What happens to Israel then when they run out of their anti-air defense capabilities? How much more can American cruisers in the region intercept? Something to consider.
Sure isn't. Thank you, Gail. Good morning. Now, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has warned that any U.S. intervention in the conflict with Israel would be met with serious consequences. He said they do not respond to threats and they will not accept any imposed peace or war. This is an unprecedented aerial war fought across hundreds of miles. Overnight,
Iran will run out of launch systems long before that. Again, you could be right, considering the incredible amount of firepower that Israel and all of the Western backers of Israel have. Okay? But having said that, it seems as though while Israel claims one thing about Iranian capabilities being diminished, Iran still has the capacity to launch drones, launch ballistic missiles, including hypersonics that they have not deployed until last night. I don't know, and neither do you. I'm just simply analyzing the situation in front of us. The analyzing the situation day in and day out. And it seems as though Iran still has the strike capabilities that Israel claims has gone away. And on top of that, America is shuttering the embassy in Jerusalem and moving their embassy staffers away from Israel. Other Western leaders are also demanding that people leave Tel Aviv. Even China has demanded that the Chinese nationals leave Tel Aviv as well. It does feel like, regardless of what this back and forth and what the communications are, a lot of countries that are not directly involved or sometimes directly involved are gearing up for extended warfare. This could still be avoided, and I hope it will be avoided. But in order for this to be avoided, Israel and America and the Western coalition has to stand down. Do you understand? Because the escalating factor here is always Israel. And it's not just my assessment. I mean, here's the Wall Street Journal assessment. Iran has more missiles than Israel has interceptors. Now what?
For days, Israel's defenses have largely held up against Iran's missile attacks. But there's a growing concern that Israel...
Like these, by the way, you need to understand something. Iran's entire striking capability, its entire strike force is designed around making cheap munitions in literally this exact situation that is unfolding, making them fast, making them cheap, and lobbing them over and over again in a war of attrition where you exhaust the capabilities of Israel and America. Okay? I think a lot of people assess, a lot of people make this assessment that like they have an unlimited amount of interceptors. They have an unlimited amount of missiles. These are very expensive missiles. THAAD launchers are super expensive. The missiles they're using are super expensive. The Arrow and David Sling, like the Arrows system and the David Sling system, are also super expensive. And not only are they super expensive, the United States of America does not have the capability of making enough fast enough and ship them off to Israel fast enough before the Iranian missiles stock is diminished. This is the reason why Israel has to strike missile depots in Iran over and over again, with the hopes that they can actually eradicate the launchers and also the munitions depots that Iran has. This of course would be successful if Iran was not keeping a lot of their deployment facilities and their munitions underground. I think Israel has seen some success in striking munitions depots. That big fire that we saw last night, I suspect was a missile depot. But having said that, this is the entire process that Iran has designed, knowing full well what Israel and America's strike capabilities look like. So I suspect that there are probably more. BBC Verify, images show destroyed Iran jet and new airstrikes on Tehran. Like, Israel spent at least $12 million last night trying to intercept 200K hypersonic missile and still failed. And in the process of Israel's precise targeting, they are, according to at least Iranian officials, they are losing some of their fighter jets as well. Even in the cheaper side, Tamir interceptor missiles cost around $200,000. Okay, Tamir interceptors are the Iron Dome. They are for short-range missiles. Some of them are capable of also intercepting the Iranian drones, the Shahed drones. Iran actually produces these drones not only for themselves, but also even for Russia. Russia's been using them in Ukraine. The Shahed drones cost a fraction of the interceptor missiles that aren't even reliably taking those drones down. All of this, of course, is paid for by us. Our taxpayer dollars go to this, for the record. I just need you to understand something here. Israel gets to have social safety nets for its citizens, while also simultaneously we foot the bill for their defense. And one might say, well, Hasan, that's just defense. That's defending civilians. Israel gets to behave in this belligerent and violent manner in the region, knowing full well that we will always foot the bill. So the attitude here, or the assessment here is does Iran have a striking capability that can even overcome, in a war of attrition, even overcome America's defense capabilities within Israel?
Israel is burning through its defensive weapons. And its Arrow interceptors, which play a key role in taking out Iran's ballistic missiles, are in short supply, according to a U.S. official.
Be real, no F-35 was shot down. That crush shot would be plastered by Iran all over as humiliation for the West. We got instant images of the Israeli drone that got down, but no 3 to 6 F-35s. Come on, man. I agree with you. I don't think you're... I think you're right, because we did see a Israeli drone get dropped inside of the Iranian boundaries, and immediately it was all over. There's also obviously the reverse engineering part of this as well. But I don't know. I don't know if the F-35s are dropping anywhere near Iran, or what it is. So it could be total misinformation. Iran also did say that not only did they drop F-35s, but they also caught a Air Force pilot. They did release images of that giant F-35 they shot down. No, that wasn't the Iranian government that released that image. That was just fucking fake AI shit running around. No, the picture of the F-35 that you've seen online is fake, chatters. There is no real image of an F-35 that has been done. Whatsoever. At most, you could say that was a F-35,000. Okay, that.
The United States, which is...
God damn it! What is happening today, man? Dude, my stupid ass internet has been effing so frequently. It's pissing me off, dude. Jesus Christ! It's a small F for the time being, but it is so goddamn annoying. What is happening, dude? Jesus Christ.
Has been helping Israel shoot down threats, is also expending its munitions. The U.S. official and analysts familiar with the numbers say that Iran has more missiles than Israel and the U.S. have interceptors, raising concerns about Israel's ability to defend itself long term. So here's what the interceptor shortfall means for Israel, its allies, and the broader Middle East. Israel uses different systems to provide a multi-layered defense of its airspace. The Arrow 3 is considered the crown jewel of this network. With a range of about 1,500 miles, the Arrow 3 is used to counter long-range ballistic missiles, including those that fly above the Earth's atmosphere. Arrow 3 has been critical in countering attacks from Iran and Yemen, and it can intercept threats before they cross into Israel's airspace. The Arrow 2, an older version of the system, is also used to intercept short to medium-range ballistic missiles. Then there's David Sling, primarily used to counter medium-range ballistic missiles, among other threats. And finally, the Iron Dome, which is used to shoot down short-range threats like rockets from Gaza. Experts say the Iron Dome is not playing a major role in this current conflict with Iran, and that the Arrow systems and David Sling have been key. Even though some missiles have slipped through, Israel's layered defense has proven to be extremely effective. Israel says its interception rate for ballistic missiles is about 90%, and of the 370 missiles fired by Iran in recent days, about 30 have made an impact as of June 17th. But as Tom Carrico, the director of the Missile Defense Project at CSIS, put it to me, the capability is not the question, it's the capacity that matters. and capacity.
Well, capability might be called into question as well, considering that Iran has claimed that they're going to start using newer, faster hypersonic missile systems as well, which are incredibly difficult to intercept. And as a matter of fact, as far as we saw last night, there was at least one that completely avoided all of the arrow systems and also the THAAD launchers as well, and was able to strike inside of, I think, Tel Aviv. But again, no recording beyond that one video that we saw of all of the anti-air missiles like just imploding in space without actually hitting anything, and then one simple hypersonic directly striking a target. That's the only video that we've seen from afar. There's no footage of the impact site at all.
Capacity could be a huge problem because arrows play a key role in shooting down not just Iran's ballistic missiles, but also threats from Iranian proxy groups like the Houthis in Yemen. In a statement, the Israeli Defense Forces said the IDF is prepared and ready to handle any scenario. Unfortunately, we are unable to comment on matters related to munitions. Israel doesn't talk about how many interceptors it has because if its enemies knew that number, they would know how many missiles to fire at the country. The company that makes the Arrow interceptors, IAI, did not respond to requests for comment. Back in December, Israel's defense ministry struck a deal with IAI to make more Arrow 3 interceptors.
Tactically speaking, one of the things that they could be doing, and again, I don't know if this is the case, this is pure speculation, wee-woo, speculation alert. One of the things that they could potentially be doing is that they are expending all of the anti-aircraft systems that Israel has, and there has been incredibly limited, none actually, no fucking attacks from Hezbollah whatsoever, and and very limited attacks coming from like IRGC forces in Iraq as well. They could potentially be looking to expend all of Israel's anti-air defense systems and then launch a larger strike alongside the Houthis, alongside whatever dormant remaining IRGC strikers or strike capabilities exist in Iraq, and also potentially Hezbollah as well. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the plan at all. They could simply just be getting fucking shellacked by Israel. A good defense is a very aggressive offense from the Israeli perspective. And they might have actually successfully, like I said, destroyed a decent number of their missile stocks and their launchers as well. Just like they hit Hezbollah pretty hard, and maybe Hezbollah has no capabilities of hitting at all. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
However, the Arrows are complex missiles that cost more than $2 million apiece and take time to produce. Analysts say, in general, defensive weapons are harder and more expensive to make than offensive weapons because they have to be more sophisticated and more precise than the missiles they're designed to take out. Plus, in some cases, you have to fire several interceptors in order to neutralize a missile.
Yeah.
That's why Israel has been focused on taking out Iran's missile and drone capabilities on the ground during its aerial campaign. The IDF says it has dismantled more than 1/3 of Iran's missile launchers. But Iran has still been able to launch volleys of missiles at Israel. The United States, aware of Israel's interceptor capacity issues for months, has been augmenting the country's defenses.
Yes, Hezbollah supply lines could have been acutely disrupted by the fall of Syria. No, they did. They absolutely did. But I'd be shocked if Hezbollah itself has no way of restocking, or no way of like internally or no way of deploying their additional stockpiles inside of Lebanon. I know for a fact that Israel has been keeping a close watch on any kind of flights going into Lebanon as well. Israel is directly blocking flights that are going into Lebanon. Remember, they have air superiority over Lebanon, over Lebanese airspace, and they are keeping a close watch on all of the cargo that goes into Lebanon. While all this is happening, I suspect that they have a fairly decent stockpile that is also underground. So we'll see. We'll see what kind of stockpile they have or what kind of strike capabilities they have as well. But they have not done anything. Hezbollah hasn't done anything since Iran struck back at Israel after Israel's first strike. And that could literally be because the decapitation strikes from Israel was fairly effective.
We are full of gratitude and thanks for the defensive systems that the United States has put in play.
There's the ground-based THAAD system, which can intercept missiles inside or outside the atmosphere. And the U.S. has sent Navy ships into the region, which can counter missiles with SM-2, SM-3, and SM-6 interceptors. Plus, fighter jets can shoot down drones, missiles, and other threats.
And I can say with authority that they have saved hundreds, perhaps thousands of lives over the past 4 days since Iran has been firing these ballistic missiles into our population centers.
But U.S. interceptors aren't unlimited either. For example, defense documents show that the U.S. has only procured about 600 THAAD interceptors to date. So what does all of this mean for the current conflict in the Middle East?
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple.
Analysts say that whatever happens, officials need to act fast to end the war because the U.S. and Israel can't afford to sit and intercept missiles for an extended period of time.
What is this? The Lebanese president has asked Hezbollah not to do anything. He's American-backed, supposedly. Lebanon not on travel ban list. Wait, that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, the Lebanese president asking Hezbollah not to do anything doesn't mean anything. If Hezbollah, well, if Hezbollah wanted to do something, they would do something. That's not. He has no power over Hezbollah. What are you talking about? Lebanon has one of the weirdest governance structures of all time, where the president, like, Lebanon is an incredibly diverse country, and the president has to be from one sect as opposed to the parliament. Like, it is, yeah. The president of Lebanon is Maronite Christian. They have a very weird. They have a very weird parliamentary structure. They have a very weird, like, they have a very weird constitution that was designed specifically to beef up sectarian fighting in the country in times of need, and have like some kind of subservient ethnic group that would most likely historically be aligned with France, and this is identical to every other country, including Syria, of course. But it's a colonial remnant. It doesn't really matter. Like, the Lebanese president does not have any motion on the actions of Hezbollah. Yeah, the Speaker of the House equivalent had to be Shia. It's the most religiously diverse country in the Middle East. The actual factors that stop Hezbollah from reacting could be, one, their diminished capabilities, the success of the Israeli decapitation strikes on Hezbollah, and more importantly, Hezbollah's civil governance needs over the Shia population in Lebanon, and their lack of interest in putting their civilians in the line of fire. If they feel as though Israel is defenseless or Israel is too busy elsewhere, they could join in potentially if they have the striking capabilities that remain. But I do not know. That's why I'm saying this is pure speculation.
Tonight, a barrage of Israeli missiles streaked across the skies of Tehran, taken out by Iran's air defense system.
Was a tweet about a big surprise tonight real? That was yesterday. And what they were actually signaling was the hypersonics that they deployed and successfully struck inside of Israel.
Retaliated with another wave of its own missiles. Sirens blared here in Israel, warning they were on the way. Then intercepted in Tel Aviv. Jerusalem and the occupied West Bank. With their cities under fire, Iranians are counting a steadily escalating human cost. And while Israel is able to inflict far greater pain on Iran, it has not been immune to it. 90-year-old Bella Ashkenazi and her husband Chaim were asleep in this apartment block near Tel Aviv when an Iranian missile smashed through it on Sunday. Bella did not survive the strike and was buried in an emotional farewell.
She's amazing.
Ashkenazi's granddaughter Shani Bwana told us her grandparents were both too frail to keep going to their bomb shelters.
I wish I could turn back time and to take her to the safe room.
You're very stoic about this new war that Israel is engaged in, but it's also taken your grandmother.
I'm gonna miss her a lot, but I still think that.
Yes, it's not new that they are talking about civilian casualties on the Israeli side. Of course, they very rarely ever factor in civilian casualties and the significantly larger number of civilian casualties on the Iranian side or on the Palestinian side, of course. Untold amounts of death and destruction, unprecedented levels of death and destruction of children specifically. But yes, civilians are always collateral damage in these kinds of incidents. The difference, however, is that Israel still has a lot of its defensive capabilities and its shelters to protect its citizens from any sort of retaliatory strike, and therefore Israeli society can still maintain a healthy attitude, an unhealthy attitude, but a reasonable appetite for more death and destruction elsewhere, because they rarely ever see repercussions from these sorts of actions. And when you say, yeah, she said the war is still necessary despite these deaths, of course she did. Part of that is because of the defense capabilities that Israel and the entire Western world has, in terms of making sure that the Israeli population never suffers any repercussions whatsoever, and the repercussions that they suffer are incredibly limited. Like when Hezbollah has to make this calculation on whether they can actually strike against Israel in a tit-for-tat battle, they make this calculation with the civilian population death toll in mind. Israel does not have to make this calculation with the civilian population death toll in mind. That's precisely the reason why a lot of Shias will then get mad at Hezbollah, or a lot of Lebanese people will get mad at Hezbollah and say, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you striking at Israel? They're killing us, and you have no way of defending us. Because Hezbollah does not have anti-air defense capabilities, okay? Lebanon purposely has not had any anti-air defense capabilities. It has been that way because of America. America does not want Lebanon to have any kind of air defenses against Israel so that Israel can fly over Lebanese airspace and blow up fucking villages as they see fit, universalizing the damage, making everyone in Lebanese society feel the pain. Hasan is evil, lying sleepwalker. You think I'm a sleepwalker? That's right, I am.
We need to do what it takes to stop that threat.
Now, Israel has advised its citizens to remain close to bomb shelters, and the U.S. Embassy said it will be closed from
That's crazy.
today.
She said my grandpa died, but honestly, she said my grandma died, but fuck it, YOLO. Israel has to keep blowing up Iran. My appetite for more death and destruction. My appetite for death and destruction is unlimited. The only way you make this calculation is because you know deep down inside that you have the bomb shelters and you have the anti-air defense systems, and that those missiles will not reach you. If Israeli society broadly started feeling if Israeli society felt fear that they might actually suffer repercussions, that calculation would change. And that calculation for the Israeli government would change as well. This is part of what I mean when I talk about like the retaliatory strikes. The retaliatory strikes from Iran. if the retaliation from Iran was met the standard that Israel's retaliation and first strikes looked like inside of Iran, then Israeli society broadly would have a different attitude about all of this back and forth. They wouldn't be as like invested in unlimited bloodshed.
About whether you are moving closer, or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question? Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine. You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's so, you know, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you gotta do something. You gotta negotiate. And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that, and they got hit. Remember 60 days, and then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit. That first hit, that was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable, to be honest. That's where it ended. It ended on the first night. Yes.
Is it too late, though? Do you think it's too late to now?
Really, nothing's too late. The only thing too late is Powell. Powell's too late. Too late, Powell.
Have the Iranians reached out to you, Mr. President?
What?
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I said it's very late. You know?
What?
I said it's very late.
Okay. So it's too late to apologize. It's too late to do a deal. But also, they should do a deal. But also, I might strike them. But also, I might not strike them. Who knows? President Trump has summoned reporters to the Oval Office, and the purpose is currently unclear.
To be talking. We may meet.
By the way, the backdrop of this, of course, is the two big, beautiful poles. He's putting up two flags, best poles that you've ever seen, best in the business, rust-free, and also the line that goes up to the flag is actually built inside of the pole as opposed to being outside of the pole, and therefore it can brave the elements. Okay, a huge announcement. A huge announcement coming from Donald Trump on the, what, Juventus?
What do you think? Think a woman could make the team? General managers, what do you think?
Trump accepts French ambassador during diplomatic ceremony at the White House.
You do have, right? But they should be playing with women, right? You know, it's one of those things. One of those things. See, they're very diplomatic.
As you're making your decision on Iran, obviously there's been a change from when you were pursuing a diplomatic negotiation.
Yeah.
Now you seem very open to the idea of potentially taking U.S. action. Obviously, you're not going to tell us that. Can you walk us through what contributed to that change, how you got to where you are in making your decision now?
Well, I think it started the first night. I mean, you know, that first night was devastating. And it really knocked the one side off, as you know. It was a devastating evening, day. And it's pretty much proceeded that way. I have a meeting in the war room in a little while. Situation room, as some people call it. So we're going to meet, we're going to see. We're in the midst of it's a terrible thing. I hate to see it. I hate to see all that death, so much death and destruction. But death primarily is what I hate to see.
Does that mean you haven't made a decision yet on what to do?
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, you know, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other. War is very bad. There was no reason for this to be a war.
Very
there was
bad.
no reason
War
for
is
Russia,
very
Ukraine.
bad. Things can change.
A lot of wars there was no reason for. You know, you look right up there. I don't know. See the Declaration of Independence, and I say, I wonder if you know, the Civil War. It always seemed to me maybe that could have been solved without losing 600,000 plus people. So a lot of, it's very sad to see. It's very sad to see what's happening. But with that being said,
I would say right now, Israel, from the standpoint of winning a war, is doing pretty well. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in your meeting today with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Is there anything you can share from that meeting?
Yeah. Well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war. And I want to thank, as you know, Prime Minister Modi just left, just a little while ago, just left. And we're working a trade deal with India. We're working a trade deal with Pakistan. And they were both here. But I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him. And I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, they have people on their staff too, but two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers, big ones, big nuclear powers, and they decided that. So I was honored to meet him today.
And if I can, FIFA, sir, and for anyone who may want to answer, how has the travel bans from certain countries affected fans maybe coming in for the games, or is that not a consideration?
Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's not a concern for us. For the games now in the Club World Cup, everything has been done in a very smooth way. We have an excellent collaboration, of course, with the president, but with the task force in particular. For next year, the World Cup, we have one more year to work, and the learnings that we have this year with the Club World Cup, which is historic, I say this to all the Americans, because it's the first ever Club World Cup, and it's played in the United States of America. So the learning.
These guys are so funny. This is so FIFA, by the way. FIFA, I feel like at this point, only conducts its global events in countries that are dictatorships, okay? It's always a country that wants to engage in sports washing because they're doing untold amounts of unprecedented violence and also engaging in like autocracy and just like destroying their domestic population. It is fucking hilarious. FIFA at this point will never, ever go to a country that is like doing all right, okay, by international standards. It's like, oh, do you have slavery going on? That seems like it looks like, it literally feels like they have a list of check marks. And if you hit like 2 of those check marks, FIFA's like, we'll come and do our events in your country. It's hilarious. Yeah, Turkmenistan. Up next. It is so fucking stupid. It is so goddamn stupid. Russia, Qatar, USA, Saudi Arabia. It's like, I don't know what they're doing. Like, I don't even know how this is going to be conducted, because like the thing is, like, Trump is actively squashing any sort of tourism capabilities that the United States has by, one, redirecting ICE agents that would normally, or CBP agents that would normally be processing people expeditiously when they're coming into the country. So there's massive lines, and it's annoying. 2, they're fucking erroneously stopping and detaining people and then sending them back to their countries at the point of entry for no reason other than the fact that they just want to be like bullies. So that actually has diminished tourism and people coming into the country for fun, right? Like, who the fuck's going to attend this? We have arrested and detained actual fucking athletes in the country. Who is supposed to come here? Who is supposed to come here? How is this supposed to work? We got travel bans. We're deporting athletes. And Trump is just over here being like, yep, it's going to be great. We're going to do a great job. Juventus, they're saying.
You know, nobody's able to.
I don't know how to say it. Some people say Juventus. I say Juventus. I don't really know how to say it.
But these are incredible planes and weapons. We have the best weapons in the world, by far. Nobody close. And we're I mean,
very
certain countries
scary
take advantage
foreign
of it.
name.
Israel has incredible
Very
weapons.
scary foreign name. Don't know how to say it. Believe it, but I let these guys. These are the good ones. These are the good ones that I let in. These are the good ones that I let in. The rest of them, I got. Listen. You do a penalty kick against an American sports team, I am arresting you.
He's been lobbying for the U.S. to get more involved.
You defeat one of our big, beautiful clubs, and let me tell you, you're not seeing daylight ever again. I'm just kidding. Or am I? Am I kidding? Who knows?
Agreement. But it was such a shame. They were so close. You know, Iran was very close to signing what would have been a very good agreement.
You defeat an American club, you're gonna see the inside of SICAT, El Salvador.
In the White House, that's a big statement, but it's very late.
Is it enough of a statement to hold off getting?
We're going to see what happens. Look, we're going to see what happens. Ending it as soon as you can would be good.
Have you closed the door on meeting with them?
No.
Okay, so it's still open to them coming here in your
Yeah, I mean, they asked if they could come. We'll see if that happens. It's not that easy for them to come. They can't get out. You know, they're in Iran, and in one case, the guy wanted to come so badly, but he can't get out because there's bombs dropping all over the place.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon.
So great.
Tucker's
Dude.
a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day.
What?
Because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong, and I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, he's been with me ever since, right? But very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But nobody thinks it's okay. People that
What did
don't
he do to
want-
his
I don't
hair? He
wanna fight
dyed
either.
it,
I'm not ready to
clearly.
fight. But if it's a choice between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't have to fight. Don't forget, we haven't been fighting. We add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting at all. Israel's done a very good job of that. But we'll see what happens. The bottom line is they can't have nuclear. And if I can't imagine that Ted Cruz said it's okay for Iran to have nuclear, including Tucker. I don't think Tucker says it's okay. The problem is then they get themselves into a thing. They don't want them to have nuclear, but then they say, well, we don't want to fight. Well, you're going to have to make a choice because it's possible that you're going to have to fight for them not to have nuclear. And it's interesting because I did ask Tucker, I said, well, are you okay with nuclear weapons being in the hands of Iran? And he sort of didn't like that. He didn't want to really, but he sort of didn't like that. And I said, well, if it's okay with you, then you and I do have a difference. But it's really not okay with him. Therefore, you may have to fight, and maybe it'll end, and maybe it'll end very quickly. But there's no way that you can allow, whether you have to fight or not, you can allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon because the entire world will blow up. I'm not going to let that happen.
Mr. President, you had a bit of a row with President Emmanuel Macron of France the other day, the G7,
No,
it sounded like.
he's a nice guy. Look, he said I was going back home to make a ceasefire. Not a ceasefire. We're long beyond ceasefire. And I said, why do you say that? Why would you say ceasefire? It's a bad term to use. Because
Yeah,
a
we
ceasefire
hate it.
means
We
like
hate
everything's going
ceasefires.
swimmingly. We'll take a little time.
Very bad term. Very bad term to use.
Ceasefire. We're looking for a total,
We like more
complete
fire.
victory.
Macron, he doesn't know about it, but we like more fire, no ceasing of the fire.
So I thought it was a very badly worded
You're in the
statement
USA,
by him,
complaining
and
in the
obviously
USA and supporting Iran with all the freedom of expression in the world, while in Iran you can't even complain about Iran without being punished. Incredible, isn't it? That's capitalism for you. Literally has nothing to do with capitalism. Do you think Iran is socialist, you fucking moron? That's number one. Number two, of course I'm complaining that all of the fucking tax dollars that we pay directly goes to defending this belligerent, ethno-supremacist, psychotic, religious ethno-state that is blowing up children at a rapid clip. And then we, instead of fixing our fucking ISPs, instead of fixing our goddamn infrastructure, instead of fixing our fucking roads, instead of fixing our healthcare system, instead of fixing our fucking housing crisis, we're spending all of our money in weapons that we create to defend Israel. We send those weapons to Israel. Israel gets to have fucking social safety nets, and your dumb fuck ass turns around and goes, "Oh, America first." Like, don't you love America? You get to fucking be thankful that you get to at least criticize it, while simultaneously you're saying, I don't like your criticism. I don't like your criticism. Maybe you should shut the fuck up. Are you even an American? Because every single dumb fuck that says this is actually a LARPing Euro-cuck who literally is a right-wing European cuckold who wishes that they were a MAGA American half the goddamn time. Are you even American? Because you don't sound like it. Get the fuck out of my country, bitch. You should be thankful that America's spending all of its fucking endless wealth and endless bounty in defense of a psychotic religious fundamentalist foreign state that is like blowing up children with our weapons, and then with our tax dollars going to defend the repercussions of blowing up children all over the fucking region. How ridiculous. There's nothing funnier, to me at least, than seeing a fucking European America LARPer, like a European America First LARPer, not recognizing that the America First policies, like blowing up global trade, is unironically harming European interests way harder than ever before. All of your fucking leadership is servile to American interests. They come here. They know that they're more intelligent than Donald Trump, but they still have to genuflect. They still have to fucking kiss the ring. And you just go, nah, that's actually based. Some of you have not actually evolved from the fucking serfdom mindset that you have. It's just that instead of a direct monarch, an inbred monarch that rules over you, now the inbred monarch is all the way here in America. Just as stupid, just as entitled, and you love that shit. You demand more of it. It's so stupid. Hasan, low-key dumb. Why do these guys never actually say what the problem is, instead of just simply saying, oh, this guy's just dumb, guys, don't listen to him. Tell me why. Trump is very unpopular in Europe, I know, except for the fact that all of European leadership still genuflects to his demands. His wishes are their commands. And not only that, but also I'm talking specifically about the right-wing Euro-cucks who come in here and LARP as though they're like First Amendment auditors in America. At least you have some semblance of social safety nets in Europe. You should probably be actively defending them, you know? I'm not talking about the Europeans that obviously have understandable resentment towards Donald Trump for a multitude of different valid reasons. I'm talking about the dumb fucks who are right-wing and LARP as American hogs, even though they live in Europe. President Trump has summoned reporters to the Oval Office. We know why he did that. He wanted to flex. Okay. Getting back to this.
It's I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Big difference.
President, you said we may meet. Isabel said we may meet. Is this about Vance and with Trump possibly going to talk?
Look, it's about anybody. They even suggested they come to the White House. It's a big difference. Yeah, but they've suggested that they come to the White House. That's, you know, courageous, but, you know, it's like not easy for them to do. But they suggest, because I can't go now because of what's going on. I had to come back early from the G7, which was terrific, by the way, in Canada. Really terrific, good people.
Is there a possibility of next week or sooner that
Well, I don't know how much longer it's going to go on. I mean, they're totally defenseless. They have no air defense whatsoever. We've totally captured, you know, we've totally captured the air, Brian.
Yeah, Mr. President, you've been fairly compassionate towards the Iranian people's suggestion.
I know a lot of people from Iran, from New York, from Washington, mostly from New York. They're incredible people. They're smart, they're energetic. They can be difficult, but so can you. You know, no, they're great people, smart people. And those people are getting the hell beat out of them now. And it's really a shame. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. This is another one, you know. Russia, Ukraine is so stupid. Would have never happened if I was president. You guys agree with that, right? Would have never happened if I was president.
You're currently president and it's still happening. And we've seen how you've tried to quote unquote deal with it. Don't ask the fucking hard hat wearers behind you what their opinion on the matter is. It is irrelevant. We know, we can see with our eyes how you have dealt with this so far. This is Brandonization through and through, by the way. I'm not even kidding. He's going full Brandon. Iran officially denies they want a White House meeting. Here is Amichai Stein from I-24, contributor to Jerusalem Post, saying, exclusive, after Trump threats the Iranian message to the U.S. via mediators. Today, the Iranians conveyed a message to the Qataris who, together with the Omanis, tried to mediate for a ceasefire, saying, we are willing to talk in order to reach an agreement with the U.S., but Israel needs to calm things down, according to a source with knowledge who spoke with the Jerusalem Post. Iran said, the Iranian mission to the UN said, no Iranian official has ever asked to grovel at the gates of the White House. The only thing more despicable than his lies is a cowardly threat to take out Iran's supreme leader. Iran does not negotiate under duress, shall not accept peace under duress, and certainly not with a has-been warmonger clinging to relevance. Iran shall respond to any threat with a counter-threat and to any action with reciprocal measures. To what extent do you think the strikes on Iran coincided with the anti-Israel genocide sentiment reaching an all-time high? Seems like something Israel has wanted to do for ages. I don't think Israel I mean, Israel certainly keeps a close watch on Western attitudes, for sure, like the Israeli state does. Having said that, this is more so the last possible option, the last possible chance Israel had to strike Iran and to kickstart the final process of of doing regime change in Iran. That's what I think. That's my assessment of the situation. Given internal conflict within the Knesset in Israel, and this was given how much the Iranian-backed axis of resistance against Israel and America in the region had diminished in their capabilities of offering repercussions to Israel. I think this was the best last chance that Israel had in terms of going to war directly with Iran and then bringing America into the fray. It's not necessarily because they were worried about the way that people are perceiving Israel's genocide in Gaza and the negative statements that European leaders are finally making about it. I don't think that is a part of the calculation, or it's not something that it's not something that would cause them. It's not enough alone for them to be motivated into springing into action.
President. Putin would have never done it. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor.
It's a tiny part
mediate
of it.
your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later. But I think that's going to work out too. But so many people have been killed. The big thing with that one is far more people are dead than have been reported in the Ukraine, Russia. Many, many more people. A building falls down, they say nobody was hurt. It's like ridiculous.
Why should not deportation mean?
Unconditional. Two very simple words. Very simple. Unconditional.
He's saying Ukraine is lying about their casualty reports, which is, again, could possibly be true, but also still crazy for him to just actively undermine. He would never do this for Israel, okay? Remember, Ukraine is our proxy against Russia. Russia is the foreign adversary here. Russia also happens to be the party that is engaging in the wrongful act of invading a sovereign nation. Russia is the party that is engaging in irredentist action in this circumstance. And he literally will still find every opportunity to shit on our proxy instead of trying to find a reasonable solution. Whereas when it comes to Israel, No matter how much Israel does insane shit, he's always on board. He will always defend Israel. It's crazy.
Surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the, all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. No, they had bad intentions. For 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. War is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress. And we'll see. The next week is going to be very big. Maybe less than a week. Maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots, really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy...
Wait, 24 hours ago, he said he wants to kill Khamenei, the Iranian leader. Like 24 hours ago, he's like, I can't believe they're bullies. They say death to America, death to Israel. It's fucked up. We got to bully them harder. He's like, bro, you literally spelled out that you're going to assassinate a foreign leader of a foreign adversary. What is that? Like,
destroy 25 miles, but much more than that. Could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust. That dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. This is just not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years. If you go back and look at my history, if you go back 15 years, I was saying we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time.
Parentheses,
I mean it more now than I ever meant it. Yeah.
What did we learn?
Well,
if anything?
Is it possible he's being blackmailed by both Russia and Israel? No, dude. What? Donald Trump doesn't need to be blackmailed to be pro-Israel. He already is getting openly $100+ million from Miriam Adelson. That's it. He's also ideologically against Iran and ideologically pro-Israel, not to the same severity or the same degree as like Joe Biden was, but still. This is American foreign policy in perpetuity, part because of Orientalist framework and part because of our overarching interest in the region. You don't need blackmail to cause Donald Trump to behave this way.
The main thing that struck me was the way that the president was talking about Iran's reaction is polar opposite to what we have been hearing from Iran itself. Donald Trump saying that they are asking for negotiations, that Iran has...
Also, blackmail only works if you have the capacity to feel shame. Okay? Blackmail only works if you have the capacity to feel shame, or if you can even experience repercussions from your base if outed. Donald Trump could be outed as a pedophile and his base would be like, oh, actually, it's quite nice that he's going after the young ones. I promise you, there is nothing that his most loyal fan base will say is a bridge too far. It can diminish his support within his base, okay, for sure. But I promise you, I mean, half of his base of support, the fucking psycho evangelicals are pedophiles themselves. How many? Every other week, there is another like Christian family group operative that is outed as a sex offender that is like trying to fuck children or jerking off in a school, jerking off outside of a kindergarten or whatever. Like, there are so many Republicans that are themselves openly pedophilic, defending child marriages on the principle. You know, it does not matter. You can't blackmail a person who is this shameless, who has this much of a cult backing him. Just like Hegseth, the DOD Secretary of Defense, was unblackmailable, even though we found out that he raped someone and is a massive alcoholic. And under normal circumstances, that's supposed to be, it's supposed to be over. You can't get any security clearance if you're that, if you are that open to getting honeypotted or blackmailed, but it doesn't matter because people don't care, okay? People don't give a shit. Blackmail only works if people care about the revelations. Look at Pete Hegseth. He is airtight despite all of the understandable criticisms that were launched against him.
Asked to come to the White House, that they want to make a deal. Just an hour or two ago, we heard from the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and we certainly didn't hear any of that. Now, obviously, when he is speaking publicly, there is going to be...
I thought Trump has never drank a sip of alcohol in his life. No, I'm not talking about Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't drink, famously. I'm talking about Pete Hegseth.
Rhetoric, but he was saying the exact opposite of what Donald Trump has said. He did say that that there is no way that the Iranians would surrender. Also criticising the fact that Israel did this whilst he was talking to.
We've actually got sound from that speech that the Iranian Supreme Leader made just moments ago. Have a listen.
Surrender to what? The Iranian nation cannot be surrendered. We have not been subjected to anyone, and we will not accept any kind of submission, and we will not submit to anyone's submission. This is the logic of the Iranian nation. This is the spirit of the Iranian nation.
And let's be very clear about this. I mean, earlier on today, overnight, in fact, US into regional time, Donald Trump had demanded the complete surrender of the Iranian regime in a post on Truth Social, the way, you know, in 2025, it seems, you know, diplomacy is conducted. What did you make of those comments that we've just heard there from the Supreme Leader as, frankly, you know, the world watches and waits for the US president's next moves in this conflict?
Well, I think Iran has been trying to, if you wish, reduce the scale of this conflict by targeting just Israel for now, not targeting the US, obviously being very aggressive when it comes to the rhetoric against the US, but for, you know, better or worse, being cautious about escalating this and broadening up the conflict. So I think there is concern from the Iranian side about the US being involved and the US targeting the Iranian side and potentially damaging even more, causing more damage. But I think even that is not enough for Iran to come to an unconditional surrender the way that Donald Trump has been asking. And I think that it's very unlikely that the Iranian side has actually reached out to the US. They have been stating that they are okay with negotiation, but not until Israel stops striking. And that resonates really with how Iranians have been operating and are likely to operate in the coming days and weeks.
What did you make of what we just heard from the US president there on the lawn?
Well, the messaging is very confusing. I think yesterday with the posting on X, it seemed almost that the operation...
Iran is too prideful to surrender. It is not about pride. Please don't bring in silly notions here. Okay? Like Israel, when I say Israel's bloodthirsty and is like doing all of this child murder, okay, that's not the primary directive. That's not the primary motivation of Israel. Israel's primary motivation is land grabs and destabilization of all of the adversaries in the region in an effort to create complete domination over the region. Okay? Iranians are a proud people for sure, but that's not the primary motivation for why Khamenei is retaliating against the Israeli strikes. The primary reason is to create an environment of restraint for Israel through repercussions. It is for survival. It's ridiculous to be like, oh, they're proud, that's why they won't back down. It's like, that's crazy. If anything, they're actually not proud enough. Look at the tremendous amount of red lines that Iran allowed Israel to rip through. Okay? Israel ripped through every pre-established red line because Iran did not create a deterrence measure against Israel. They basically tested it out over and over again. The Hassan Nasrallah assassination should have been the final blow. And even before then, they struck Iranian territory, Iranian soil, technically with the embassy compound in Damascus. They did not actually respond or retaliate in kind. They killed they killed Ismail Haniyeh, the principal negotiator of Hamas, that Israel was literally negotiating with in air quotes, in Tehran. They did not respond in kind. They have shown far too much restraint. They've shown far too much restraint that Israel has seen as basically a green light to do whatever the fuck they want. And that is precisely the reason why they have kept violating the red lines that Iran had set. Because if you don't actually follow through on security commitments, then you have no red lines at all. Then you might as well just say you can bully us all day, every day. You can kill as many people as you want. All day, every day. Ironically, I would even categorize their lack of interest in pursuing a nuclear weapon to be a major flaw as well.
Was happening last night or tonight. We know that the U.S. Embassy in Israel has been closed until Friday. So it seemed like the time frame resonated with what we have seen in terms of the movement, the deployment of naval capability, air capability in the region, the statements issued on X. And it seemed something was going to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. What he said about the next week is going to be big seems to kind of confirm that trend. But at the same time, you know, they kind of muddling through and saying, I may do it, I may not doing, and the sustainability also about the type of strikes that were conducted on the first day makes me think that he might have not decided, and there might be other forces that are trying to still dissuade him from doing that.
It is, I mean, you know, let's be quite clear about this and very transparent about this. It is very difficult to read what Donald Trump means. I mean, how much of, you know, what he's saying is part of his negotiation. What we do know is that there is a battle of narratives out there. When I talk about a battle of narratives, that is what we are witnessing at present as we wait to see and watch to see what happens next with the US. That battle of narratives, of course, includes Israel. You had some reporting just earlier on in the
4 female Iranian political prisoners currently in notorious Evin prison issue a letter condemning the Israeli attacks on Iran, emphasizing that democratic change can only be achieved through social struggle. Yeah, I mean, that's the other side of this story as well, is that if the goal is destabilization of the Iranian leadership and the destruction of the Islamic Republic, then bombing Iran is perhaps the worst possible thing you can do. Because when you bomb Iran and you kill Iranian civilians, you destroy Iranian cities that have remained intact for thousands of fucking years at this point, okay? Iranians are going to go, well, fuck you then. This is correct. The liberation of the Iranian people from the ruling dictatorship can only be achieved through mass struggle and the mobilization of social forces. It was born through massacre and crime, seized ownership through occupation, and throughout its existence, turned the Middle East into a battlefield of endless wars through aggression and genocide. The irony, of course, is that Iranians especially are aware of Western intervention and what causes or what kind of reaction it creates within Iranian society. The Islamic Republic is a fucking is a byproduct of Western intervention. Americans don't know anything about their own history, or certainly nothing about Iranian history, so they don't fucking understand it. They don't get it at all. They just think like, oh yeah, we'll just fucking kill their leadership and then they'll celebrate us as liberators over and over again. They're the stupidest people on the planet. It's so dumb. This has always been America's modus operandi, always claiming that like the people will welcome us as liberators as long as we engage in like decapitation strikes, and all it creates is more destabilization. Look at Iraq. Saddam Hussein, despotic leader, very violent. What do? All right, we assassinate him. We capture him and then we kill him. What happens to Iraq in the interim? What happens to Iraq in the aftermath? Look at the power vacuum that unfolded in the aftermath of this. You leave all of these people who were previously armed, without jobs, without a comfortable way of existence. They turn around and they fucking join ISIS. They take up arms. Israel is a U.S. military outpost in the Middle East and as a representative of global superpowers after World War II rose to power in the region from the very beginning in Palestine, Iraq, Afghanistan, and most recently through genocide in Gaza. It has displayed its brutality to the world. In none of these countries was a nuclear bomb ever found, nor were there any real efforts towards uranium enrichment. Genocide needs no justification, but Western democracy, desperate to preserve its so-called image as a force for good, constantly seeks excuses to legitimize this ongoing brutality around the world. The identities of America and the fascist Israeli regime are rooted in aggression and child killing. Whether they have turned their gaze, they have brought only, wherever they've turned their gaze, they've brought only war and destruction. The attack on Iran, the killing of civilians, and the destruction of infrastructure by the Zionist regime and its American supporters are all condemned, just like their other crimes across the Middle East and the world. Supporters for Israel and their reliance on its destructive power by any individual group or political movement, regardless of their dreams or ideals, must also be condemned, as it reveals only the depravity and disgrace of its backers. Our liberation, the liberation of the people of Iran from the ruling dictatorship, is only possible through mass struggle and by relying on social forces, not placing our hopes in foreign powers. These powers, driven by exploitation, colonialism, and warmongering and mass killing, have always brought devastation to this region. And for us, they will bring nothing but new forms of destruction and modern-day colonialism. The destruction of Syria's infrastructure after Assad's fall and the efforts to replicate that same pattern in Iran reflect Israel's lust for a weak and submissive Middle East. It reveals a clear truth. In the newly designed Middle East, only those regimes will survive that unconditionally accept Israeli dominance in the region. Traitors to Iran, traitors to the peoples of the Middle East, traitors to years of people's struggle for freedom against oppression know this. Your betrayal and disgrace will be recorded in the memory of the Iranian people and in history. Future generations will remember with shame those who danced on the graves of the defenseless. From Evin Prison. One of these women, for the record, has been sentenced to death. These are people who are just serving unjust sentences in Iran's prisons and are still opposing the regime change from the outside, unlike the Pahlavis sitting on their fat asses in Maryland and telling people to rise up. Western countries' air supremacy make target populations unable to fight and retaliate, protecting Western troops and civilians. For civilians at the receiving end of that inhuman and mechanized destruction, you could argue it feels like cheating. Yes, I saw Reza Pahlavi's stupid-ass message. It's got no motion. It doesn't even have motion amongst the Iranian diaspora that's like super reactionary for the most part and constantly demands regime change. It's basically the white man's burden, but like a democracy version of justification for imperialism. No, Americans are not even getting their notes from diaspora Iranians. They're getting their notes from a specific subsect of diaspora Iranians who think bombing Iran is actually a successful method of regime change in Iran.
The past couple of hours about new messaging from Israel to the people of Israel. Just explain what we are hearing domestically and for the consumption, as it were, of an international audience, including Iran.
Yeah, so this was from the Defense Minister, Israel Katz, and he said that he had taken a recommendation from the military. He had approved it to actually ease restrictions on the Israeli civilians. So at the moment when the air raid siren sounds, they have to go straight to the shelter. They are not allowed to leave until they get the all clear.
And describe this as a message of victory.
That's the exact words he used. So it's at the same time as you're wondering whether the US is going to get involved in what is happening, you are seeing Israel showing that they believe that militarily they have had significant success.
Trump shares his message to Israel's Netanyahu and Iran. Keep going. What is this? Okay. I'm not going to do the Roblox thing today, or maybe later when I have time. New, Iran sends formal reply to latest U.S. ceasefire nuclear proposals reported by Amwaj Media, citing informed sources in Tehran and the region. Iran has reportedly delivered its official response to a June 17th proposal from U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff aimed at resolving the standoff over Tehran's nuclear program. The response was sent to the White House shortly before noon, June 18th, and, according to a senior source cited by Amwaj Media, amounted to a polite no, but with a good explanation. The proposal reportedly floated as part of back-channel diplomacy, included a potential meeting involving U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. A key sticking point: the U.S. has pushed for Iran's nuclear enrichment program to be completely dismantled or replaced by a multinational consortium located outside of Iranian territory. Tehran rejected that demand, but signaled it could accept the consortium if any facility remains based inside of Iran. America's maximalist goals are that Iran cannot have any civil nuclear power. They cannot have a nuclear power grid whatsoever. It is obviously a non-starter. Okay? Iran, in previous formations in the JCPOA, was perfectly willing to abide by international standards and perfectly willing to let in international investigators to consistently check their nuclear enrichment programs. The demand that they cannot have a nuclear power plant or a nuclear power grid at all, while simultaneously only allowing nuclear energy from outside sources, is ridiculous. This country demands sovereignty. It has sovereignty. It's understandable that they want to have their own energy grid. But once again, I don't believe that the real purpose here, the real purpose here is to squash their nuclear energy grid at all. I think the real goal here is to dismantle and destabilize Iran permanently, so that they can violently enact a regime change, or even if they can't enact regime change, destabilize it thoroughly. Here is Amal Saad, who is a scholar of Hezbollah and the politics of the resistance axis, previously at Lebanese University, writing about what would happen if Iran collapses as a state. Unlike previous regime change wars that targeted individual states, what's happening now aims to eliminate the ideological and material infrastructure of resistance across the entire region. As a project rooted in long-standing cause or idea, it cannot be fully crushed. The underlying political and social forces will likely persist. As such, in the event of the Islamic Republic's collapse, resistance wouldn't end, but would transform from a state-led alliance into a looser post-Axis formation. The project would be driven underground, shifting to asymmetric tactics and clandestine operations, and would no longer be centralized or state-led, yet still coherent and strategically disruptive, operating through more fragmented methods. This wouldn't be the usual blowback that accompanies imperial misadventures, but a transactional reconfiguration of power and warfare with diffuse networks capable of targeting U.S. and Israeli interests across multiple theaters over an extended period. It would likely take the form of hybrid war of attrition with no state accountability and no prospect of dialogue. The inevitability of this scenario lies in Iran's foundational logic of resistance and non-submission. What is at stake is not just sovereignty, but the ideological core of a decades-long project. Basically, the point that they're making here is that right now, with the Islamic Republic, you have a nation state that wants sovereignty, understandably, that cares about the retaliatory effects that their civilians will withstand, and therefore are way more willing and way more considerate to diplomacy. If this resistance is changed from a state structure, a centralized state structure, to a decentralized formation, that is going to make it much harder to deal with these different groups. that still work to punish the entirety of American assets in the region. If the axis of resistance has no state, they have nothing to lose. Exactly. They are more willing and more capable of taking on tremendous damage. A lot more willing and a lot more capable than the Iranian government currently is. Because even Hezbollah, as a militant faction, still has obligations of civil governance, and because of the obligations that it has to civil governance and the civilian population, take more restrained actions unless pushed to the brink of destruction. But even now, Hezbollah, with its diminished capabilities, is most likely demonstrating restraint because of their worry that the Dahiyya principle, the Dahiyya doctrine, will be applied to the Lebanese population across the board, and they do not want to do this for that reason. They do not want to fight against Israel for that reason. What's driving this war is not the fear that Iran won't sign a nuclear deal, but the fear that it will. Israel attacked Iran because it feared diplomacy might work. A nuclear deal could lead Iran to be integrated into a new Middle East and allow the United States to pull back from the region. The outcome that would most benefit America is the outcome Israel acted to prevent. I don't know if I agree with the inconsistencies between Israeli methods here and American methods. I don't know. I feel like they're of the same mindset. But I will say that Israel definitely does have a more militant attitude, and America certainly takes their notes from Israel as like the advisory role. That is the reason why they let Israel run amok in the region, because they do trust Israel quite a bit. They trust Israel's espionage capabilities, or at least will allow Israel to even violate their own foreign policy goals, because overall they believe Israel and America are in line, and then they are. They have the same goals in the region: complete dominance, complete domination. Israel gets to even sometimes attack Americans and even American military, as they did with the USS Liberty, because of the tremendous amount of faith and confidence placed in Israel as a loyal, at the time, Cold War ally. Where are you getting your information on Hezbollah being diminished? What do you mean? The lack of fucking response from Hezbollah thus far is proof alone. And also the fact that their entire fucking leadership command was destroyed. What do you mean? It's coming from Hezbollah itself. Even in the absence of his ideological commitment, submission for Iran would remain on the level of realpolitik, both self-defeating and politically suicidal, as dismantling the nuclear program would only redirect focus towards its missile capabilities, which were under scrutiny long before the nuclear file, with regime change becoming the next objective should those be neutralized. Exactly. It's a never-ending goalpost shift, right? If it's not the nuclear negotiations, then it's the missile production facilities. If it's not the missile production facilities, then it's actually the regime itself. The final goal being the regime itself. So they will always find a new reason as to why they have to take a militant stance against Iran, because ultimately Iran is outside of the scope of American influence in the region. Having said that, they are quite predisposed to diplomatic processes, and therefore, in my opinion, are willing and able to regularly, with regular frequency, engage in restraint. Restraint that I sometimes think is perhaps self-defeating. Capitulation would lead to forever war and forever siege, where demilitarization, as Syria demonstrates, offers no security, and ceasefires as in Gaza and Lebanon function not as de-escalation but as war by other means. In an asymmetric war such as this one, state survival is itself a form of victory, as it was for Hezbollah in 2006. But if physical survival becomes impossible, the nature of winning shifts from a zero-sum calculus to a lose-lose scenario. The post-resistance moment that followed the weakening of Hezbollah and the Gaza support front marked a phase of reconfiguration where resistance became latent, temporarily deactivated, but not permanently dismantled. A post-Axis resistance, by contrast, would reignite the project without the Axis itself, unleashing a more diffuse and potentially less containable form of confrontation. Knowing exactly where Khamenei is at any given moment, and its obligations, the Iranian regime's obligations to its citizens, creates an environment of stability that America can take advantage of. If America keeps consistently violating the Iranian interest for diplomacy in an effort to avoid further Iranian casualties, then Iran will obviously strike back. But without this centralized form of control, you open up the floodgates of violent retaliation that is uncontrollable. You will see groups that are significantly more violent and significantly less restrained than the Iranian command is. You will also see sectarian infighting as well, certainly. But this is what happened with ISIS to begin with, right? Anyway, I'll also get into Chinese involvement or lack thereof and the analysis from that on that front in a little bit. As these guys are consistently talking about like Iran involving itself against America. Why are there no ads? Great question. Because this broadcast is only sponsored by you, the viewers, in the form of subscriptions. The Piker Broadcasting Service, also known as PBS, is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions, your donations in the form of subscriptions, allow this broadcast to continue being ad-free. And also, your subscriptions in the form of a $6 subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime allow the Piker Broadcasting Service to maintain its editorial independence. Thank you. You can also gift subs to the Piker Broadcasting Service.
Mr. President, can you share some of what you've told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
So, keep going. What do I say?
Have you given him any
I speak to him every day. He's a good man. He's doing a lot. Been very unfairly treated by his country, I think. Very unfairly treated.
Have you given him any indication that you may seek to aid them more than you have already?
No, I haven't. So far, he's doing a good job. He has been treated very unfairly by his country. You know, he's a wartime president, and he's going through this nonsense. It's ridiculous.
It seems like you agree with him that...
With who?
Yeah, the National Security Council.
It's a very good meeting, yeah.
Is there anything that came up in particular that...
Well, little things, big things, but good meeting. It's working well.
It seems like
See how straight that is? Look, they put that dead straight, and then they pour in the sand. It's amazing, right? Who would think you have to have sand? And it's got to be a very pure sand.
I know you enjoy being president. Do you ever miss building?
I love construction, yeah.
It's in your heart, isn't it?
Well, I love it. I know it better than anybody. When I see a railroad going from San Francisco to L.A., I think it's 100 times over, That's
incredible.
One of the most incompetent things. That's Newscomb.
Yeah, why do they keep funding that?
I think we're not going to anymore. In fact, a little bit of a story. We're not going to fund that anymore. It's out of control. First of all, it doesn't go where it's supposed to. It's supposed to go from L.A. to San Francisco. Now, because they don't have any money, they've spent, 30, 40 times more than it was supposed to spend. And
They made it much shorter because it no longer goes into the cities. It stops miles outside of the cities.
If you were a
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has warned Washington of irreparable consequences if the US becomes directly involved in Israel's military campaign against Tehran. It's understood that President Trump is considering joining the attacks on Iran's nuclear sites. Here's our diplomatic correspondent, Caroline Hawley.
For a sixth straight night, Israel kept up its unprecedented assault on Iran. These images, captured by an Iranian television station, show air defences in action above Tehran, trying to stop incoming Israeli fire. This is a building hit in the capital. We don't know the exact target, but Israel says that overnight it hit a university linked to Iran's powerful Revolutionary Guards, as well as facilities linked to its missile and nuclear program. These satellite images show a military base in Tabriz in the northwest of the country, here before and here after it was struck. Donald Trump, who left a meeting of G7 leaders early, has called for Iran's unconditional surrender and is reported to be considering joining Israel's strikes on its nuclear facilities. He's described the country's supreme leader as an easy target. Now, a defiant response from Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, his words read out by a presenter on state-run TV. Iranians, he said, are not people who surrender, and any form of US military intervention would be met with what he called irreparable harm. For civilians in Tehran, these are terrifying times. Shops shut, quiet streets. Many people are holed up at home, hiding, we're told, in basements and garages. Many others have already fled the capital, among them Narges Mohammadi, winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, who spent many years in Iran's jails.
I witnessed horrendous attacks. They're hitting infrastructure, a lot of civilian deaths. We have a misogynist theocracy in Iran, with the supreme leader Ali Khamenei on the top, who took us to hell whilst promising heaven. And at the same time now, Netanyahu is also taking us to hell.
Iran is still firing at Israel, but not at the same rate as before. Overnight,
what had made Hezbollah invincible in the 80s and 90s was the secrecy and its relative operational independence from Iran. Famously, the US and Israel were saying that Hezbollah knows where to hit us, but we don't know where to hit them back. If Iran falls, Hezbollah and the AOR will go back, axis of resistance will go back to this model from being led to one Qasem Soleimani to being led by many, many Imad Mughniers. I mean, I think that the Yahya Sinwar lack of communique with even Iran and even Hezbollah unironically was part of the reason why October 7 was as traumatic for Israeli society as it was, and even went beyond what the Palestinian resistance expectations looked like. Like, a lot of these guys rely on training and logistics from the Iranian state. Having said that, however, when they operate independently of the Iranian state, I think that it allows them to operate independently of any sort of Israeli espionage as well.
Missiles were intercepted over Tel Aviv. Some limited damage reported, but no more casualties. In Cyprus, 2 repatriation flights were laid on to bring Israelis stranded abroad back home. Nobody knows how long the war will go on for, how it might escalate or end. And so many Iranians and foreign nationals are escaping Iran if they can, this the border with Pakistan. But many others are trapped where they are, everyone afraid of what could come next. Caroline Hawley, BBC News.
Well, in a moment, we'll speak with our Middle East correspondent, Hugo Bichega, who's in Jerusalem this lunchtime. But first to our North America correspondent in Washington, Nomia Iqbal. And Nomia, the war of words is ramping up. Here we are on day 6. But what exactly do we know about America's intentions? How far will they go?
Well, the world is waiting to see what President Trump will do next. We've not had any reaction from the White House so far. There's been no flurry of social media posts from him like we saw yesterday, although that could happen at any moment. There are reports that the U.S. is leaning towards involvement.
My assessment on October 7 is not necessarily that like the Israeli military had no, like Israeli intelligence had no idea that it was going to happen. That is impossible. You have to be an actual fucking child to think that like Israel, that has unlimited surveillance capabilities on the Gaza Strip, were looking at these dudes fucking training, you know, with parasailing over the coast, like and using those like little fucking scooters that can fly with the Mario Karts or whatever. And they were like, oh, I guess like they're just kind of having fun. I think that they definitely knew, but I think it was part hubris and part an over-reliance, maybe, on their espionage capabilities within Iran. And considering the fact that this was done without Iranian involvement, I suspect that that has a higher order of priority. A higher order of priority rather than like what the Egyptian intelligence was telling Israel, what their own eyes were seeing. That's what I think. I think that the independence of the Palestinian resistance, the independence of the Palestinian resistance was the reason why that operation was as bloody as it was, and went above and beyond the Palestinians' expectations as well. That's what I think. Like, because I think it, as far as like the bloody retaliation from Israel, people say, oh, this was an operation that they allowed. This was an operation that they allowed. Like October 7 was like known by Israel, but they let it happen because they wanted to go and like fucking do this final solution on Palestinians. They would have had just cause in the eyes of the rest of the globe, and in the eyes of like the Israeli population, certainly, if only 10 soldiers were kidnapped and 100 soldiers were killed. Judging by the previous sieges into Gaza, with the casualties that Israel withstood, like they'll have, you know, sometimes 10 people die in missile attacks, and then they would kill 1,000 people, 2,000 people in previous sieges. So even 100 people, and even any sort of entry into Gaza or from Gaza into Israel, would have been met with the same exact retaliation. So while I believe that Israel had the knowledge, the forewarning that October 7 was going to happen, I think given the lack of communication between Hamas and IRGC, they assumed that it would not be as devastating as possible. They demonstrated hubris, thinking that they were able to like quickly make short work, withstand some casualties on the Israeli side, enough that people would be able to fucking people would justify death and destruction. And the movement of the troop positions, for the record, come from the bloodlust demonstrated by Itamar Ben-Gvir on the West Bank. That would have never happened if I think they thought that this would be as severe. October 7 would be as severe. My point is, there is a finite amount of death that Israel was willing to tolerate in order to, if they had forewarning and they totally knew and this was planned, you know, pre-planned by Israel, they would have probably wanted, like, at most maybe 100 Israeli soldiers or maybe a couple civilians dying in the process, and not 1,200 soldiers and civilians being killed, and Israeli society recognizing that they are not as protected as they possibly are.
rather than diplomacy, and that would involve sending US troops to the region to use those bunker buster bombs to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities deep underground.
Hasan waffles too much? What do you mean? This is an incredibly complex situation. And I'm also speculating on events that have unfolded and what might potentially happen. It's, you know, you want me to make like black and white assessments, but it's really stupid for me to do so, especially when I'm under a microscope in times like this, where people are clearly looking for me to slip up and say something that they can misconstrue deliberately and weaponize against me.
But make no mistake, if that is what the US does, it is a profoundly defining moment of Trump's presidency, seismic. This is a man who has long campaigned for no foreign wars, attacked Barack Obama, accusing him of trying to start a war with Iran, and only back in May said in Saudi Arabia that...
Yeah, they knew, but they calculated about 250 deaths. IDF knew of Hamas's plan to kidnap 250 before the October 7th attack report. Yeah. IDF had precise information about Hamas's intentions, but due to prevailing conceptions in the security establishment and possible negligence by officials, the warning signs were not acted on. I don't know. There's two different attitudes about this. There are people who think this is like pre-planned. They knew full well the full scope of the death and destruction that Israel would experience, and they let it happen specifically so they could kickstart their final solution and have a righteous cause to do this ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. But I think that they knew that there was a military operation. They just did not realize how devastating it would be, because they would have had the casus belli for ethnic cleansing with 10 Israelis being kidnapped and 100 Israelis being killed, not 1,200. Okay. So I think it's a bit of both. I think it's like half hubris, partially relying on like the hubris of Israeli security forces, thinking that they can withstand an attack without severe penalties. The hubris of the over reliance on their technology, the supremacist attitude that dictates that these guys are barbaric and can't actually put together like a serious military operation. They were wrong on all fronts, but in terms of like moving troop positions into the West Bank to continue doing ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, as opposed to the troops that would normally be stationed at the border, I think, like I said, it's partially hubris and partially because they just did not think it would be this deadly. Ami Ayalon said that IOF soldiers were threatened with court martials because of how much they were reporting the Hamas doing rehearsals, saying they've been planning something for 15 years and nothing happens. On the 11th of December 2023, while being interviewed in a video from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. DNI Tulsi Gabbard's closed-door Senate hearing set for Wednesday has been postponed due to ongoing developments in the Middle East, a committee spokesperson told ABC News. Senate intelligence briefing postponed as tensions rise in the Middle East. They don't want to hear from the intelligence community's assessment on Iranian capabilities, because they would rather operate on faulty information or whatever fucking propaganda Israel is drip feeding the American admin. That's so funny. Like, I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is operating as an individual actor who is like truly this anti-imperialist asset. I think she is doing her role, right? She's fulfilling her obligations to the state. But because accurate assessments of Iranian capabilities, the dangers that might present to American troop positions in the region, or even accurate assessment of like Iranian nuclear facilities or enrichment of uranium not reaching the standard of a nuclear weapon is directly antagonistic to Israel's ambition here that America has now signed off on. So they're like, nah, we don't want to hear from you. We need plausible deniability, I guess, which sounds so stupid. This was really funny as well. Scoop, this is from jns.org. The Israel planning chief of the Joint Chief of Staffs, Colonel Nathan McCormick, believes that Israel is a death cult, America's worst ally, and seeks to cleanse Eretz Israel of ethnic Palestinians, according to his semi-anonymous X account. Experts told me his post revealing travel, conversations with foreign partners, and anti-Israel rants were gobsmacking, dangerous, out of place in a Pentagon that works so closely with Israel and a potential foreign intelligence threat. Now, the irony about all of this is that this is exactly you. There are people of different minds in the national security apparatus, as well as amongst the generals, right? There are people who also absolutely despise Israel for understandable reasons. Now, of course, that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things because we know who won out. Under the Brandon leadership, we know which side of the State Department won the ideological battle. The side that said we have to restrain Israel for our own and for Israel's own security purposes lost. Many of them actually openly resigned in the process. This guy seemingly is one of the generals that was removed from their position at the Joint Chiefs of Staff for calling Israel a death cult and saying America's acting as an Israel proxy. No diversity of opinion is allowed in the Trump administration. If you say something against Israel, you should be court-martialed and shot for treason. Are you sure your stutters are your ISP and not your CPU? I think that they are my ISP. HasanAbi head in the military. This guy probably thinks I'm an agent of Iran or an agent of anti-American interests and would probably shoot me. That doesn't change the reality that he also recognizes Israel as a hostile entity to American interests. Okay? He is not a HasanAbi head. He's just someone who understands Israel's volatility and Israel's violent tendencies that end up causing harm to the American project of dominance in the region in the long run. That's it. And they got him. They got his ass. Yeah. Chief Israel planner at Pentagon bashes Jewish state publicly and extensively, according to JNS. I saw some of his tweets. They're very funny. Colonel Nathan McCormick, the Levant and Egypt branch chief at the Joint Chiefs of Staff at J5's Planning Directorate, has... Kai, what are you doing? Place. Has referred publicly to Netanyahu and his Judeo-supremacist cronies to Washington having overwhelmingly enabled Israel's bad behavior and to pro-Israel activists in the United States prioritizing support for Israel over our actual foreign interests. Literally every single thing he said is correct. No notes. No notes whatsoever. And having this kind of attitude is, if I was a guy invested in defending the American State Department, I would welcome this kind of division within the American State Department, because someone who is of sound mind and a decent critical thinking skills, who hasn't been hit with the John Fetterman ray, is probably going to be a valuable asset. It's always good. It's always good to have someone who is showcasing a difference in opinion here. But of course, no difference in opinion is allowed in the American State Department as of the Brandon administration. JNS has learned that McCormick, who according to, like, this is straight up for the record, okay? This is a foreign nation openly engaging in direct acts of change in the ranks within the American State Department apparatus. They are directly going, hey, you can't have this person in this position of power because they're going against what we want, even if their perspective is ultimately in defense of America's interest in the region. That is crazy. Not even the State Department, the military. The Western states go to great lengths to avoid criticism of Israel, much of the Holocaust guilt, McCormick wrote on social media in April. Israel's actions over decades have prompted the accusations of ethnic cleansing and genocide. You know what's really funny about this, by the way? This might be the least anti-Semitic general in the armed forces. Like, that is the hilarious situation. There are generals who are incredibly on board with Israel and the death cult that Israel is, that are also simultaneously the most anti-Semitic motherfuckers you ever encountered. But of course, from Israel's perspective, that is negligible. That doesn't matter how anti-Semitic they might be. I mean, one of the most famous, what was the guy? Was it? It wasn't Patton, right? Who was the one? Who was the general that said, we fought Patton. I think it was Patton who said we fought the wrong guys in World War II. Colonel Patton. Like, Colonel, not General. Netanyahu and his Judeo-supremacist cronies are determined to prolong the conflict for their own goals, either to remain in power or to annex the land, he wrote on social media in May. I've lately been considering whether we might be Israel's proxy and not realized it yet. Our worst ally, in air quotes. We get literally nothing out of the partnership, in air quotes, other than the enmity of millions of people in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia. The U.S. has not been an honest broker, he wrote in June 2024. We have overwhelmingly enabled Israel's bad behavior. General Patton, Colonel McCormick. Apologies for getting the ranks confused. In one post replying to the idea of Gaza's potentially finding refuge outside the Gaza Strip, McCormick wrote that Israel wants to expel them and cleanse IRANxISRAEL of ethnic Palestinians. On October 11, 2023, 5 days after Hamas' terror attack, McCormick wrote that Israel has an absolute right to respond militarily and civilians may legally be caught in the crossfire, but that Israel's responses always, not hyperbole, disproportionately target Palestinian civilians. I wonder why he made that assessment. Perhaps it's because he has eyes and a functioning fucking brain. You literally believe any media you read? Wait, what? Bro, how much cocaine have you had? You are gurning? Wait, what's the lie here? This guy straight up got removed from his position after this article came out. What are you talking about? What? Also, JNS is not. JNS is a propaganda outlet for Israel. Is pro-Israeli media. It's one of the outlets that routinely churns out pro-Israeli propaganda. Despite some attempts to anonymize his account, McCormick has repeatedly revealed his name and job title on the platform and has posted photos of himself that match his LinkedIn profile. That includes his uniform name tag. JNS saw a comment from Pentagon and McCormick. How so? What data? This is literally what I do for work every day, he wrote to someone in May. I'm the Joint Staff J5 Israel Branch Chief. I mean, this dude had bad OPSEC. All I'm saying is he did have very bad OPSEC, okay? You can't be fucking posting like you're in a goddamn War Thunder forum, okay? On August 3rd, he posted a photo of a Meritorious Service Medal certificate issued to Lieutenant Colonel Nathan E. McCormick on June 1st, 2022. He has since been promoted to full colonel. The account is now yeeted, obviously. Shoot, I just found an MSM in a box of office supplies in the basement. I'm pretty sure it's already in my OMPF, though. Doors open. I could see him being in a War Thunder forum leaking these details as well. Other posts include description of his conversations with generals in the Israel Defense Forces, briefings from Israel's coordinator for humanitarian aid in the Gaza, and aborted plans to send emails over the Pentagon's secret internet protocol router network for sharing classified information. A DoD contractor who has interacted with McCormick described the postings as dangerous. This is the kind of bitter oversharing I'd expect from someone who doesn't know better, the contractor said. But at his level and under his own name and likeness, it's mind-boggling. We have enough OPSEC and public perception problems as it is. OPSEC refers to Operation Security. The contractor raised the question whether McCormick's personal politics influenced the advice his team provides to senior leaders. If this is what he's publicly sharing, who knows what he's saying behind closed doors, the contractor said. Probably less significant and less severe takes about Israel out of fears that he won't be fucking promoted further. So, yeah, I think this was his outlet to be like, these guys fucking suck. Anyway, I wonder who this contractor is. A DoD contractor. Dude, I swear to God, this is just basically foreign intelligence working with a foreign propaganda outlet to rip through the ranks of the American military in an effort to squash out any sort of fucking dissent. Here are some of his other hit tweets, by the way. It's really funny. Sure, anti-Semites say fuck Israel because it's a Jewish ethno-state, but plenty of non-anti-Semitic people, including some American Jews, say it because of Israel's policies and politics. I guess I'd ask, why do you think saying fuck Israel is anti-Semitic? This is Andrew Bernard posting this to show how anti-Semitic this guy is, or how much of a danger he presents. Yep, the U.S. has not been an honest broker. We have overwhelmingly enabled Israel's bad behavior. But Netanyahu and his Judeo-supremacist cronies are determined to prolong the conflict for their own goals, either to remain in power or to annex the land. History of anti-Semitism? What is that shit? This is a retweet of Abir Khatib. All below, campaign to unseat the queen. She won. This is, of course, Francesca Albanese, who Israel sees as like the #1 enemy of Israel. Who is a fantastic orator. Francesca Albanese, Human Rights Council official with a history of anti-Semitism, claims Times of Israel, can remain in office until 2028 after complaints against her are dismissed. Yeah. So... check this one. It's so sad. What is this? I don't know what that is. Come on. Stop sending me fucking unverified stuff, unsubstantiated stuff. Anyway. Let's keep going.
That the era of foreign intervention was over. So lots of his supporters will be saying, what happened to that man? Could there be regime change? Well, Donald Trump also said yesterday, threatened to potentially kill the supreme leader. So we just don't know what could happen next. And bear in mind, if the US does get involved, how could Iran react to it? Again, we don't know, and it could put the US in a very, very dangerous moment.
Nomia, thank you. Well, let's get the picture then from Jerusalem. Our correspondent Hugo Bichega is there. On the ground, Hugo, how will these words have been received, and what's the latest on the conflict from that perspective?
Yeah, Nina, so Israel has continued to attack Iran. The military said more than 50 planes hit about 20 targets across Tehran overnight, including weapons production facilities. And on the ground in Iran, we've seen those huge traffic jams of residents trying to flee the city, Tehran, because of fears of an escalation of this conflict. Shortages of petrol and food are being felt. Also, some cash machines are not working. So this is the impact on the population there. Now, in Israel, as Caroline said, there was a wave of attacks, 2 waves actually, of Iranian missile attacks overnight. The Iranians said they had used for the first time a hypersonic missile, which is a missile that is more difficult to be intercepted by air defenses. But there have been no reports of casualties. And we're seeing that the recent attacks haven't been as intense, which is probably an indication of the impact of these Israeli airstrikes on the Iranian military. And just moments ago, the Israeli government announced that some of the restrictions that had been imposed because of the war are now being eased. There will be, limited gatherings are now being allowed, but crucially, schools and the airspace remain closed. But this is an indication that the Israeli authorities believe that the threat coming from Iran has diminished.
OK, Hugo, in Jerusalem, thank you.
Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has released a statement as the conflict between Israel and Iran intensifies. He says the Iranian nation will stand firm against an imposed war, just as it will stand firm against an imposed peace. And this nation will not surrender to anyone in the face of imposition. The Americans should know that any U.S. military intervention will undoubtedly cause irreparable damage. His comments follow another night of attacks from both sides as the conflict between Israel and Iran threatens to escalate even further. Let's bring in now Tawheed Asadi is in the Iranian capital Tehran for us. So, Tawheed, listening to the statements by Iran's supreme leader, does it mean that Trump's demands are deal breakers rather than deal makers from Iran's perspective?
Yes, indeed. Exactly as you said, it seems that Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is not into such proposals, as we heard from him, that Iran is not going to, an Iranian nation, quote unquote, is not going to accept imposed peace, by which he means that in case the Israelis and the Americans try to impose some preconditions for possible negotiations on peace, Iran is not going to accept. Iran is going to continue. We at least heard 3 important messages from Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei directed towards Americans in his very recent speech. First, he said that the incident took place. The attack, the Israeli strikes, took place while Iranian diplomats were engaged in a trajectory of indirect talks with the United States, and these strikes happens while Iran didn't send out any signal of harsh or military activity while it was engaged in diplomatic negotiations. Also, he said that Iran is not going to surrender. He said that Americans should know about it, and that in case there is going to be a military intervention by the United States in this already complicated, intricate scenario, there is a possibility of further escalations, running the risk of, as we speak to different political analysts, running the risk of dragging the entire region on the verge of a broad regional war. Also, he talked about the United States, and on another perspective, saying that the fact that the United States, quote unquote, the American friends of the Israelis are getting engaged, or are planning at least to get engaged, is indicative of the weakness of the Israeli side, while the retaliatory actions of the Iranian side continues. The reality on the ground based on what we see here in the capital, is that Israeli strikes still continue.
All right, Tawheed, stay with us, because what we want to do is just to have a listen into some of the comments which Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei made. It came, of course, in a pre-recorded televised message from an undisclosed location. He was defiant and said Iran will never surrender.
The President of the United States, in unacceptable remarks, explicitly calls on the Iranian nation to surrender. But we say to him, first, make threats to those who are afraid of them. Threats have never influenced the behaviour or thinking of the Iranian people. Second, telling the Iranian nation to surrender is not a rational statement. Wise individuals who are familiar with the Iranian people and their history would never utter such words, because the Iranian nation is not one that surrenders and will never submit to anyone's aggression.
Let's go back to Tawheed Asadi. He's in the Iranian capital, Tehran, for us. And Tawheed, in the light of the rising rhetoric between the two sides, we've seen the US move more assets to the region. Are we aware, are we seeing the Iranians make any moves to prepare for a possible US military strike at this point?
Yes, indeed, Sami. We have been hearing statements on that. First, Iranians are saying, the president and other Iranian officials are saying that Tehran is not interested at all in getting engaged and further escalate the situation, as the momentum thrives on escalations with respect to the recent developments. There is this possibility of getting dragged into this sort of further complicated scenario. We talked to one security source in this regard. He says that Iran has been prepared to get engaged in a war with the United States, and it has been prepared it for over a decade. And also the rhetoric that we speak, we listen to and we hear here in Tehran is that Iran is saying it has got also as a part of scenarios on the table the possibility of the US intervention, but still they are saying, and that's what we heard basically from the Supreme Leader, that in case such an intervention happens, though there is preparedness, this is what we hear from the Iranian officials, though there is preparedness for getting into such kind of scenarios with the United States intervention, further escalating the situation, that runs the risk of getting the war into a really broad context in the region. And Iranians in this regard are saying that if a third country is going to use the land of any of these neighboring countries to attack Iranian territories, that's going to be a further possibility for escalating into a regional level with respect to the recent confrontation that we see.
Many of you asked, what is up with China? Why has China not played a prominent role in this, despite its connection to Iran as an energy provider? Iran is an energy provider for China, obviously. They have a long-standing energy deal with Iran. And some people's response to this on Twitter has been quite funny. I saw there was the one guy who's like an anti-imperialist Chinese national, I think. But I don't know if he actually lives in America or not. And he was like, you don't understand. China has to do trade. Like he tried to frame it from like a Radlib perspective, which I thought was very funny. Let me see if I can. I mean, I retweeted this as a joke because this was very funny. It was like, Not Potato Bolshevik says, if China doesn't trade with someone for 10 minutes, they will explode. They need to trade. You don't get it. And that was, fuck. Can someone find the original? Carl Zha, I think. Yeah, Carl Zha. Do you have that tweet? Can someone send me the original tweet that kickstarted this discourse? I thought it was really funny. It basically was doing like, he was trying to do like a standpoint theory, but for the fucking Chinese state, which is a hegemonic superpower at this point. Oh, here, this is it. Tiberius says, China will never be the world's dominant power if it thinks neutrality during a genocide and attacks on a sovereign nation it considers an ally is somehow leadership. Carl Zha responds, maybe people need to consider the possibility that China doesn't want to be the world's dominant power. China is not seeking to supplant the U.S. as the global cop. China's goal is always the development of the well-being of Chinese people. Unilateral sanctions on Israel won't work because the West will supply whatever Israel needs. So it will just be empty virtue signaling. Did Iran ask China for help in the current conflict? China is certainly not responsible for the impotence of those who live in the imperial core, yet can't affect meaningful changes in their own government's behavior. China is not going to destroy the U.S. empire for you. Chinese people don't owe you anything. Now, this is a hilarious fucking post, in my opinion, because as China lovers in the Western world, people are not going, China, please save us. Okay, maybe some people are, but I think that there is a reasonable analysis here there's a reasonable analysis beyond like, why won't China do anything that we can't do here in the Western world? The question is, why doesn't China do anything for its own interests in the fucking region? Iran provides between 1/3 or half of Chinese oil. This is an existential crisis for China. They don't want to outwardly declare support, fine, but they must provide covert support, at least to overwhelm Israeli missile defenses for the time being. Yeah, it's just like, if Iran falls, I mean, the reason for why Iran must fall from the Western perspective is literally so they can move on to China. Okay? Either bringing Iran through diplomacy into the banner of Western interest, under the umbrella of Western interest, which is not super likely, but who knows, because the Ayatollah has been very, very restrained, or by directly destroying the Iranian state with the hopes that they can destabilize it so that they can't be a reliable energy provider to China in general. So this isn't like Chinese defense of Iran in this circumstance would be an act of self-defense. If America's unlimited support to Israel is a defense of American interests in the region, then Chinese defense of Iran would be an act of self-defense for China's interests in the region. Here is Arnaud Bertrand, who is another G writer whose analysis I think is interesting, and I often read it, saying this: I keep seeing scores of people saying that unless China intervenes in the Middle East, it will somehow be their end. Meanwhile, fascinatingly, here's what Oriana Skylar-Mastro, who used to be the Pentagon's top strategic planner on China and is now a professor at Stanford, has to say about it. In a nutshell, she says that the U.S. would love nothing more than to drag China into conflicts like that with Iran, and she herself has often tried to articulate recommendations to trap China in that way, but China never takes the bait, which in her view shows that they're very strategically disciplined. It also reflects that the fact that China, unlike the U.S., obviously do not believe in foreign military intervention as a tool of power. They believe in using political and economic tools. She asked rhetorically, the war in Afghanistan cost the equivalent of 10 Belt and Road initiatives. So which one is more impactful in the world? She is adamant that the U.S.'s renewed involvement in the Middle East is an unequivocal mistake. As she explains, not only will it prevent once more the mythical pivot to Asia, which is obviously in and of itself in China's interest, but it will only further deplete U.S. resources without much to show for it in the end. Effectively, according to her, China gets exactly what they want, the U.S. repeatedly getting baited and exhausting itself into costly military interventions with strategic rationale. As she puts it, that's how great powers decline. In fact, it's exactly the type of strategic overextension that led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. So who's right, the Twitter crowd or Pentagon Oriana? My answer to this very question in my new Substack article, where I explain where I find myself surprisingly agreeing with a notorious Pentagon China hawk. This is incorrect only because if America is depleting its resources and then they actually strike a deal with Iran that decouples Iran from China or destabilizes Iran so thoroughly that Iran can no longer be an energy provider for China, then China's fucking cooked. There's a two-front battle here for America. One, to decouple China as a manufacturing hub from Western markets and whichever markets that America has command or control over. And that's part of the tariffs play that Donald Trump has been implementing, which has been somewhat of a failure, right? For obvious reasons, considering that no one wants to let go of the endless flow of treats that keep their population servile, especially because it's been tremendously beneficial for Western nations to continue offering products and a sea of commodities that are dirt cheap. Okay. And the secondary part of this is energy going to China. If America basically dismantles the last remaining stronghold, with the exception of Russia, that is a major energy provider to China, all of a sudden, they can shut off the energy faucet of China. Okay? China can't let Iran fall. It's that simple. I don't know how much of... I think that chatter was wrong when he said Iran supplies 1/3 of China's oil. I think China takes 1/3 of Iranian oil. Iran itself only takes up around 10% of Chinese energy. Like Iran delivers only 10% of Chinese oil. That in turn is 1/3 of the Iranian oil supply, I think, or even higher than that, almost half. But the difference, however, is that because Iran is not in the sphere of American influence in the way that like Saudi Arabia is, this allows there to be at least some diversity within OPEC Plus. The diversity within OPEC Plus comes from the obvious ultimate interest that every single OPEC Plus country has, which is to maintain their oil contracts to monopolize and set the price for oil around the globe. The more countries that are in the sphere of American influence, the more they can strategically make decisions to shut off the energy faucet into China. Yeah, also 10% is still not negligible. It's not like a tiny amount of oil. Do you understand what I mean, though? Because ultimately, it's not like Saudi Arabia and the rest of the fucking oil providers are going to turn around and be like, they're gonna turn around and be like, okay, we're not, like, when there are alternatives out there, when there can be backdoor deals that are that have a higher priority for all of these countries to continue generating revenue. It's the most significant form of revenue generation for these countries. They're not going to cast that aside because America asked them to do so. They clearly didn't do so when Biden literally went to OPEC Plus and demanded that they actually increase oil production. They said, fuck off. So they clearly care a lot more about revenue generation than they do about anything else. But if they are all if they are either removing a market competitor that has a lot that has shown aggression in the past against some of the other oil providers in the Gulf states, or even bring that under the banner of American influence, all of a sudden, these guys all are now playing ball with one another. Therefore, they would probably be more willing to shut off any sort of energy going to China and redirect it back to other markets, potentially. That's the ultimate goal, I think. If there's a two-pronged war of turning China into the USSR first and foremost, so they can engage in like a more serious, direct conflict with China, they have to decouple China from global trade and dismantle China's influence. And also, they have to be able to shut off China's energy. And they currently can't do that with Iran being right there as an ally to China, and Russia also. Iran is too economically dependent on China to decouple, in my opinion. The U.S. can't offer the same form of cheap manufacturing that China does. I don't really think. No, that's why I'm saying, like, it's not about, like, it's not about bringing China or Iran diplomatically into the sphere of American influence. That's very unlikely. And it's more so about a decapitation and destabilization of Iran, which would erode a market competitor for the Gulf states and also shut off forcibly at least 10% of Chinese energy. That's what I think. Anyway, Iran is also doing, like, Ansarallah style media hits now. Iran claims it dismantled Israel's air defenses, clearing the way for thunderous strikes. 12th wave of Operation True Promise 3 began with the launch of the super heavy, long-range, two-stage Sejil missiles. The residents of the occupied land of Quds, Jerusalem, should know that the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, backed by the heroic people of Iran, have dismantled the Zionist army's defense systems in several previous operations. The skies over the occupied territories have opened their arms to Iran's missiles and drones. The missile attacks will be impactful and continuous, as evidenced by yesterday's targeting of Mossad and Amman headquarters in the occupied territories. The commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have warned that the gates of hell will be opened upon you. The thunderous missiles of the IRGC Aerospace Force will not allow you a moment outside your underground shelters. For days you have not seen the light of the sun. Rest assured, the sound of red alert sirens will not cease for even a moment. You must either choose a slow death in the hellish life of the shelters, or save yourselves from the 24-hour missile bombardment by fleeing as quickly as possible from the lands seized by your ancestors if you wish to survive. But if the plan is to choke out Chinese energy and Russia is a key supplier to China, then why is the administration bending over backwards to please Russia and abandon Ukraine? What do you mean? That's a part of it. They want to do another Sino-Soviet split. But this time in the they want to align with Russia against China. I don't know if it would actually work. I feel like there is like that was the meme Vivek Ramaswamy take during the debates, and I joked about it, and it was an L for me because it turns out that was the actual intention, it seems, of the Trump administration. What? Another missile strike incoming? I don't know about this. Third aircraft carrier has been deployed. Literally, as you translated right now, more missiles are launched per Israel's home front command. Ballistic missiles launched from Iran. Let's see how much the Israeli air defenses have been diminished. Do you think that the last few strikes were lackluster is because they were launching at the interceptors that were along the way? I don't know. On the one hand, I think Israel's attacks against Iran have probably been impactful as far as this looks like a lot like the Russian ICBM test, but from Iran. Iran launches a new barrage of missiles against Israel. I think that their theory here is basically that the best defense is an aggressive offense, because they also understand that, like, they don't have unlimited defense capabilities, right? They don't have an unlimited amount of Israel, and America does not have an unlimited amount of anti-ballistic missile defenses. Those are incredibly costly. Those are even more costly than Tamir interceptors, which are also incredibly costly in and of itself. And therefore, they can't keep this defense up permanently, which is why they have to try and, one, target the strikers in Iran as best to the best of their ability, and two, target the munitions depots, or at least whichever munitions are ready to be transported to strikers to the best of their ability. According to the Washington Post, Israel will have to choose what to intercept as its defense system is already exhausted. I mean, that makes total sense. That makes
The
total
U.S.
sense.
is now preparing to deploy a...
I feel like the reason why they're fucking sending the aircraft carriers is to also assist, to also basically assist Israel in doing the best defense is a really hard offense. I put $1,000 on Kalashi that about 100 missiles will hit Tel Aviv. Am I cooked on this bet? Dude, I don't fucking know. That's crazy that people are betting on this shit. Y'all are crazy. It is shocking. I guess, like, it shouldn't be shocking. This is just a byproduct of modern existence, but sirens are about to go off in Jerusalem. Jets are used to intercept drones and cruise missiles. No, I'm saying, yes, jets, helicopters are also used to intercept drones as well. But at the end of the day, if you want to defend the fucking home front against ballistic missiles, you don't have a lot of capabilities. Like Israel only has a finite supply of anti-aircraft defense systems that are capable of shooting ballistic missiles that are coming in, especially ones that are hypersonic. They have very limited, I don't even think they have any, as far as I understand, like very limited ways of sirens in Tel Aviv. Wait, really? I thought it wasn't going to strike Tel Aviv. USA is resupplying Israel's defenses. I know, but there's not that much. It's not endless is what I'm saying. What is that? You were wondering about interception high yesterday. If you see a bluish cloud after interception detonation, it means that it was an exoatmospheric, aka high as fuck. Well, that one I don't think got intercepted. Don't look up. No, look up, chat. Yeah, we just heard an impact. I'm fairly certain. I don't know if that was supposed to hit Jerusalem. Can you explain why the U.S. is so hell-bent on furthering Israeli imperialism? Because it's a incredibly important part of U.S. imperialism. Iranian hit rate is way up on military infrastructure, not civilians. I think we just heard one impact, and that's it. This is a small salvo too. Check previous massive breaking. What? Trump privately approved attack plans for Iran, but has withheld final order. The president is hoping that threatening to join Israel strikes will lead to Tehran abandoning its nuclear program. This is not new news. This is literally what they've been saying. This is literally what... It's basically what he's been saying over and over again. No, I know. I'm saying like the actual news is breaking now, but this is like, oh, I'm teetering on the edge. I'm teetering on the edge. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna nut. He's just fucking... U.S. President Trump has begun a meeting in the White House Situation Room with several senior advisors and members of his NSC regarding the possibility of military action against Iran. I suspect it's going to inevitably happen. I go back and forth on it because I feel like, maybe he's just posturing and he's just edging to I don't know, get... to see if they can exhaust Iran's capabilities and then get them to come back to the table without fucking blowing up the Fordow facility. But I don't know. If their final ambition is to destabilize Iran, which I think it is, then inevitably no diplomatic solution will be enough. Breaking via the Financial Times, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has put his cabinet on alert for a possible U.S. attack on Iran, just 24 hours after insisting Donald Trump had given no indication he was about to get involved in this conflict. British officials said the situation was grave and volatile, while the Prime Minister's team discussed whether the president might seek to strike Iran's nuclear facilities from the joint U.S.-UK airbase at Diego Garcia. I fucking hate Keir Starmer so much. European leaders that are incredibly servile to American foreign policy goals are some of the most despicable animals, dude. Straight up. I can't stand European leaders that fucking play the role of servant to American interests.
Possible minute to make a final decision on that front. Jake.
All right, Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv, thank you so much. Let's go to CNN's Kristen Holmes at the White House for us. And Kristen, President Trump this afternoon in the Oval Office saying he has not yet made a decision on whether to strike. He says he's meeting today with top officials to discuss it. What more are you learning?
Yeah, that's right, Jake, and they're having that meeting right now in the Situation Room. We've seen some of his top aides and advisors coming in and out of the White House. We saw the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Raisin Kane, as well as the vice president. So we'll see if he has any more clarity coming out of that. But he was asked today about this kind of transition we've seen him make from this acting for diplomacy, asking...
Yeah, Starmer is a leftist, as in... the left side of my fucking nut, dude. What do you mean he's a leftist? Get the fuck out of here. That's like saying Kamala Harris is a leftist. Shut up, stupid.
What would it look like? What would a timeline look like? Is there any way to get involved in a very short amount of time? Because the one thing Donald Trump cares about is not having a long, drawn-out war that the United States is involved with in the Middle East. Now, one other thing that he was asked about were some of his supporters who say they don't want him to go. They don't want the United States to go into this war. Here's what he said.
Well, I don't want to get involved either, but I've been saying for 20 years, maybe longer, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. And I think they were a few weeks away from having one. And they had to sign a document. I think they wish they signed it now. It was a fair deal. And now it's a harder thing to sign.
And Trump, even today, has vacillated back and forth between talking about diplomacy and talking about a more aggressive act. He, at one point, said that door wasn't closed to having diplomatic talks with Iran, and suggesting at one point that they might even want to come to the White House, which Iranian officials have pushed back on. But then at the same time, earlier, when he was asked about this response from Iran's supreme leader saying that they weren't going to back down, he said, "Good luck." So clearly, as he's making this decision, he's actually publicly giving the indication of going back and forth between diplomacy and a more aggressive stance.
All right, Kristen Holmes at the White House, thanks. Here to discuss, retired U.S. Army General David Petraeus. General, the Iranian deputy foreign minister spoke to CNN's Christiane Amanpour earlier today. Take a listen as to what he said about how Iran will respond if the U.S. does join Israel in attacking Iran.
If the Americans decide to get involved militarily, we have no choice but to retaliate wherever we find the targets necessary to be acted upon.
What level of retaliation is Iran capable of, and what do you think they might actually attempt should the U.S. get involved?
Well, I think they're in an increasingly desperate position. Certainly their actions, they can take everything from just going after individual American citizens around the world, bringing up sleeper cells or something like that that have been in place, or even trying to attack U.S. bases in the region, and not just those in the Gulf states, but perhaps in Iraq, Syria, even that base in Jordan that was hit some time back. But again, I think their options are getting fewer and fewer. They might still be able to disrupt the flow of gas and oil and distillates from the Gulf. That could have a significant, but the more air power and maritime power that we get in there, once this second aircraft carrier task force is in there, they're going to be much more challenged even to take that kind of activity. In the meantime, the supreme leader is going to be sitting in a bunker watching his country be destroyed around him, starting, of course, with the leaders that have already been taken out, and even the successor in one case already, the scientists, and then the critical infrastructure, not just of the security forces, but of their internal energy. We saw that already with a refinery, a storage location in the Pars gas field, and then even other regime infrastructure, such as the TV tower and station that was taken out yesterday.
President Trump has been changing his messaging on Iran. He went from promoting diplomacy on Sunday. On Monday, he told the 10 million people in Tehran to evacuate. Now he's weighing whether to strike, saying, quote, "I may do it, I may not do it," unquote. How do you think President Trump's public messaging is impacting Iran and their own calculations on what to do?
I have to think that they're very, very worried. They're trying to prevent us, to threaten us, to prevent us from taking out that deeply buried site within the mountain at Fordo, which, as your earlier reported noted, only we have the munition. By the way, that's not just a bunker buster, that's a mountain buster. 30,000 pounds, massive ordnance penetrator, quite precise, and we only have the aircraft and the crews trained to actually carry out that mission. And again, I think they have to be more and more aware of the increasingly desperate situation they're in. Israel now has arguably air supremacy. They could even fly during the day as long as they don't descend to an altitude where the heavy machine guns, about the only real air defense that's left, could take them out. They're just picking off targets one by one, and the missile math is now running very much against them. And that's essentially how many more interceptors does Israel have relative to the number of launchers and missiles that Iran has left. And as more U.S. assets get in to help out, destroyers and so forth, to complement those in the Eastern Med, that will shift even more decisively to Israel's favor.
So, General, today on Capitol Hill, the Senate Armed Services Committee had a hearing, and senators questioned Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth about plans for Iran, and specifically for what would happen the day after taking out with the mountain buster, taking out the nuclear enrichment program. Take a look.
Oh, my God.
Have you commissioned any day after planning? So any force protection, any use of ground troops in Iran, any cost assessments, have you authorized day after planning?
As I've said, we have plans for everything, Senator.
What do you think some of those plans might be specifically?
Well, there's going to be a range of plans here, although I tend to think that while there might be some for boots on the ground, that would not be an option that the president would approve. He is very clear on that. I also don't think that any kind of conventional military presence from Israel would feature large in that. The real question going forward is if the Supreme Leader rejects, denies as defiantly as he did today, the president's offer. And by the way, the president now, this should be an ultimatum. You are going to agree, no negotiations, to give up all of your nuclear infrastructure and allow the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, to have free rein in inspecting and overseeing the dismantlement of your nuclear infrastructure. If you don't do that, then that's your last chance, and that would be where he would take the decision, I think, to augment the Israeli effort by taking out the Fordo nuclear enrichment facility and also a storage site for the highly enriched uranium. And by the way, coming back to your start, the DNI was right. They are not making a nuclear weapon, but the president was also right. They have dramatically reduced the amount of time that would be required to make a nuclear weapon by going all the way to highly enriched uranium, 60%, and it's only a turn of the enrichment process to go to weapons grade, which is 90%. So in a sense, I think they were a little bit perhaps talking past, or perhaps we're making more of that issue than really should be the case.
General David Petraeus, thanks so much. Appreciate it as always. We're staying on top of the breaking news. President Trump set to meet with his top national security team over whether the U.S. should join Israel in targeting Iran's nuclear facilities in Iran. Coming up next, what if Iran had nuclear weapons? How much damage would such weapons theoretically cause in 2025? What is this all about, all this fear? Plus, Dr. Ah.
Amazing. We're just straightforwardly fucking doing the craziest, nuttiest propaganda. What an incredible amount. I mean, no difference. No difference. Not even a blip of difference between fucking Fox News and CNN.
Maybe, not as straightforward as what some would like. It would be expected. But I really think it's going to be
that
a
occurred
question
moments
of
ago.
who
Sirens
wins out
activated all around the
between
coast.
isolationists and
And there were ballistic missiles spotted over Nablus and Jerusalem. At least one appeared to be intercepted. Another possibly made
right
impact.
now has been that the U.S. doesn't want to become involved in another conflict in the Middle East. Now,
all right, let's get back to this.
Deputy Foreign Minister Ravanchi, thank you for joining us on the program.
This morning.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Okay, tell me what is going on. What has been damaged? How close to your headquarters? What can you tell me exactly about what's happening right now?
We have been witnessing an act of aggression, a clear case of naked aggression against Iran and the Iranian people since 5-6 days ago. We were about to start new round of talks with the Americans on Sunday. That was 15th of June. And 2 days before, we were attacked by the Israelis in the middle of the night. They attacked residential areas. They attacked paramedics. They attacked citizens who are just sleeping in their homes. They attacked our university professors. So this is a crime against humanity, pure and simple.
Okay, so Mr. Ravanchi, they also attacked your military leadership. Your intelligence headquarters, we understand now, has been hit for the domestic control. They've attacked and tried to take out and damage your important nuclear sites, the centrifuge sites, the uranium enrichment sites, and others. They are causing a lot of hardship and damage to your regime. Do you believe that? It seems that from here.
No, as I said, they have been involved in an act of aggression, and they have, martyred our military people as well, along with many Iranian citizens, and they have no boundaries. They attacked everywhere. So you mentioned attacking against our nuclear facilities. These are safeguarded places. It is a crime in accordance with the international law to attack, a place which is safeguarded under IAEA rules. So unfortunately, the Americans and some Europeans have shielded the Israeli regime not to be criticized at the board meeting, Board of Governors, IAEA Board of Governors meeting, and also at the UN Security Council. So it's a shame to all those who are protecting this regime.
Okay, let me get to a few things. Clearly, you must be concerned. You must be worried that more leadership targets will be hit. You have the supreme leader, your ruler there, Ayatollah Khamenei, the Ayatollah, has come out and said that you will never surrender in response to Donald Trump. But I understand also that things are pretty bad for you and that you have tried to reach out to the US and to Israelis to try to get some kind of negotiation track back on track. Is that true?
No, that's not true. I do not share your assessment. We are not reaching out to anybody. We are defending ourselves. Although we have always promoted diplomacy, but we cannot negotiate under the threats. We cannot negotiate while our people are under bombardment every day. So we are not begging for anything. We are just defending ourselves. And we have an experience of 8 years of war against Saddam's aggression back in the 80s. And now we are defending ourselves against the Israeli regime, which is being helped by Americans, which is being protected by Americans and some others.
As you know, the Israelis are much more sophisticated and powerful than Saddam Hussein ever was. That was some 40 years ago. This is a much bigger order of magnitude. As you know, also, President Trump is publicly weighing whether to join the strikes and whether specifically to hit, for instance, the very deeply buried Fordo facility with the very big bombs. What do you think? What are you reading? Do you think the Americans will get involved? And what would your response be?
We don't know. If the Americans get involved, directly, definitely our hands will not be tied. We will do whatever necessary to protect our people and our interests. The Americans have been collaborating with the Israelis, although they have said it that they do not have anything to do with this conflict, which is not true. But if they decide to be engaged militarily, direct military involvement in this massacre, definitely we will do whatever necessary to protect ourselves. And by the way, Fordo is another protected site based on IAEA rules. So that will be another instance of a crime which is being done, unfortunately, by Israelis and Americans, which is prohibited under international law.
I'm going to get to that in a moment because the Israelis say their intelligence said that you were moving towards weaponization and they had to act now. But I'm going to ask you that in a moment. But first, do you believe that what is happening is regime change targeting or regime destruction targeting? How do you assess the removal of a big layer of military commanders and what President Trump said about Ayatollah Khamenei, that he would be an easy target if they were to decide to take him out? How do you interpret this? Is this about regime change?
I don't know about their intention. Just ask them what the intention is. But we will do whatever necessary to protect ourselves. And we have the experience of, as I said, 8 years of war during Saddam's era, when everybody was helping Saddam. So you say that you should not compare Saddam and Israeli regime, but do not forget the fact that all the world were behind Saddam at that time, and we were the ones who resisted. And now there is a very strong cohesion within the Iranian society to resist aggression, to resist foreign interference in our domestic affairs. So you ask the people who are in Tehran, ask the embassies, ask the people who live in Tehran these days, and ask the morale of the people. And you will understand that the Iranians are behind their government because they are facing a foreign aggression which will be resisted.
I'm going to get to that in a moment because you all were very surprised when Assad fell. You didn't know that he was that unpopular with his people, and he fled at the last minute. I'm going to get to that in a moment.
God
but
damn,
first and foremost,
dude.
I want to ask about...
She's going nutty mode. This is like... Christiane Amanpour, I don't know if she's Iranian originally, but holy fuck, she's normally pretty solid on foreign affairs. I do feel like this is a level of bias that I would say is unexpected. Chatters are saying she's half Iranian. That kind of makes sense. This is like it feels like there's a personal level of investment here.
About the negotiations. President Trump has apparently told allies and friends that he felt he was being played by the Iranian government, that there was no, willingness or immediate prospect of you agreeing to the conditions of, of a negotiation. He said he gave you 60 days, and on day 61, you still hadn't come. Why? Why didn't you agree to the terms? And do you believe you had a 60-day deadline?
No, nobody can put any deadline on us. When we negotiate something, the two sides have to agree on the timetable of the negotiations. This is point number one. Number two is that we really doubt the sincerity of the Americans in the course of 5 rounds of discussions that we had. We had good discussions, and at the last round, we were given, some document by the foreign minister of Oman, and apparently both sides felt that that was a good document to be worked on for the next round. But before the next round started, 2 days before the next round started, the aggression took place. So this is a betrayal of diplomacy.
Yeah,
this is the betrayal of our trust to Americans. We should be the ones who should criticize the way that we were treated by the Americans, not vice versa. Okay. In fact, no deadline is going to affect our way of negotiations, and then we will do whatever necessary to protect ourselves.
This is obviously a very fluid situation. The Israeli airstrikes continue. America is weighing, or Trump is, whether he will get involved. He's now saying that you, the Iranians, have suggested that you come to the White House to negotiate. He says you're totally defenseless. You have no air defense whatsoever. He says next week will be big. And he says that unconditional surrender means that I've had it. Your reaction?
There is a famous saying that nobody can threaten Iranians. They should not dare to threaten Iran. We will do whatever necessary. Although there are hardships, no doubt about it, but Iranians are known to be very hard at defending their territory, and this is exactly what we are doing.
Did you ask to go to the White House? Has your government asked for access?
Not Christian, not at all. Okay. Not at all. We are not begging for anything. What we are saying is that stop this aggression, then we will have time to do whatever needed. As long as the aggression continues, as long as this brutality continues, we cannot think of engaging.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because it is clear, and we can see it, that a lot of your military capability has been degraded. It is clear. They say that they have control of the skies, and they're even reporting that fewer and fewer missiles are getting in to Israel. Even the defense minister saying that they might, as he says it, release the population to go back to work and to come out of their shelters. But I want to ask you this. Why did you surge production of 60% uranium to the point that you have right now between Trump's inauguration and now? Back then, you had maybe a 5 to 6 weapon capacity if you had decided to. Now, a 10 weapon capacity with these 400 kilos of 60% uranium. Why did you do that?
We were acting based on our rights within the NPT. We didn't have anything wrong. IAEA inspectors were present in Iran. different reports of IAEA testify the fact that we have been very, straightforward in our nuclear program. So there is no ban on 60% enriched uranium, which are being used, in different places for peaceful purposes. But to use that as a pretext to use aggression against Iran, that is something that we resist.
Okay, but even the IAEA says, and they put out a public statement shortly before these strikes began, that they had never before seen that amount of stockpile of that much.
How suspicious that the IAEA statement came right before the fucking Israel strike.
Enriched uranium by any country that does not have a nuclear weapon. So that's a fact. And I want to know whether you guys were negotiating, and do you feel you've been out-negotiated or you miscalculated? If Trump says he thinks you're playing him, maybe you've been played.
No, that was, as I said, we were negotiating in good faith with Americans. 5 rounds of negotiations. And apparently both of us were happy with the ongoing negotiations. But all of a sudden, 2 days before, you tell me that he gave us 60-day deadline. And on
Israel is not a part of the non-proliferation treaty. Israel has nuclear warheads that America knows Israel has nuclear warheads. But Israel has never admitted to having nuclear warheads, despite also constantly saying that they have nuclear warheads, because they do. And America knows they have nuclear warheads, as evidenced by the leak from a whistleblower who's now going to prison, actually. I mean, there's been numerous instances where they've proven that Israel has nuclear warheads, but just a reminder. On BBC Today, Christiane Amanpour says, based on a reporting, the people of Iran want the Islamic Republic to go, and then Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has the most name, recognition, and support inside the country to lead the... Yeah, she's a fucking insane Shah dick rider, it seems.
Day 61, they attacked us. But what was about to happen on day 63? So the American president should respond to this question. If he knew that the attack was about to happen 2 days before the next round, why did he, why did he act like this? In fact, as far as NBC report is concerned, on June 8th, Defense Department, Pentagon, briefed the president about the attack. So he didn't say anything. In fact, it is a sort of collaboration between Israelis and Americans, and a division of labor between the two.
Mr. Deputy Foreign Minister, I want to ask you some more things. Again, I referred to your surprise, and I know this because I was in Doha when Assad fled, and I was meant to be interviewing your foreign minister. He had to rush back for emergency session in Tehran because your key ally in the region collapsed and fled. And it was a total surprise to you. And now, in the aftermath, an Iranian general was quoted in the New York Times, as you probably know, General Esbati. He had made a speech in a mosque in December, and he made a sobering assessment of your military capability. He said, when he was asked if Iran would retaliate again for various killings like Hasan Nasrallah of Hezbollah, he replied that Iran already has done, and that the situation couldn't realistically handle another attack on Israel right now. In other words, that your capacity has been diminished and degraded. Do you agree with that?
So you do not expect me to reveal, military secrets. What our military people have been doing is exactly based on the calculated, things that they have in mind. So they are doing based on the plan that they have, prepared for themselves.
This reminds me of Pete Buttigieg going to a fucking, a strike line and being like, how much money do you guys have in the strike funds? How long do you think you guys can hold out? For no reason, I'm asking this. She's like, come on, how many missiles do you have remaining? Could you even successfully conduct a counteroffensive? Come on, reveal this information to me, please.
So don't mix things with each other. One night or one day, the the military might decide to do in one direction, another day they might go to another direction. That doesn't mean anything. So you are just referring to the reports coming out of America. Or
No. I'm referring to an Iranian general. Sorry, I am. But I also want.
I'm just. No, I was referring to the fact that you said that some Israelis are saying that Iran is in short of missiles, or an American military, people are saying that Iran has shortcoming in this and that. So do not look at these information at face value. They have other things in mind when they have interviews and make propaganda against Iran.
Okay, still quoting an Iranian general here. Clearly they believe, and I assume you believe, that if you attack, and you might call it retaliation, whatever, if you strike any US bases or US personnel, the reaction will be humongous. Can you say that you would not do that even if America joins? In other words, are you trying to make sure that America doesn't come into this?
No, we have not acted against anybody than the Israelis.
I'm saying if America comes in.
But I'm just responding to you, Christian. If the Americans decide to get involved militarily, we have no choice but to retaliate wherever we find the targets necessary to be acted upon. So that is clear and simple, because we are acting in self-defense. If another country joins the fight, so that is another instance for our self-defense. You do not expect Iran to not use its right of self-defense based on Article 51 of the UN Charter.
And finally, because I don't want to lose this line, it's been very difficult to get through to you, about regime change or regime destruction. Again, after the fall of Assad in December, there were many reports coming from inside Iran, how pundits were talking on state television, on Telegram, on all sorts of chats, how Iran had misjudged the dynamics, particularly, in your closest ally. There you were, propping him up. You were the ground forces. You were his ally. And he fell, and it took you all by surprise. So, do you believe that you have a handle on what your own people are feeling? What if you're taken by surprise and they take this?
Oh my God, this is ridiculous. I've never seen Christiane Amanpour behave like this. Like, she is a professional journalist with a tremendous amount of experience. It's shocking how she carried herself throughout this. It is a new level of unprofessional misconduct. Like, actually alarming how bad she was in this interview. Like, you can conduct a interview that is adversarial. You should, right? This is still a state leader, right? But it almost feels like she is like emotional throughout this process. Like, it's like clouding her fucking judgment. Like, she uses this as an opportunity to like bully the fucking Iranian official instead of trying to extract information out of him. Like, even the one part where he says, she asked, like, will Iran retaliate if attacked by America? That already has been mentioned. It's been mentioned by Khamenei. He said, if American forces, we've redirected some of our arsenal and crossed up the line of sights against American troop positions in the region. If America attacks us, then we'll attack them back. Unk saw a woman and immediately says she's emotional. No, I think she's not emotional necessarily, but like incredibly biased, and so biased that it like is clouding her judgment. because like she's usually pretty solid. As a reporter, I would say as a reporter at CNN, I mean, she is literally one of the top reporters that CNN has. We've watched a shit ton of her interviews. Yeah, I think there's an emotional investment in the process. And it turns into an interview with no, new information, no relevant information, because it's just more so her taking pot shots and being like, "Oh, you got caught with your pants down with Assad." It's true. They did. But perhaps the better question in this circumstance would be, how? What is your intelligence assessment that led to a major gap between what your internal assessment was with respect to Assad regime's infallibility and the actions from NATO-backed forces in the region? Like, how do you think happened? How do you think this happened? That is an appropriate line of questioning that you could actually potentially derive new information from. Just being like, lol, Assad fell and he was your ally. You guys fucking suck dick. Can't wait for the same thing to happen in Tehran is like odd. Stop saying she's normally better than this. She did this in the lead up to Iraq. It was identical. I remember her reporting from the time it was identical. I was just saying, like, recently, her coverage on Palestine was a lot better than most of her peers at CNN.
As an opportunity to demonstrate their anger and their impatience with what they have had to go through for many decades.
As I said before, come to Tehran. Come to different cities in Iran and see for yourself what is the cohesion within the Iranian society in resisting aggression. Iranians have always been famous for their steadfast against aggression, against foreign intervention. Do not compare Iran for any other country. I do not have any other country by name in my head, but Iran speaks for itself. You have been in Iran before. You are familiar with the mentality of the Iranians, with different walks of life, with those who are critical of the government, with those who are supportive of the government. They have one voice. They resist the aggression, and time will show that we are right.
And finally, Israel says that it believes you were on the verge of deciding to make a nuclear bomb. Now, Trump is moving in that direction, even though his intelligence chief said that's not the case in terms of their assessments. But do you now think that this clear attack on all of your facilities and your conventional weapons, if you survive, will Iran decide to become a nuclear weapon state?
Bro, like, again, a normal way of asking this question is, do you feel like nuclear proliferation is an act of sovereignty for the Iranian population? What is the assessment of the Islamic Republic? Are they reconsidering nuclear proliferation in the aftermath of these negotiations falling apart? She said, if you survive, are you going to make nukes? Lol. Do you see what I mean? Shocking.
No, we will survive. That is for sure. This is the point that I need to emphasize. The other point is that we do not believe in nuclear weapons. There is no place in our defensive doctrine. Nuclear weapons have no place in our defensive doctrine. In fact, we believe that the world will be a better place without the nuclear weapons. But who has the nuclear weapons in the Middle East? The Israeli regime. Who has the weapons, the most sophisticated weapons, nuclear weapons? The Americans. So they are the ones who should be responsible for all the chaos that are going on in different parts of the world as a result of desire for achieving nuclear weapons.
Deputy Foreign Minister Majid Takht Ravanchi, thank you very much indeed for joining us, and we hope that we can talk to you again.
My pleasure. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
The war between Israel and Iran is a conflict that's been building for decades and is now...
No, that's not a good argument. They should build a nuclear weapon for self-preservation ASAP. They should have built it yesterday. They should have built it in 2004. The very fact that they haven't is the reason why they're getting fucking pummeled right now. They should have built the fucking nukes when Benjamin Netanyahu first said Iran is moments away from building nukes in 1993. If I were to entertain that religious fundamentalism plays a role in the governance, in the affairs of the Ayatollahs, I would say, number one, it creates tremendous resentment. It breeds tremendous resentment and becomes a national security concern for Iran, as we have seen, like the religious fundamentalism. And two, potentially the fucking fatwa for non-nuclear proliferation, like weapons-grade nuclear proliferation, is a major fucking L. Stop! What are you doing? The fuck do you mean? Oh, we got a religious dicta that we must follow, that we can't make nukes. Get the fuck out of here. What? If Iran had a nuke, would they have used it by now? No, dude. Nukes are not for fucking using. It's for keeping safe, okay? That's it. You're supposed to look at them and every now and then show and remind people that you have them. That's it. It is a nuclear deterrence. Hey, don't like what Israel's doing to your country right now? Well, there's one fucking easy way to stop that from happening. It's called developing and enriching uranium and developing a fucking nuclear warhead. Not one, maybe like 50. Clearly, ballistic missiles are not enough of a deterrence for Israel. Yeah, one simple trick. One simple trick Israeli politicians don't want you to know. You develop nukes and they can't fuck you over. Yeah, it is haram to produce such weapons. You are only allowed to produce protection. Good job, man. Like I said, the number one L for religious fundamentalism for Iran is the instability caused out of the repression that is literally a matter of national security. Like, if Iran was a more secular country, if the Islamic Republic was more secular, ironically enough, regardless of the name, and they were way, way, way more hands-off with its population, they literally would be an incredibly stable country in spite of the sanctions. They would be more stable in spite of the fucking sanctions. This isn't like a dumbass perspective as far as like, oh, women should be able to wear bikinis. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. Don't be stupid. The second part of this would be if they also had nukes, they would literally be a more stable country and would be secure.
Now spiraling out of control. The Israelis began this phase with a huge wave of strikes on June the 13th that have continued for days, dealing damaging blows to Iran's nuclear weapons program and taking out key scientific and military personnel.
Like, they just keep repeating it. They just keep repeating like, oh, they're doing damaging blows to the Iranian nuclear weapons program. Make a nuke!
Iran's response has been to fire missile and drone barrages, while some Israeli leaders speak openly of regime change in Tehran.
So are you going to target the supreme leader? We're doing what we need to do.
The threat of war between Israel and Iran has hung over the Middle East for more than 40 years. And we look at some of the key events and alliances that have shaped this proxy war and brought it out of the shadows.
The new Jewish state is born.
Iran and Israel's relationship used to be very different. After the creation of Israel in 1948, Iran was the second Muslim-majority nation to recognize the newly formed state. The two countries had diplomatic relations. Israel imported Iranian oil, and there were daily flights connecting Tel Aviv and Tehran, with a substantial Jewish community living in Iran. But then came the Iranian Revolution of 1979. Iran's former leader, the Shah, who was seen as a puppet of the US and the UK, was overthrown in a violent coup. In his place, Ayatollah...
What do you mean, who was seen? Dog, he was that. Like, also, it goes before the fucking... Yeah. Typical British channel for omitting key details as to how the Shah fucking came into power to begin with. Like, you can't start the story with like you can't start the story at the Shah. You can't start the story there. You have to talk about how we got there to begin with. And at most, like, they didn't even talk about like how brutal and how repressive of an autocrat the Shah was. Yeah. Israel started off in 1948. There's a couple things that you skipped in between, you know? Kind of interesting. Kind of interesting how you skipped that. Possibly because you're fucking British and played a formative role. Your government played a formative role in the Shah's implementation.
Ayatollah Khomeini took power, and from the very beginning of his rule, the new religious republic described Israel as an enemy of Islam, the little Satan to its powerful ally America, the great Satan.
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why they were saying that. Well, perhaps there is no reason. Perhaps if you package the events that unfolded up until the Iranian Revolution, yeah, it doesn't seem appropriate for them to feel this way, right? Like you said that they were claiming that the Shah was a puppet of America and Great Britain. How interesting. Of course, the recognition of Iranian resentment, justifiable resentment towards Western intervention that led to the Iranian Revolution, that created the power structure that currently still exists, that is ultimately a repressive force upon the Iranian public, but one that had, in its initial phases, roots within popular mobilization. So popular that they were able to fucking thwart the goddamn Shah. In order to understand where this resentment comes from, you would have to take recognition over Western intervention in the region. This is important to understand. The reason why this is important to understand is because if you don't understand this, you will never understand the Iranian public sentiment overall, or why they might be a little bit more skeptical of Western intervention beyond what you hear from the Pahlavi dick riders that you hear in your communities that go, oh, I am Persian. I want glass Iran. One day I want to go back and eat kubide. Yeah, you will never understand the actual attitude and the anger and frustration that people feel both with the Islamic Republic, but then also simultaneously an insurmountable amount of anger and resentment towards the West for blowing them up, okay? Western interference in Iranian affairs is quite literally the reason why the Islamic Revolution happened, okay? The Islamic Republic was able to succeed. It is fucking idiotic to make no note of that whatsoever.
Iran embraced the Palestinian cause, handing the hastily abandoned and ransacked Israeli embassy in Tehran over to the Palestinian Liberation Organization under Yasser Arafat. Iran, under its new leaders, called on all of the Muslim world to unite against Israel. But despite becoming enemies, the two countries have chosen to work together in the past when it strengthens their cause. In a marriage of convenience, Israel provided military equipment to Iran to support its long war against Saddam Hussein's Iraqi forces in the 1980s. Iran was desperate for weapons, specifically more advanced weapons from the US that Israel could provide. And for Israel, the calculation was that, while Iran's rhetoric was alarming, it was Iraq and Saddam Hussein that posed the more immediate threat. The war between Iraq and Iran eventually ended in a stalemate in 1988, and it had a profound effect on Tehran's thinking. Firstly, the need for powerful weapons, missiles and nuclear power. Iraq's use of ballistic missiles on Iranian cities made Tehran develop their own. And while Ayatollah Khomeini had initially declared nuclear weapons un-Islamic, his replacement, Ali Khamenei, told the country's nuclear scientists, regarding atomic energy, we need it now, to let our enemies know that we can defend ourselves. That effectively marked the start of the Islamic Republic's nuclear ambitions, with the aim of joining the only other nuclear power in the Middle East, Israel.
Yeah, I wonder why. We gave gun to both sides? Yeah, of course we gave gun to both sides. We always give gun to both sides. Think about, okay, imagine a conflict in the Middle East or in like, in Asia, okay? Like, think about Afghanistan. We give gun, then we fight guy with gun after the guy with gun fights for an adversary.
Israel itself does not publicly acknowledge it has nuclear weapons, but it's believed to have been developing an arsenal since the 1960s. And secondly, the war in Iraq exposed how isolated Iran was in the region, with Syria its only real ally in the Middle East. The end of the conflict now allowed Iran to focus on building not just the state, but also its alliances with anti-Israel forces in the region. As far back as 1982, even as the country was...
I think the biggest L in the aftermath of the Iranian Revolution was the undermining, death, destruction, and suppression of leftist forces that also obviously mobilized in what could be considered like a proletarian revolution. If they had more diversity in their ranks, Iran, I think, would be a genuinely different country right now. Leftist L's? Wait, what? That's not a fucking L. What do you mean? They're not. How are they supposed to? You think they would be on board with their own demise? No. Obviously, allowing any sort of leftist dissent, allowing any sort of communism to exist in the aftermath of the Iranian Revolution would be not so beneficial for Western interests as well. Do with that information what you will. I'm not saying anything. I'm not pointing any fingers. But obviously, considering the initial coup that British Petroleum, the British government, along with the United States government, in the initial intervention was seen as a necessity due to like a little bit of leaning towards social democracy from the Iranian population, an act of sovereignty, a demonstration of autonomy, a democratic demonstration of autonomy, okay? Considering that was a major fucking problem for them. Iran has always historically been this massive country, this massive power player that terrified the West because, God forbid, they would become a Cold War ally. There was never any proof that Mossadegh was in any way, shape, or form involved with the USSR at all. He was a moderate. He was a nationalist and a moderate. But that was enough. That was enough because it harmed the potential future interests of British Petroleum. It was named something different at the time. I forget what it was called. But that was a major reason. I think most of the killing came when Saddam invaded, even though they were mass imprisoned before. They used the MEK siding with Saddam to wipe them out. Yeah, socialists got a fuck reputation when MEK sided with Saddam during the existential war that fucked all hopes for a socialist Iran. Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. It was the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. New polling. The vast majority of voters say Iran poses a major or minor threat both to Israel and the U.S. Yeah, of course they fucking feel this way. Americans are stupid as fuck. Pressed on whether the threat of an Iranian nuclear weapon justifies U.S. involvement, most say yes, but there are major divides by generation, with young voters saying not to get involved. While Harris voters overwhelmingly want the U.S. to stay out of the conflict, Trump's own voters are split about what the right role for the United States is. I mean, this is after, a tremendous amount of conditioning and Islamophobia post-war on terror, a ginormous failure, a spectacular failure, but also a faucet of propaganda from every outlet for the past week, talking about how America must go to war. We have to go to war. Nothing to do here. Also paired up with something that I always say, the American median voter's mind is an enigma, okay? A mystery trapped within a riddle. It is impossible to decipher what an American truly feels because in most circumstances, it is a sea of contradictions directly at odds with one another. The same American will tell you in the same breath that they need to stop Iran's nuclear program from striking Washington, D.C., and then simultaneously tell you American intervention is unacceptable because who wants to defend Israel? We are an endlessly malleable population that is chock full of resentment and anger and are inherently very hostile to everything that we don't understand, and we understand very little. Remember that. Let's continue with the history.
Receiving weapons from Israel, Iran helped the formation of Hezbollah, a militant Islamic group fighting Israel in Lebanon. Iran also backed Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Gaza, which were formed in the 1980s, and they also supported the Houthis in Yemen, who emerged in the early 1990s. Iran supported the Assad regime in Syria throughout his reign, and following Saddam Hussein's removal from power in 2003, Iran has backed dozens of Shia militia in Iraq. Iran's extensive influence in the region and its ongoing nuclear program are central to Israel's existential fears. Which brings us to Israel's most crucial ally, America. Israel's security is completely tied to the United States, which has provided substantial military support and brokered diplomatic ties with regional players such as Egypt, Jordan, the UAE, Qatar, and Bahrain. And political leaders in both the US and Israel have long viewed Iran as a hostile and dangerous actor, with US-imposed sanctions on the Islamic Republic a near permanent feature since 1979. This was Israel's new young Prime Minister speaking to the US Congress about the Iranian threat back in 1996.
If Iran were to acquire nuclear weapons, this could presage catastrophic consequences.
By the time Benjamin Netanyahu returned to power in 2009, Israel and the US were already collaborating to sabotage Iran's nuclear program. A sophisticated cyber attack that began in 2005 targeted the computers controlling Iran's uranium enrichment facilities, severely disrupting nuclear fuel production in 2010. Netanyahu also took more direct action. Israel carried out multiple assassinations of key nuclear scientists between 2010 and 2020, including the head of Iran's nuclear program, Mohsen Fakhrizadeh.
Mr. Prime Minister, welcome.
But while the US and Israel agreed that Iran posed a threat, there was a difference of opinion between President Obama and Netanyahu when it came to Iran's nuclear future. Netanyahu insisted that Tehran should not enrich any uranium, whereas Obama realized that in order to get a long-term diplomatic solution, there would need to be some concessions. Relations between the US and Israel chilled in 2015.
This is literally the reason why every like pro-Israel person says Obama's the #1 Jew hater of all time because he dared defy Benjamin Netanyahu. The same people that say, oh, there's a lot of disagreements in Israel. Well, that and because he's a secret Muslim and also because he's black. I think that probably Israel is very racist. Israel does have a very racist society, not dissimilar to America in that regard. Well, no, they're doing the same fake poll psyop crap they did during the Ukraine debacle. Only 16% of Americans polled think the U.S. should get involved in Israel's war against Iran, while 60% oppose U.S. involvement. Yeah, I mean, I said this yesterday as well. There was another poll that came out. It could be, again, the three factors that I mentioned, but it could also mean like a fucking bullshit consent manufacturing poll. Not that our consent matters. Those polls are only as important as you can point to them to say, you see, people are on board with this. We're just abiding by the democratic wishes of the public. And the most annoying war hawk that you know will turn around and point to those polls and be like, you're so stupid, Americans wanted this.
After the signing of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, widely known as the Iran nuclear deal. This agreement, negotiated by Iran with the UN Security Council and backed by Obama, placed restrictions on Iran's nuclear program and allowed inspections in exchange for sanctions relief.
Because of this deal, the international community will be able to verify that the Islamic Republic of Iran will not develop a nuclear weapon.
Netanyahu vehemently opposed the deal because it
will not develop a...
Look at how mad the ultra-Zionist is in the background. It's like, I knew I shouldn't have been a part of this. It's like one day I'll get my genocide. I want it. I want it, Jack. One day I'm going to do the Finlandization of NATO. And I mean the NATOization of Finland. AUKUS.
Nuclear weapon.
Netanyahu vehemently opposed the deal because it still allowed Iran to enrich some uranium, calling it a mistake of his...
Do you think Biden called Obama a Jew hater behind closed doors? Yes. Yes, I do.
...historic proportions. The Iran nuclear deal...
Or he said something like, listen, Jack, I know he's Muslim, but he's not a Jew hater. He knows they're magic money people. That's what he said. That's what, in my head canon. That's what Biden said.
Put Netanyahu's government in direct...
Yeah, he's one of the good ones. He's Arab, but he's one of the good ones. Trust me. Trust me.
...opposition with Washington over Iran. But that was all about to change.
This is one of the worst deals ever made by any country.
Donald Trump's surprise victory in November 2016 was a boost to Netanyahu, with the new president inviting him to the White House in his first month in office. Then, during a trip to Israel, Trump made a clear break from Obama's approach to Iran, with the US president and Netanyahu now firmly aligned.
Together we can thwart Iran's unbridled ambition to become a nuclear weapon state.
In 2018, during a presentation involving a slide...
Dude, I was listening to the New York Times Daily on this. It's so funny because the New York Times Daily was doing like their classic coverage of like all the events that took place behind the scenes. And there was a point where when Bibi first came to America to visit Trump after Trump's election victory a couple months ago, they said he showed him a PowerPoint, and that's when I knew it was over. Okay, this man loves his fucking stupid ass PowerPoints. He loves his fucking stupid ass props, and Trump is exactly the kind of stupid that also responds to said PowerPoints. Okay, he probably showed him the Acme bomb and be like, yeah, you see, in 2012, I said it was 90% complete. Now, in 2025, 99% complete. Look at the bomb. Boom! It explodes. One of my funniest things that I read on that meeting was also that Trump was disturbed by the beeper that Netanyahu gave. Trump was disturbed by the beeper that Netanyahu gave him and may have read it as a threat.
Slideshow in front of a backdrop of files and CDs, Netanyahu said that Iran had lied to the world about its nuclear intentions when signing the 2015 deal. And just a few days later, Donald Trump withdrew the US from the agreement.
This was a horrible, one-sided deal that should have never, ever been made.
Trump reimposed sanctions on Iran and assassinated their top general Qasem Soleimani in 2020 while he was visiting Iraq, as the US president began to pressure Iran in an effort to sign a new expanded agreement. But that deal has never materialized, and instead, critics say, the US withdrawal from the 2015 deal has seen increasing violations of its terms by Iran and an acceleration of the nuclear program. In early 2023, a confidential report by the International Atomic Energy Agency said it had detected uranium particles enriched to 83.7% at one of Iran's nuclear plants, very close to weapons grade. Then, that same year, events in Israel set the stage for a conflict with Iran that would erupt nearly 2 years later. The October the 7th attacks by Hamas were the deadliest on Israeli soil since the nation's founding.
I can't believe Iran would violate a deal that we tore to shreds, that it's still abided by, for the record. Here's one of the hidden parts of this that's even dumber. Iran continued abiding by the denuclearization agreement even after Trump ripped it apart. It was only after they still were collaborating with international authorities. They still had investigators come and look at the sites. And only after the Trump administration added additional sanctions on Iran, in spite of them following the fucking agreement, did they go, all right, well, fuck you then, which is yet another L, I think, for the Ayatollah, because that's probably when they should have been like, all right, this fatwa shit is, this fatwa stuff is crazy. I don't know. Oops, what am I hearing? Okay, I heard that actually we should make a nuke. God is now telling me to make a nuke. Nuclear proliferation and enrichment of uranium is the way, it seems.
Netanyahu's government immediately retaliated, waging a war in Gaza that Palestinian officials say has killed...
I was reading about the Pakistani scientist that went to Pakistan from, I think it was in England originally, and basically fucking built a nuclear lab in the middle of a goddamn field, and was able to create nuclear proliferation for Pakistan, or no, Netherlands. Sorry, not from England, from the Netherlands. Yeah, the GOAT. Respect. Respect. Sometimes you gotta give the GOATs their respect that they deserve, you know? Yeah, in a cave with a bunch of scraps, like Iron Man style, low key. Fucking baller, dude. Baller shot caller. Iran needs to draft a player like him. Dude, I don't think Iran's lack of nuclear proliferation is a matter of intelligence gap. I'm serious. Like, I'm not the most knowledgeable on how this stuff happens, but Iran is a fucking very educated country. A very educated country where there are plenty of, Iranian engineers that work overseas, that work within Iran. I think they just don't want to do it. I suspect it's a foolish decision, but is America the Soviet Union why the nuclear race started? America is responsible. Yes. What do you mean? Did you forget? Virtual Meal is back, asking silly questions again. Did you forget what America did? What do you think Hiroshima and Nagasaki is famous for? Everyone who is a bit good goes abroad to live. IR made a shithole of a country, bro. What? No. You think that there aren't fucking enough engineers? Come on.
More than 55,000 people. While the military threat from Hamas has all but been removed, Israel has weakened other Iranian...
That's also, I think, part of the reason why they're like, this conversation about nuclear proliferation is stupid. Like, they know how to enrich uranium. They have nuclear facilities. And these guys are using that as a pretext to just do regime change in Iran. Just fucking make a nuke, man. Jesus Christ. Are you pro-Iran having nuclear weapons? I'm pro-Iran having sovereignty. And in this day and age, nuclear proliferation for countries that are not protected under the nuclear umbrella of the Western world, and even those countries don't have any sovereignty. They're servile. They're basically vassal states, Turkey included. But yes, if you are outside of the periphery, if you are outside of the protective banner of Western Empire, you absolutely need nukes. Otherwise, you will become a proxy. Look at Ukraine. Even if you're Western aligned, you will become a proxy that will be used and fucking abused.
Iranian allies, invading southern Lebanon and decimating Hezbollah's fighting force and killing its leader, Hasan Nasrallah. They carried out joint strikes with the US on Houthis in Yemen, and they also bombed the Iranian consulate in the Syrian capital of Damascus in April 2024, as well as assassinating Hamas's political leader Ismail Haniyeh while he was in the Iranian capital Tehran in July of the same year. When Syria's President Bashar al-Assad was overthrown in December 2024, Israel took the opportunity to destroy any remaining threats to Israel's air force within Syria, effectively creating a safe corridor for future strikes on Iran. And so, in June...
Effectively creating a safe corridor for future strikes in Iran is such a funny way to be like, yeah, once this country once this country's regime was toppled, we decided to destroy any fucking capabilities it has that it could potentially use to defend itself at any moment's notice. Like, what a wild way to frame that. I thought this was like I thought Syria now could be a democratic country, a peaceful country that can have sovereignty and exist. It's like, nope, it can't actually. It has to be a holdover state once again, but this time for Israel's interest and America's interest in the region. Great stuff.
Just 14 months, Iran's network of proxy military support was...
Remember when so many fucking ball knowers, the light NATO Andes were yelling at me when I said that Jolensky was going to be basically Zelensky? And everyone was like, dude, shut the fuck up. You love Bashar al-Assad. You love Assad, bro. You're Assad defender, dude. Like, why don't you want this reformed Al-Qaeda militant, reformed Al-Qaeda commander to fucking run Syria, dude? Shut the fuck up, dude. It's not going to be defending Israel's interests, dude. Fucking shut the fuck up. What happened, dude? What happened, Mr. fucking I love institutions? What happened? He's going to come out being like, Mr. President, look at me. I shave my beard, Mr. President. I will be the Republican Zelensky, Mr. President. Look, I play basketball, Mr. President. I love institutions. Zelensky was Kamala Harris's Zelensky, or Biden's Zelensky. It took less than 2 months for you to be right about that? Yeah, dude, anyone who could fucking see what was taking place in Syria could recognize what was going on. And the reason why I was saying that wasn't even because of the fucking former Al-Qaeda commander becoming the head of the state and Zelenskifying himself. The reason why I said that is because Turkey was most responsible for the toppling of the Assad regime. And Turkey is a NATO power player. Turkey's brigades were the ones that toppled the Assad regime. That was done at the behest of American influence in the region, American intervention, American interest in the region.
All but gone. So the attacks on Iran come at a time when Tehran has few allies to turn to. Israel's targeting and killing of key Iranian military personnel and nuclear experts, a seemingly non-existent Iranian air defense, and Israel's own ability to defend against most retaliatory strikes has given Netanyahu a clear upper hand. But the war again highlights his nation's reliance on the United States.
I used to work in nuclear. If you have already enrichment centrifuges ready and working, it's super easy to make a traditional fission nuke. Iran deliberately doesn't want to make one because the Ayatollah issued a fatwa saying having a nuke is haram. It is the fusion nuke / hydrogen bombs that are a bit harder to make. Read this, important.
While Israel could not have carried out its attacks on June the 13th without the Americans being made aware of their plans, the US has resisted direct involvement in the conflict so far.
I may do it, I may not do it.
Okay, but isn't the fear justified when Iran said they would wipe Israel off the map by 2040? Obviously, bombing Iran was unacceptable. I just want to understand the motivations at play besides maintaining power in the region. Iran does... First of all, Israel has nukes. You think Iran doesn't fucking know that Israel has nukes? No. Why does Saudi Arabia want nuclear proliferation? Why does Saudi Arabia want nukes? Okay? No one that has nukes is using it. It's not a matter of the ICBM delivery capabilities that stops North Korea from fucking using nukes right now. Like, that's just the meta. People will be like, oh no, North Korea can't use its nukes, even though it has nukes already, because it just doesn't have the delivery mechanism to be able to use it at some point. No, it's because once you get into the fucking nuke club, they can't fuck with you. You can actually be a sovereign state. Israel can't just fly over your air defenses and kill kill 200 fucking people overnight because they felt like it. Oh my God, Hasan, your latest Bernie vid was on MSNBC. My Bernie vid. MSNBC is featured to interview with Bernie and AOC for what reason? Oh, Ari Melber did? Okay, good. I was worried at first. I thought they were gonna be like, this dangerous anti-Semite is talking to AOC and Bernie Sanders, but if it's Ari Melber, then it's probably good. Ari is fairly progressive. Talking about new media. Nice.
Nobody knows what I'm going to do.
Trump has demanded unconditional surrender, but he's no fan of conflict, having spent the past decade in politics promising not to get America involved in any more wars. What the US president decides to do next is the central question in this conflict. Israel's objective of destroying Iran's nuclear program is not possible without the use of heavy bunker-busting ordnance, which only the United States possesses. Or if the US and Israel are aiming for Iran's full surrender, or even regime change, then Ali Khamenei shows little sign of offering that. For more than 40 years, the potential for war between Israel and Iran has cast a shadow over global politics. The attacks since June the 13th have changed everything and brought this fight out into the open.
And now to discuss more about Iran and Israel's long and fraught relationship, I'm joined by Sir Lawrence Freedman, Emeritus Professor of War Studies at King's College, London. So, Professor Freedman, was this conflict inevitable?
I'll explain it simply. Mutually assured destruction means that nuclear proliferation implies sovereignty. The sole purpose of having a nuke is to never use said nuke. Okay, because if you use your nuke, then other countries will nuke you. And the reason why you need a nuke is so that other countries can't nuke you. Therefore, no country that has nukes are going to fucking use said nukes, because using said nukes would imply you get nuked. And the reason why you want nukes is so you don't get nuked.
At all, ever since 1979. When
Zach Rahr, what do you think will happen in the end? Will the regime last? I love this chatter. One, accidentally writing this in my chat instead of Asmongold's chat. But I also love the idea of a full-grown adult asking Asmongold this question. Like, he knows more than you do. It was not accidental. He tagged you. Putin's message to Iran, you're on your own. Reuters asked if Russia was ready to provide Iran with modern weapons to defend itself against Israeli strikes. Russian President Vladimir Putin said a strategic partnership treaty signed with Tehran in January did not envisage military cooperation. It's the same chatter that did this yesterday. It does boggle the mind that there are people who do ask that question sincerely to someone like Asmongold as though he knows anything. Period. Not even just like anything about the history of Iran, history of Israel, but just anything in general. Do you think if Russia or China said fuck off, this would stop? Not if Russia said fuck off, it would stop. And not even if they say fuck off. China has so many tools in its fucking tool belt to apply pressure beyond writing a fucking sternly worded letter against Israel every now and then. They could just stop trade with Israel, for example. That would be a tremendous amount of pressure. They could give weapons to Iran. They could give defensive capabilities to Iran. There is a lot that China could do, but the only thing they do is just go, we're very disappointed. We're very disappointed with our trade partner Israel that we will not stop trading with. Very, very disappointed, sir. How dare you?
When we saw the modern relations between Iran and Israel effectively end?
Nothing is inevitable. There's always choices, and a number of choices.
China does give weapons to Iran? No, more weapons. More. Aircraft, anti-missile defense systems, more. By the way, this is a major flex moment for a lot of Turks. For the record, shouts out to my Turks in the chat that are having a victory lap currently talking about the S-400s because they were right. I mean, they were super right. Turks all over my timeline, up and down, were like, whoa, everyone that talks shit about getting Russian anti-aircraft and anti-missile systems are eating crow. And they're right. They're so fucking right. S-400'lar paketten çıkmadı kardom henüz. Çıkarsınlar çabuk. F-35 alamadık, S-400 aldık diye. Ah siktir et oğlum, F-35'i ne yapacaksın? Götüne mi sokacaksın? Ekmek 50 lira. Doğru. Doğru. The immediate response from the Turks was they didn't even fucking take it out of the box yet. And then another Turk said, bread is now 50 lira. Fuck the S-400s. S-400'ü Amerikalılardan korktukları için kullanamıyoruz. Hayır, korktukları için değil Amerika'dan. Erdoğan Amerika'nın köpeği olduğu için kullanmıyor. Yiyecek yemeği yok, S-400 diyor amına kodum. Arkadaki kutulu oyuncaklar tarzı. Onları çıkaramam oğlum kutusundan. Pislenir sonra. Fiyatı yükseliyor oturduğu zaman kutuda. S-400'lerin de fiyatı yükseliyor oturduğu zaman kutuda. Belki satıp ekmek alırlar sizin için abi. All right, let's keep going. Tozlanmasın.
Have been made, and at some points the possibilities not of reconciliation but of some sort of peaceful coexistence were there. But
I'm just saying, someone said the S-400s are in the box, like your toys behind you. And I said, yeah, they're keeping it in the box in mint condition so that it increases in value. And maybe one day they'll sell the S-400s so they can buy bread for the Turkish population. İktidarı neden seviyorsun? Saçmalama lan, iktidarı sever miyim? Manyak mısın?
Been fraught. Not wholly immediately afterwards, but certainly.
Oğlum Türksün ama Türkçe anlamıyorsun amına koyayım. Biraz önce dedim ki Erdoğan Amerika'nın köpeği, ondan kullanmaz hiçbir zaman S-400'ü. Bana dönmüş diyor ki iktidarı neden seviyorsun diyor. Al işte. Nasıl ki İngilizce konuştuğum zaman Amerika'nın hayvanları anlamıyorsa dediğimi, Türk hayvanları da anlamıyor Türkçe konuştuğum zaman. Daha ne diyeyim lan?
Once Israel invaded Lebanon in 1982 and the rise of Hezbollah, this possibility has always been there.
And when we talk about the history of these two nations, you know, there seem to have been these big events, the aftermath of the Iran-Iraq war, the end of the Iran nuclear deal in 2015, and then October the 7th, those key moments. Are any of those particularly pivotal, do you think, in terms of where we are right now?
Well, they're all, I mean, they're a sequence and one leads to the other. So there was a deal in 2015. In fact, in principle, it's still in existence, but the United States walked away from it. Iran responded almost inevitably by enriching more uranium, and the Obama administration sold this as something that could at least keep the cap on until about now. That moment was coming to an end anyway. So this year was always going to be pretty crucial. I think really what made the difference and what made these sort of attacks possible was the events after 7th of October and the dismantling of the military capacity, first of Hamas and then of Hezbollah, and then the downfall of Syria. And that creates a situation in which Iran is left looking pretty weak, unable to help its proxies when they're being.
Turks in the chat. The Americans are asking if I have an American accent when speaking Turkish. Do I have an American accent when speaking Turkish? All right, I'm going to skip this part. Breaking. President Donald Trump is getting comfortable with the idea of taking out az kanka. Harbi mi lan? Bayağı var ama iyi. Az siktir lan, bayağı var diyor. Uzun zamandır konuşmuyorum Türkçe. Ondan olabilir ama. What? Aman kodumun evladı, black animals could not understand me diyebilir miydin? Türkçelere ırkçılık serbest. Oğlum, birincisi ben Türk'üm. İkincisi Türk ırk değil ki amına koyayım. Nasyonalite, salak mısın sen? Türklere karşı ırkçılığa izin veriliyor diyor bana ya. Ben Türk'üm oğlum. Salak mısın? Dumbass fucking debate pervert. Trying to be like, oh, you can't say black animals, but you can say Turkish animals. I also said American animals, you fucking moron. Right before. Dünyanın en... Of, nasıl sensitif. Vay amına koyayım. Aman. Yalan ama amına koyayım, sıfır aksan. Bana güvenebilirsin. Yurt dışında yaşayan çok Türk biliyorum. Senin aksanın yok. All right, yeah. Breaking news. Donald Trump is moving in the direction of striking Fort Al. Bunlar hala senin İsrailci Türklere köpek dediğine takılıyorlar. Evet biliyorum. Haklıydım ve de. Ama orospu çocukları şimdi hiç konuşamıyor o konuyla ilgili. Turks get still touchy-feely because after October 7, there were a lot of fucking secular or nationalist Turks that fucking hate Arabs that were pro-Israel that came out and were like yelling at me about not being pro-Israel. And I called them dogs. I said they're the Turkish dogs of Western Empire. And it's really interesting because very quickly they shut the fuck up and acted as though they were always on board with the Palestinian emancipatory movement. They turned around and were like, oh no, we were always pro-Palestine. What do you mean? I remember. Hapishanede seninle aynı hücreye düşsem çok mutlu olurum. Oğlum gelmiyorum Türkiye'ye. Hapse gidemem. Gerçi Amerika'da sokacaklar beni. Bu gidişle. Silivri soğuktur. Long Island soğuktur.
Joining me now is Faraz Jojes. He's a professor of international relations at the London School of Economics. He's author of The Great Betrayal, The Struggle for Freedom and Democracy in the Middle East. Couldn't have a better guest at this point. Faraz, let's just start with the following. Donald Trump calling for Iran's unconditional surrender in a social post overnight. Iran's supreme leader saying the battle begins. There does not seem to be any diplomatic glimmer here. Your sense?
Good morning, Becky. No, I don't see any kind of light at the end of this horrible war tunnel. In fact,
this is a good interview. He calls the Crown Prince delusional with no base of support in Iran.
President Trump's call on Iran to unconditionally surrender is basically a testament to the fact that he is no longer interested in diplomacy. He made it very clear that he said he's not interested in diplomacy because he thinks that Israel is gaining the upper hand. He thinks that we He used the term we, the United States, controls the skies over Iran. And as we know about Donald Trump, he loves to be with the winner. He loves winners and strong men. And Netanyahu impresses him a great deal. My fear is the following, that Donald Trump is leaning and urging to take the United States into war against Iran. And Iran is now pressed between Iraq, the rock of surrender, humiliation, and probably the destruction of the regime if they surrender, and a harder place to fight to the end. I have no doubts in my mind that Iranian leaders will never, ever surrender. They will fight, even though the cost to Iran will most likely be catastrophic because of the power imbalance and asymmetry between Iran on the one hand and Israel and the United States and its Western supporters on the other hand.
Fawaz, we've talked a lot about rhetoric that is indicating regime.
Sad state of affairs, but Christiane Amanpour unable to conduct an interview like this, I guess, when it comes to Iran.
Change would not be a bad thing in Israel's eyes. Now, I want to put this to you. Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah of Iran, has spoken about using him, he is outside of the country, of course, to transition to credible democracy. He says, and I quote, "Do not fear the day after the fall of the Islamic Republic. Iran will not descend into civil war or instability." He says, "We have a plan for Iran's future and it's flourishing. We are prepared for the first 100 days after the fall, for the transitional period, and for the establishment of a national and democratic government by the Iranian people and for the Iranian people." To underscore, he is outside of Iran. There are many inside who've paid the price of dissent and are being very vocal in their criticism of Pahlavi, a man who they say is aligned with Israel, who does have supporters. He does have supporters outside and within Iran, but he has many, many detractors. Point being here, what do you make of his statement? And what does a potential day after look like to avoid outright civil war, which is clearly a risk should the regime be either taken out or fall at this point?
Becky, with all humility, you and us are ahead of ourselves. First of all, your question implies that somehow Iran is on the tip of losing its institutions and its regime. You're implying that this man who has been calling for the past few years, this is not the first time, delusional. He has no power base inside Iran. There is no alternative opposition inside Iran, and there is no alternative opposition outside.
We love democracy, by the way. We should actually install a monarch that is the next of kin of the formerly toppled monarch. But, you know, we should do it in a way that, you know, in a way that shows how much we love liberal democracy, you know, so that they can resemble the same liberal democracy that the other Gulf nation states that we're aligned with, they can be the same as them. Incredible.
Inside Iran. Let me just contextualize the question, if you allow me, Becky, a bit. There is considerable opposition inside Iran to the clerics in Tehran. Considerable. Millions of Iranians, especially young men and women, have protested because of the state's intrusion into their daily lives. Millions of Iranians have not been allowed to have a free life, to breathe. They wanted to breathe. But there is a huge difference, Becky, between opposition, domestic opposition to the regime, and basically Iranians listening to Benjamin Netanyahu call to instigate a civil war. Iran, as you know, more than I do, is a civilizational state. Iranians are very nationalistic, like all people. When a country is attacked, when their sovereignty is attacked, they will rally around the flags. In fact, many Iranians now, and we have many reports, are basically upset because their government did not build a nuclear weapon. In fact, many Iranians say we have the natural right to build a nuclear weapons, even though the CNN yesterday, as you know, the CNN reported that the assessment by US intelligence found that Iran was not actively trying to build a nuclear weapon, and Iran was years away from having the ability to do so. So please, let's not just listen to Netanyahu and things somehow tomorrow, the day after, and a new regime will come. Think about it, Becky. You and I, we talked about it. Think about Iraq. Is this really an Iraq moment? When the neoconservatives, including Benjamin Netanyahu, said, once Saddam Hussein falls, Iraq will be a domino effect. Iraq will be a democracy. Iran would collapse, and Syria, and so on. Think of what happened in Iraq. Iran is a much bigger and a greater country, and the damage where you are.
He's right. Iranians are very nationalistic. Look at the way he's talking. Iran is a much greater country than Iraq.
And the Gulf. If the United States,
I get what he's saying, though. He's not wrong, but
join the war, and we shall see, and I hope I am wrong, this will have catastrophic consequences on the political economy of energy. Iran is planning to mine the Strait of Hormuz. So it's not just a simple question like regime change and who's going to replace the clerics in Tehran. It's up to the Iranians themselves to really basically take on the clerics in Tehran.
Yeah, and your perspective extremely important. Your analysis and insight, extremely valuable at this point. And I hear what you're saying.
He's not Iranian. He's Lebanese.
Jordan's air defense coming into play, and let's talk about this kind of, heightened regional concern. I'm here in our Middle East programming headquarters in Abu Dhabi. I'm well aware through talking to my sources around the region that there is real heightened concern. We have this video from not long ago from Jordan. They say their airspace will not be used as a battlefield. They are obviously not happy about this. I just wonder what you are hearing from regional players and what's being done behind the scenes to stop this. I know that there is a significant amount of sort of diplomatic action behind the scenes. What are you hearing at this point?
Well, I'm hearing there's a great deal of anxiety, a great deal of concern. I was really surprised yesterday when the Emirates and Egypt warned against reckless decisions, which means the idea of regime change in Iran. The Jordanian king just said yesterday, Israel's war on Iran could have catastrophic consequences on the entire region. And even Saudi Arabia and Qatar, they have been trying to impress on President Trump the need to de-escalate because they're terrified on the consequences, the political economy consequences.
This is where the fucking, I just don't believe the Gulf states, maybe Qatar, but like all the other Gulf state actors give a fuck about what happens in Iran. I think they want to take out Iran. Okay. Especially because it's like a market competitor, much easier to fucking go along with this while simultaneously saying, oh, no, we're not on board with this in an effort to make sure that your fucking oil refineries don't get lit up. But MBS is probably shooting the fattest ropes right now every day. 2016 ass take? What do you mean? If you think that UAE and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are not fucking nutting, why not Qatar? Well, proximity, but also they have energy cooperation agreements, whereas like Saudi Arabia has a great, and UAE has great enmity towards both Iranians and even Palestinians too. No, Saudi condemned Israel this time. JK, Salavisco. No, their condemnation is so that Iran doesn't fucking retaliate against Saudi refineries. They have to maintain a decent posture. This is the actual fucking take. Here, Here's the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia comparing Iran to Nazi Germany, saying that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and that people didn't see Hitler until it was too late. While also simultaneously in the same interview, I think he says they want to pursue nuclear weapons.
Iran is not a rival to Saudi Arabia. Its army is not among the top 5 armies in the Muslim world. The Saudi economy is larger than the Iranian economy. Iran is far from being equal to Saudi Arabia.
But I've seen that you called the Ayatollah Khamenei the new Hitler of the Middle East.
Absolutely.
Why?
Because he wants to expand. He wants to create his own project in the Middle East, very much like Hitler, who wanted to expand at the time. Many countries around the world and in Europe did not realize how dangerous Hitler was until what happened happened. I don't want to see the same events happening in the Middle East.
Does Saudi Arabia need nuclear weapons to counter Iran?
Saudi Arabia does not want to acquire any nuclear bomb. But without a doubt, if Iran developed a nuclear bomb, we will follow suit as soon as possible.
Are you concerned, though, Iran gets a nuclear weapon, about them getting a nuclear weapon?
When we are concerned of any...
By the way, notice how he gave an English interview to Fox News. Remember, these guys, they all speak English very well. Many of them go to college in the West. It's important. It's important to recognize who MBS gives an English-speaking interview to versus who he does not give an English-speaking interview to.
Country getting a nuclear weapon, that's a bad move. And you don't need to get a nuclear weapon because you cannot use it. Even if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, any country use a nuclear weapon, that means they are having a war with the rest of the world. The world cannot see another Hiroshima. If the world see 100,000 people dead, that means you are in a war with the rest of the world. So it's a huge...
I love Saudi Arabia being like, the Iranian army is not powerful. Yeah. As opposed to the Saudi army, which literally derives any of its power that it has, which it uses, not dissimilar to Israel, against other Muslim nations like Yemen, starving out their populations. And it derives all of its power from America and unlimited American support. And yes, this chatter is correct. The Houthis beat the Saudi army, which was armed by Iran, whereas the Saudi army was armed by the entirety of the Western coalition forces. So, you know. Secular Turks love MBS because he's secretly atheist. That's fucking awesome. Suudiler Türkiye'de yeni nesil Kaan uçak almak istiyorlarmış. Sanki bizde çok var. The Saudi army being shit is intentional. The Saud would get couped so quick. This interview is old. Their foreign policy has changed considerably since China brokered reconciliation, the failures of the war on Yemen, and the Qatar blockade. Yeah, you're right. But if you think that enmity went away, you're wrong. For the record. All right, after this, I'm going to dive into the Tucker Carlson regime change dunk sesh. Actually, you know what? Let's get into it.
Senator, thank you very much for spending the time.
God damn, it's loud as hell.
Time to have this conversation. It's good to be with you. So you've come out for regime change in Iran, as distinct just from taking out the nuclear sites. What does regime change look like in Iran?
Somebody else in charge.
How do you get there?
Look, that ultimately has to be a popular uprising from the people. And it's not a complicated question. Is America better off with a country that has a leader who hates us and want to kill us?
Ulan Husiler ayağında terlik, ağızda otla dumur etti bu Suudileri. Hala biz daha powerful'uz diyorlar. Amına kodumun Siyonist köpeği. Evet. Doğru. Adamlar çocuk bile öldüremiyorlar İsrail gibi. Deniyorlar ama öldüremiyorlar yeterince. Düşün. Ondan sonra diyor ki biz en büyük, en güçlü ordumuz bizim.
Wants to kill us, or to have a country with a leader who likes us and wants to be friends with us. And
definitely the latter's better.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so that's not a complicated statement. Look, I believe you look across the world when you have countries that have dictators that are viciously anti-America. Venezuela, Maduro hates us. Would we be better off with Maduro out of power? Absolutely. I want our enemies out of power, and I want our friends in power.
I could not agree more. The question is, how do you get there?
Of course.
And we've been trying to kill Maduro for quite some time. We have troops there, as you know.
I don't know that we've been trying to kill Maduro.
We have. And I think you know that. And
I should know. My dad was in the CIA and is responsible for Voice of America. I'm Tucker Buckley Swanson McNear Carlson. That's his full name.
Don't know that.
Okay, well, as a statement of fact, we have. So
we do have massive sanctions. We tried to pressure him out of office.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of stuff. I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure coming from various parts of the U.S. government on that government, and it's still there.
Yeah.
Same, the country of our ancestors, Cuba, 1959, we've been working on that. Hasn't worked. So it's I think we both agree it's hard to do.
It absolutely is hard. And look, I think you're reasonable to ask, how do we produce that? And I think there's a distinction between what your objective is and the means to get it. There are all sorts of things I would say we would be better off. We'd be better off in China without Xi there. Should we invade China and topple Xi? Of course not.
Better off with no national debt.
There are lots of things.
Totally.
But it's good to.
Yeah, we can't. I wonder why. Oh, perhaps it's because they have fucking nukes. And also they're a, superpower that matches our own. Perhaps a lesson should be learned for Iran there.
Say, all right, what are our objectives?
Right.
And so with the Ayatollah in Iran, saying you're for regime change, I don't view as complicated. I mean, the guy literally leads mobs chanting death to America.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not good.
Definitely not good. But the reason I think it's important to get a little more detailed about how that might happen is because there's military action in progress, which we're supporting. And the president has said clearly, including last night, that he is focused on eliminating the capacity of the Iranian government to produce nuclear weapons. You are saying we need to use military force to effect regime change.
I have not said that.
Oh, I must have.
No, I have not said that once.
Okay.
I don't think we need to use military force to do regime change. I said I support it. I would like to see it happen. You asked me how should it happen? A popular uprising. What I've advocated for. All right, let's step back a second. You and I, we've known each other a long time. I would say we agree on about 80% of the things on Earth.
For sure.
And there are a lot of things, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of foreign policy as much as you want. There are a lot of things on which you and I agree, not just a little bit, but violently.
Well, I totally agree. I was rooting for you in your last campaign, for sure.
Well, thank you. Look, you have been heroic on the border. You've been one of the clearest and best voices in the whole country on securing the border and on the absolute crisis we're facing. And in Texas, I see it and live it every day.
You know what's funny about this? This is Ted Cruz buttering up Tucker to win over his audience. But this also ends up making Tucker Carlson's retaliations later down the line look way worse from Ted Cruz's position. Because I think he thought that this kind of buttering up would allow Tucker to not be as contentious, not be as adversarial. Tucker Carlson had the knives out.
In COVID, in fact, you may recall in the middle of the COVID lockdown, I was out walking my dog when the whole world was shut down and we were living in lunatic times. And I called you and said, Tucker, your nightly monologues are the single best thing on television. Like I watch them like an injection of crack. Okay, I'm mixing my metaphor because you don't inject crack, but you get what I'm
bro. Glaze. Fucking dial it back.
You were standing up and speaking.
Pop it. Pop his dick out of your mouth. Take it out. Take it out with a pop.
What the hell are we doing in a way that we desperately, desperately need it? And so whether it's securing the border, whether it's the insanity of COVID lockdowns.
Yeah, this is correct. This chatter is correct, by the way. He's like, we disagree on foreign intervention, but I think we can both agree white nationalism is great. Literally. Also, COVID was phony. It was a hoax, right? Remember the good old days when we were in agreement.
Vaccine mandates, whether it is the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, you and I agree on a ton of stuff. The 20% where we disagree, I do think is meaningful. And it's mostly in the foreign policy space. And what I would say, if you'll allow me to get a little theoretical, and then I'm happy to get specific.
Yes.
For a long time, people had perceived two different poles of Republican foreign policy. There have been interventionists, and those have been people like John McCain and Lindsey Graham and George W. Bush. And there have been isolationists. And the most prominent of those have been Ron Paul and Rand Paul, and there are others. And people perceive those are the two choices. You got to be one or the other. I've always thought both were wrong. I don't agree with either one. The way I view my own foreign policy...
I'm with you, by the way, for whatever it's worth.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't know who set up that binary, but there are lots of choices, actually.
I mean, people sort of naturally fall into... I think they want to classify people, and they're like, okay, you're one or the other, and you got to be all or nothing. And the interventionists, it seems, have never seen a country they didn't want to invade, and that doesn't make any sense to me. And the isolationists, I think, don't take the threats to America seriously, and I think that's naive and it doesn't work. And so my view, I consider myself a third point on the triangle. And what I describe that as is that I am a non-interventionist hawk, which sounds a little weird, but what do I mean by that?
Oh my God.
I mean the central touch point for U.S. foreign policy and for any question of military intervention
is the extraction of natural resources and the complete and utter humiliating domination of the global South so that we can continue abusing and abusing them for cheap and reliable labor. Right? That's what he's going to say, I think.
Be the vital national security interest of the United States.
By the way, this is the same like liberal speak. This is soy speak for the record. What he's trying to do is basically do what the Democrats do all the time.
How does this make America safer? How does this protect Americans? If it does, we should be strong. And actually, another way of conceiving what I'm saying, I'm speaking theoretically, but Reagan referred to it as peace through strength. And actually, I think Donald Trump's foreign policy is very much what I'm describing, a non-interventionist hawk, where...
Yeah, famously non-interventionist Ronald Reagan.
He understands that, and I think this is historically true, the best way to avoid war is being strong. That weakness and isolationism, I think, encourages war. So going back to regime change, where you started in Iran.
So just to make, I don't think I disagree with anything you've said, so we may not be that far apart, really, because you said that the single criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that as well.
I think it's the definition of it.
Yeah.
It's hardly breaking news. The U.S. dollar has been grave.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Listen.
Today.
The question is, are we watching that now?
So I think we are. And from what you've said publicly, I think on Iran in particular, you and I disagree. And all right, let me contrast it when Obama was president. When Obama was president, you remember he talked about wanting to have military action against Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I tried to keep an open mind to it. I said, okay, let me listen to the commander-in-chief, describe to me how this is in America's interest and what your plan is. And Bashar Assad was a bad guy. He was killing his own citizens, and he had chemical weapons that were very dangerous. I could conceive of a commander-in-chief laying out a plan for, okay, we're going to go in and say, grab the chemical weapons and leave. Like, I could see that if there was a real threat to America and there was a plan to prevent that, I could see supporting that. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. And I listened both in classified briefings and public questioning. And number one, their public defense of it was incoherent. So John Kerry said, we're going to engage in an unbelievably small strike. I think that's a quote. I'm like, okay, and to do what? At the time, there were 9 major rebel Islamic groups in Syria. I'm like, okay, I agree, Bashar Assad's a bad guy. You topple him. And one of the 9 other groups takes over. 7 of them were affiliated with radical Islamic terrorism. You had Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. I'm like, wait, how is it better to...
Yeah, good thing. Good thing those guys aren't in charge in Syria. Another spectacular W for American foreign policy. Ted Cruz, are you oblivious to what's going on? He's like, oh man, it'd be a real shame if Al-Nusra took over Syria. I mean, those are radical Islamists.
Have lunatics who hate us in charge. Assad's a bad guy, but I don't want worse guys in charge.
Yeah, we also were arming every single faction.
Obama administration couldn't give an answer to that. And ultimately, when you press them, John Kerry in particular, I pressed, and he would say, well, we need to defend international norms. Like, what the hell's an international norm? I don't know what it is, but I'm not interested in putting U.S. servicemen and women in harm's way to defend one.
Amen.
So I opposed the Syria attack and opposed it vocally. And it was interesting. Rand and I agreed. Rand's a friend of mine. But we agreed with that position for different reasons. What I was asking is I think the question we should ask, how does this make America safer? The Obama administration couldn't give me an answer, so I opposed it. I think Iran is very different.
Let me ask what you think of how Syria wound up, because Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow.
Yeah.
He was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So is that a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular lead.
Yeah. Also, what is intervention in the mind of an American senator? Because, like, to say that intervention only comes in the form of direct strikes on Syria is insane. Syria is one of the most intervened nations. It was so intervened. It's like that meme of you know, the American Special Forces doing a strike, sending a strike team into a cartel territory and then ending up killing DEA agents. It's like the CIA and DEA fighting against the American Special Forces. That's basically Syria. We were arming every fucking side to the gills, sometimes directly, sometimes by way of Turkey, and offering them training. Like, we were a part of the belligerents in every side, with the exception, I guess, of Assad. So is that not intervention? Do we consider that to be non-interventionist? Because I think that's intervention. We were intervening quite a bit, as a matter of fact. What is this? Why did you send this to me? Pray for us. Lol, no.
Leader in a religious and ethnic.
When you first sent me that, I freaked out for a second. That was the first time. Normally I say, no, this is not correct, but that looks so much like Noah for a second, it freaked me out. Like, for a brief moment. Brief moment. Okay?
Politically diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseeing the purge of Christians and Alawites. Is that better? That doesn't seem like a win.
One of the things you said is you said he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take Assad out. What happened, and I'll tell you.
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a long...
That's bullshit. That's fake. Who did then? Oh, it was just a popular mobilization. It was a popular uprising.
How did Assad get kicked out?
Yeah. When Netanyahu was in D.C. a couple of months ago, he and I sat down for a couple of hours. He's a good friend of mine. And we talked actually about Syria. He made an interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah. Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah, and they took him out. And he made an interesting point. He said, it's fascinating how a charismatic leader, and Bibi said, look, Nasrallah was a very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad.
Only murderous war criminals that are aligned with America get to glaze Hasan Nasrallah. When I say something that is factually accurate, like he is charismatic and also was incredibly well-read and a solid tactician, everybody fucking turns around and is like, you're glazing, you're glazing, you're glazing, you're glazing. Fuck you, you love terrorism. But when fucking Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a far greater evil and a far larger terrorist than Hasan Nasrallah actually is, like an actual terrorist, straight up, all of a sudden, when he says that, everyone's like, nah, that makes sense. He's just showing respect.
And that ultimately, in Bibi's analysis, removed the support from Assad and toppled him. But they weren't trying to take out Assad. My view now, I don't know.
So you don't think that, and I don't, it is very confusing, and I don't know that anyone really knows all the details, but you don't think that Israel or Turkey are NATO ally? Turkey
Works the other way around too. You can praise Trump and no one will bat an eye. Did you just make a comparison to Donald Trump? Are you fucking insane? Do you think you can go to jail if you say, I like Donald Trump as president anywhere around the planet, even in fucking Iran? There are places around the planet where you could literally go to jail for saying you like Hasan Nasrallah. Like saying anything remotely positive about Hasan Nasrallah.
He played any role in toppling Assad?
I don't know. I don't know that they did. Look, my understanding of that, they clearly took out Nasrallah and Hezbollah. They've decimated.
You support terrorists over Israel. Isn't Israel justified to attack Iran? No. And you support terrorists over the arch terrorists is a funny way to say this. Israel is the greatest terrorist in the region. America is the greatest terrorist around the planet. Israel is the second greatest terrorist, you know, in direct correspondence with the greatest terrorist, America.
Hezbollah, but Hezbollah was waging war on them. So decimating Hezbollah was very good for Israel and very good for America, too. I mean, Hezbollah hated us. I would put Assad in the category of an unintended consequence, and whether it's good or bad, I don't know. I think time will tell.
For the United States.
Yeah, for the United States. I think time will tell the new leadership there. You're right to be concerned. Let me step back and let's talk regime change generally. I mentioned Syria. I also
Tucker
posed
hasn't
the
even
Iraq
started pushing back, and this motherfucker is still floundering.
war. I think the Iraq war was a serious mistake. And we have a pattern, and going back to this binary of the interventionist and the isolationist. The interventionists advocate over and over again, there's a bad guy, there's a dictator who's doing bad things to his people, and they say, let's go topple him. And you have dictators in the Middle East who are killing radical Islamic terrorists. We come in and topple them. The radical Islamic terrorists take over, and they start killing Americans. In my view, how the heck does that help us? Like, Saddam Hussein was a horrible human being. He murdered and tortured people. Unequivocally bad guy. But it got much worse after we toppled him.
It's pretty funny to say this because, like, you could point to every American leadership and say the exact same thing. As a matter of fact, if you recognize that, then you understand why people on that side of the world will constantly say death to America. Okay? If you want to understand why people over there say death to America, this is the fucking reason.
And you ended up having ISIS rise up. I mean, that was the cause of ISIS, was toppling Saddam Hussein. Same thing in Libya. You had Gaddafi, another horrible guy, that under Obama, we toppled him. And you ended up having radical Islamic warlords taking over. And so, it's the question I asked in Syria. Okay, well, what's the plan? And how is this good or bad for the United States? And so I don't think with Iran, I view Iran as very different from Iraq.
But up to that point, you say we disagree. I don't hear really anything. I'm not quite sure what happened in Syria, but I don't know. So, right. But other than that, I don't hear anything I disagree with at all.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're in a complete agreement. I wonder, though, is there a successful regime change that the United States supported that you're aware of in the last 100 years?
Sure, defeating the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union collapsing, winning the Cold War, that was the most consequential step for U.S. national security interests of our lifetimes.
Okay.
And
so you would classify that as a regime change that we affected?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Look, you and I are in my office. We're sitting next to a painting of Reagan in front of the Brandenburg Gate. And up top are the words, "Tear down this wall," in German, in the style of the graffiti.
Right.
And I think those are the most important words any leader has said in modern times. And if you look at how Reagan waged the Cold War, and Reagan is very much my model for how to, I actually think how Reagan took on the Soviet Union is exactly how we should take on China. Now, starting from the point, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. In 8 years, the biggest country Reagan ever invaded was Grenada.
Bro, he's like, Reagan's interventions took out the USSR and they were fucking awesome. Also, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. So which is it, dude? I understand why Iran hates expats. Why isn't ICE deporting anchor baby Ted Cruz? Didn't Reagan do Iran-Contra? He does not consider that to be intervention. What he considers to be intervention is like direct boots on the ground military warfare. That much is clear. Which Reagan did plenty of as well. But also, a lot of covert operations took place under the watchful gaze of George H.W. Bush. So when he says Reagan was a non-interventionist, I think he means like we need more sophisticated. We need more sophisticated ops.
He was very reluctant to use U.S. military force.
He didn't respond after the 83 barracks bombings.
You're right. Yeah, he made the judgment that the risk exceeded the benefits. And that's a very rational decision to make. And it's reflected. Trump has made those same decisions where he is willing to use military force, but he very much asks, okay, is this good or bad for America? Does this endanger U.S. servicemen and women or not? And one of the points about the Cold War, look, nobody in their right mind wanted a shooting war between America and the Soviet Union. The two biggest nuclear powers on Earth firing bullets at each other is really unhealthy for human beings. Same thing is true with China. Nobody with any sense says, hey, let's go to war with China. That's really dumb.
Dude, you just said it. Dude, he is contradicting himself non-fucking stop. He's like, Reagan was not interventionist. His interventions took out the USSR. Well, nobody should go to war with China. We should actually take out China in the same way that we did USSR through a sequence of interventions during the Cold War. We should do a Cold War with China. Yeah, here is non-interventionist Ronald McDonald Reagan. These are the wonderful men he called he compared to the founding fathers.
And a whole lot of people could die. But the Cold War showed we've got lots of tools short of sending the Marines to fight against a regime. And one of the most important tools is the bully pulpit. And so when I say I support regime change, I actually think just simply laying out what the Ayatollah does. And so I spend a lot of time, I speak to Iranian dissident groups. I speak out against human rights abuses. I think shining a light on the depravity of leaders is a really powerful tool that America has.
Should we limit our activity to that?
It depends. Again,
because the U.S. government pays opposition groups, militarized opposition groups in Iran to overthrow the government. We've done that in a lot of different places, as you know. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's very different from what you're describing. You're saying we're making a moral case, as we did for 7 years with the Soviets. Our system works, yours doesn't.
Yeah.
And I think we made a credible case for that, and we beat them over 70 years economically.
And that was a huge part of it.
Right. I think everyone would agree that was the main part of it. We didn't beat them in Vietnam or North Korea.
The main part of it, but it was tied to a military buildup. So I think it was two things. It was one, the clarity. So Reagan came in and he described the Soviet Union as an evil empire.
Right.
And
dude, what a fucking silly assessment. Yeah, Ronald Reagan was a grade A yapper. Gay. That's how he did it. He had the gift of gab and he just yapped about, and that's how he was able to topple the USSR. Yeah, that's what it is. It's not like any of these covert ops, not the things that you're talking about right now that you're trying to do unsuccessfully in Iran. Okay? He literally just said, you know, I talk to dissident groups, Iranian dissident groups all the time. Well, what the fuck? What do you mean? Like, that's not an organic formation. The moment that you are involved in their activities, it turns into intervention. The difference here is, I guess, what Ted Cruz is trying to say is he considers covert operations and like destabilization operations, regime change, arming dissident groups and different factions, beefing up sectarian infighting, things like that are not considered intervention, which I obviously disagree with. That's so fucking stupid. Of course it's intervention. It's just, I guess, you know, the difference now is America doesn't have the same motion that it once did.
all of the intelligentsia in D.C., all the Democrats, all the media, they're like, what a horrible thing to say. You can't say that. Reagan went to the United Kingdom and he said, Marxism, Leninism will end up on the ash heap of history. People were horrified. They asked him, all right, what's your strategy in the Cold War? He said, very simple. We win, they lose. And that was all viewed as sort of a Philistine simplicity. And I think it was exactly right. And laying that out, speaking, do you know the backstory behind the Berlin Wall speech?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
You probably know Peter Robinson, who was the speechwriter.
Yes.
So 3 times the State Department deleted those words from that speech. And 3 times Reagan wrote it back. And the State Department argued, they said, Mr. President, you can't say this. This is too bellicose. This is too provocative. And my favorite, they said, this is too unrealistic. The Berlin Wall will stand till the end of time. And Reagan said, look, this is the whole point of the speech. And less than 3 years after Reagan gave that speech, the Berlin Wall was torn to the ground. And it wasn't knocked down by American Army tanks. We didn't shoot missiles at it. It was shining truth and light that tore it down. It was also rebuilding the American military. It was what was then pejoratively called Star Wars, where the Soviet Union, their economy couldn't match our military buildup, and it bankrupted them. That's an example of peace through strength.
I wonder, I mean, is there anybody who was alive in 1989 who wouldn't trade that America for the one we live in now? There's not one person, I don't think.
Oh, sure.
But, I mean, just the basic metrics, debt, suicide rate, life expectancy, it was... I wonder why, after that victory, America didn't thrive in the way that we thought that it would, that I thought that it would. My family was involved in that. I mean, we were very focused on it in my house. Like, we won. And I wonder 2 things. Why didn't the United States kind of declare victory and make some sort of arrangement with Russia that allowed like mutual prosperity rather than continuing a Cold War? And second, I wonder why the United States didn't get a lot better. Like, why don't we have better infrastructure? Why don't we have fewer homeless? Why do we have all these drugs? Like, if we won, why does our country look like this? I walked across from Union Station this morning, as you do, I'm sure, every day. And all these people lying in this.
Yes, his family was involved in that. His dad is CIA. His dad is literally CIA. Baba kapatmayı unutma o şeyi. Duvardakini.
the street and sleeping outside. It's like, what is that?
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a very safe country. People updated now.com.
Look, there's no doubt there are really dangerous forces in our society.
Okay.
Some of it is politics and some of it is culture. And one of the mistakes people make in politics is thinking everything is politics. So the political answer, which I happen to believe, is we went much further down the road of liberalism. You look at Bill Clinton, who inherited the peace dividend of the Cold War being over and moved us more to the left, and then Obama accelerated it a lot. So there are lots of bad economic policies, but I also think they're cultural things. You know, the loss of faith,
I agree with
the loss
all of
family.
That. I know what you're going to say, and I agree 100%. I bet there's not one word that I would disagree with. All I'm saying is, like, I think it's important to step back and ask.
But I actually think Russia has very little to do with it. So,
well, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, which is, like, we're all sort of focused on beating our adversaries abroad, but what is victory worth if our own country becomes what it is now? And maybe we're spending a little too much time focused abroad and not enough time focused on the people sleeping outside Union Station.
So, look, I absolutely think we need to focus at home emphatically, and we need to focus on prosperity. We need to focus on reducing the debt, reducing spending, empowering people, low taxes, small businesses. American free enterprise. It's the most powerful force for fighting poverty the world has ever seen. I'm 1,000% there.
Oh my fucking Lord.
I also recognize it is a dangerous world. And part of the responsibility of leaders, part of President Trump's responsibility, is to keep America safe. Let's go back to where we started.
But can I ask, like, you've been in the district a long time in D.C., so have I. And the city's way more dangerous, and Congress runs this city.
No, it's a complete crap hole.
So I'm saying, like, no Iranian's ever going to kill me, but I could get carjacked here.
Well,
and I just don't understand how the Congress could run this city and focus on the dangers of Iran when the city is like garbage. It's garbage.
But Congress doesn't run the city. We could.
Congress does run the city. It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution, but they've given home rule, so it's a Democrat mayor who runs it.
You control the Congress.
I'd vote for it, but it is a question of math.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, why? How can people ignore? It's like, if my own kids are drug addicts, but I'm focused on my neighbor's kids, it's like I'm neglecting my own kids. And there's a sense in which the Congress is neglecting the country that elected them in favor of this relentless focus on other people's problems. That's the way it feels as an American.
Look, there are lots of problems in America that we need to fix. Why is D.C. a pit? Because you have a mayor and a Democrat city council that won't let police officers arrest bad guys. And in every city you see across the country, whether it's New York, whether it's Chicago, whether it's L.A., whether it's San Francisco, if you have Democrats, we see the L.A. riots where they won't let people be arrested. All right.
Then why not work in regime change here? Why not use the bully pulpit?
I do. What do you think I do every day? And
I never see a Republican senator stand up and say, I just walked to work this morning over people dying of drug ODs. We're going to shut this place down unless they fix it. They're mad about Putin. Like, what did Putin do to Washington? Nothing.
Look, in terms of regime change, let's talk this week. The riots in L.A., I've made very clear that the cause of those riots are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. And when you elect communists who hate America, who stop law...
When you elect communists like Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, dude, what planet are right-wingers existing on? I will never understand. It's not this one, let me tell you, okay? It certainly ain't the one that we're on.
Force from arresting criminals, you get what you get on the street.
Amen, I agree.
My in-laws are Californians, and they're wonderful people. Heidi grew up on the Central Coast of California, and I remember I was texting with my mother-in-law, and I think I sent her a video of criminals going to a store and just looting in California. And her response, she said something like, well, this is really terrible. I wish we could, it's a shame we can't do anything about this. I said, yes, you can. Go in and arrest them. Throw their butts in jail, put them in handcuffs, 100%. And it stops.
Exactly.
And so we know how to fix these things. And D.C. is, I think D.C. voted, if I remember right, 92% Democrat. Democrat policies don't work, and they destroy every community that they are in charge of, they
Then why
destroy.
don't Republicans assert their constitutional authority over the city? Don't they control the Congress?
Yes, I'd be all for it.
Who's against it? Do you think?
Susan Collins is really vocally against it. So on questions of home rule, so for example, let's take an issue you and I care a lot about, the COVID lockdowns. I had a couple of years ago in the middle of them. D.C. was proposing, the D.C. school district was proposing throwing out of school any child that was not vaccinated. And at the time, if I remember correctly, it was something like 40% of the African-American students in D.C. were not vaccinated. So they were talking about literally throwing out 40% of the kids at public school. And so I had a vote on the Senate floor to say, look, they can't throw kids out of school for this. And we ended up having a big...
By the way, we interrupt this broadcast because here is footage from a ship that was apparently staffed by Indian personnel of the latest Iranian missile salvo against Israel. The footage appears to show impacts in the distance, although it was claimed that all missiles were intercepted. So remember, when the Israeli government says that all of the missiles are being intercepted, they're fucking lying, okay? That's one.
Oh my God!
I think that might have been 2, 3, 4. I don't know if this is from a couple nights ago or from last night, but they constantly it could be from a couple nights ago. But when Israel says missiles are being intercepted, a fresh angle of the Israel-Iran conflict is surfaced, captured by an Indian merchant navy ship, providing rare and unprecedented visuals from the high seas. This is the same one, I think.
Seriously, यार. ये क्या हो गया है? ये तो चांद है भाई. चांद है. इधर से भी आ रही है, इधर से भी आ रही है. आज हाइफा पे अटैक है भाई. हाइफा पे अटैक है, हाइफा वाले पूरी घूम के नहीं. वो फक है भाई ये तो. Oh man, bloody fuck!
Those are the big boys that are supposed to intercept, I think, the ballistic missiles.
Oh man, oh ये सर के ऊपर भी आ सकती है, डिब्रीज गिरती है. Oh fuck! अंदर जाओ यार. वो गिरा. जहाज पे गिरा है यार अपने.
We saw this part. Damn, that one's fast as fuck. It's probably old. I think a lot of these strikes are probably old, because I don't think Iran has been lobbing this many missiles at all since the first couple of days. This one is probably even older. But yeah, I mean, Israel is definitely that. I think that's from last night, the Indian ship. They are conscious while manufacturing these lies, or they believe what they're saying. No, when Israel says, "Oh, we're intercepting all the missiles," and when they say, "Oh, we're intercepting all the missiles," and you know, none of them are hitting their targets at all, that you should apply a healthy dose of scrutiny to statements such as that one.
The argument, and part of the argument was home rule, where there was, and Susan was the most vocal Republican that's like, no, we have to let DC run. And I'm like, why? Constitution gives us the power to do it. And it ended up, by the way, every single Democrat, all of them, voted in favor of the D.C. public schools being able to throw out 40% of the black kids from school. And I said, look, you throw a kid out of school, you got a 14, 15-year-old boy, you throw him out of school, you know what's going to happen next. He's going to join a gang. He's going to engage in crimes. He's going to engage in drugs. He could be dead within 5 years if that kid doesn't get an education. And the Democrats were more than happy to say, we don't care. Right now, our religion is get the vaccine or to hell with you.
But can you...
This is CBS released some new footage of a missile strike on Tel Aviv from a couple days ago.
In the heart of Tel Aviv.
Oh yeah, that's the big cloud of smoke that we saw as well. It was 2 nights ago. Remember when I said...
An Iranian strike deep in the heart of Tel Aviv. For the 5th straight day, the skies above the city lit up as Israel's air defense system intercepted one Iranian missile after another. An Iranian strike...
from a couple days ago.
You see, I mean, once again, I couldn't agree with you more, but can you feel the frustration of people, including your voters, every American, at the emphasis on foreign countries and the threat we supposedly face, a lot of which is fake, obviously, over...
Could the death toll be much higher than Israel was saying? No. I don't think so. If anything, they would say the death toll is higher than it actually is, if given the opportunity. No, I like, no way. The Israeli military censor does actually hold back on releasing IDF soldiers when they die, but they still always end up releasing that information. Remember, the Israeli government still operates to a certain degree with supremacist values. And at the heart of that supremacist ideology is having to not lie about its own citizens that die. Are you excluding military bases from the death toll? I'm saying that I'm saying that they would, if anything, not hide how many civilians die, because then they can beef up the victimhood narrative. What was on this anti-Semitic? Slow down. Yeah, I know. Saying that the religious ethno-state has a supremacist fascist values, is deeply anti-Semitic. But I would say that even with like Israeli occupying forces that take damage, like there was a dude that just died. There was another fucking 20-year-old that just got smoked. Oftentimes they'll hold that information for a couple days and then release it after the fact, but they will always release it. A 28-year-old soldier got smoked in Gaza. I don't know why you guys are throwing Sages up. 20-year-old soldier that is in the process of doing ethnic cleansing to a starving population got smoked in the process. Yeah, 20-year-old brigadier general. Post-mortem rank inflation.
The kind of slowly unfolding tragedy of what's happening to our country. The dollars spent, the aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we have nothing to do with. The endless support for Israel, very expensive. When people are literally buying groceries on credit in the United States, can you feel like it's nothing against Ukraine or Israel or any other country?
All right, let's stop. You said the support for Israel very expensive. How much support do we give to Israel?
Well, you tell me. You vote for it.
Yeah, it's about $3 billion a year is the military system.
$300 billion in the past 80 years, and a severe increase under the Biden administration that has only continued under the Trump administration. The United States government actually is responsible for 70% of all of Israel's offensive and defensive capabilities. 70%. $300 billion since the inception of the state. And I think Biden's package was around like 18 billion. And Trump is slated to hit another 18 billion. A huge lie? What do you mean? Disagree. A huge lie. Are you talking to Ted Cruz or me? Israel also has safety nets that Americans don't have. And part of that is because they don't have to fucking waste money on defending themselves and also blowing up everyone else around in the process. It's fantastic. Wonderful that they get to have social safety nets, but fucking we don't. Obama gave a $30 billion defense package to Israel to replenish the Iron Dome and Israeli defenses. That was a 10-year defense contract. It was $3 billion per year. That's probably the reason why Ted Cruz is saying we give him $3 billion a year. Biden, in a matter of 1 year, gave $18 billion since October 7. The idea that we're only giving Israel $3 billion a year, as though that's something to write, as though that's nothing. By the way, he's like, it's just $3 billion. You know how many fucking problems you could solve with $3 billion? You fucking asshole. How many problems you could solve? Yeah, here it is. We aren't asking you to fight our war for us, he says, as the U.S. bankrolls the exact war he's talking about. The U.S. has given Israel over $250 billion in military aid. That's why it's such a joke when fucking Elon Musk is like, we're going to cut these, we're going to cut government spending. We're going to cut government spending. Yeah, okay. Stop giving aid to Israel. Yeah, look, guys, chill. Guys, chill. We aren't asking you to fight our war for us. Look what we're getting done all on our own. This is why, like, the entitlement and the arrogance from pro-Israel dick riders is so fucking annoying. Here is the, yeah. From Iron Dome to F-15s, U.S. provides 70% of Israel's war costs. A report by Brown University's Wasson Institute reveals that since the beginning of the war, the U.S. has spent more than $22 billion on military aid to Israel, from weapons and equipment to the deployment of aircraft carriers. Israel receives more U.S. military aid than any other country and is uniquely able to use that funding to spend on domestic goods. Israel finds it easy to engage in and expand endless wars because some other suckers are always picking up the tab. We Americans are the suckers. America first to get the bill. By the way, this article is from 10/27/2024. 10/27/2024, 1 year into the post-October 7 genocide that Israel unleashed. It's more. The total U.S. military support under Biden since October 2023 is approximately 50 to 55 billion. I think that also factors in the aircraft carriers and stuff like that. It's quite anti-Semitic that we're not giving them $1 trillion, I think. $1 trillion a year. It's really anti-Semitic that it's not more. Everyone needs to stop being so fucking anti-Semitic right now. Everybody, stop being anti-Semitic now.
Is that the only assistance?
Yeah, we just have military assistance. Israel does not have additional assistance. There's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and it's $3 billion a year.
So what is it costing to support the bombing campaign to protect Israel right now from Iran?
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. Let's.
No, Obama cut them a 30 billion check, not a 50 billion check on the way
go back
out.
to the touchstone on foreign policy. American interest. Our support.
Oh. Wait, ask the direct question. How much is it costing us to defend them right now? He goes, well, let me tell you something, okay? It's about American interest. It's about American interest. He's fucking lying, by the way. It's not 3 billion. That was just a straight up lie.
Right now from Iran.
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. Let's go back to the touchstone on foreign policy. American interest. Our support, our military support for Israel is massively in America's national security
Well, what
interest,
does it
and
cost?
it benefits us enormously.
Well, before we can make independent judgments about whether or not that's true, and I'm certainly open to it, I think we need to know what it costs. So what's the annual cost of defending Israel? Do you know?
$3 billion a year.
No,
Last
that's
week,
the aid. But I mean, the cost of the weapons, for example, the cost of U.S. personnel there, the cost of moving ships to the region, which we're doing right now, the cost of moving tankers to the region, all of that. Do we know what the cost is?
So look, the last week, I don't know. And there's some lag when the administration, under the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has control of the armed forces. And so President Trump has made some decisions that we'll know the cost over time, but I don't know the last week. I don't have visibility on that.
Here is Counsel for Foreign Relations, okay? While Ted Cruz is just yapping and being like, I don't know. It's like, bro, you're fucking signing off on it. You don't know? I thought you were a fucking penny pincher. I thought you wanted small government. I thought you wanted to cut wasteful spending. And you don't know? You don't know how much money we're giving? Okay, here's the Council of Foreign Relations. Okay, Israel is, of course, the largest recipient of cumulative aid. Total aid from fiscal years 1946 to 2024, with constant U.S. dollars from 2022 adjusted to 2022 levels of inflation. Okay, the economic aid is at 80 billion total, and the military aid is 228 billion. Okay, so it's 320 billion adjusted to 2022 U.S. dollars. Now, you might notice that other countries have also a lot of economic and cumulative military aid as well. Some of those countries are a part of NATO, like Turkey, 29 billion in economic aid, 52 billion in military aid. The United States provided Israel considerable economic assistance from 1971 to 2007, but nearly all U.S. aid today goes to support Israel's military, the most advanced in the region. The United States has provisionally agreed via a memorandum of understanding, which is what he was talking about, which is $4 billion through 2028. Okay? 3.8 billion per year. So he even lied about that. He was like, oh, it's just 3 billion. We have a memorandum of understanding. Since the start of Israel's war with Hamas on October 7, the United States has enacted legislation providing at least $12.5 billion in direct military aid to Israel, which includes a $3.8 billion from a bill in March 2024 and $8.7 billion from a supplemental Appropriations Act in April 2024. That was branded. Other analysts, Linda J. Blimes, William D. Hartung, and Stephen Semler from Brown University, have reported that Israel has received $17.9 billion in U.S. military aid during this period, a figure that additionally accounts for the cost of U.S. Defense Department replenishing the stock of weapons provided to Israel. Okay? There are blips in U.S. military aid. 1974, 1976, 1979, and then additional blips in 2000, and then also 2003. But this is a whopping preliminary amount for the fiscal year of 2024. That number increased, by the way. This is an older analysis. This is from November 13th, 2024. Okay, there have been months and months of additional aid to Israel as well, including the missiles that we send so that Israel can have defense. I would even factor in Egypt, and I guess this doesn't like showcase Saudi Arabia or Jordan in this, but Jordan, Egypt, the weapons that we give to those countries, they also factor into aid against Israel, or aid for Israel, Egypt especially. The reason why I say Egypt is a vassal state, when you see, for example, images, when you see images of Egyptian police apprehending people that are trying to do a peaceful march to the Rafah border, and dumbfuck Zionist accounts are like, look, the Egyptians have had it with these stupid Western leftists. This is the reason. This is why, because it's a fucking vassal state. Okay? Huh. Most of the aid, approximately $3.3 billion a year. Oh, here it is. Saudi Arabia, $164 billion in U.S. arms sales, also in defense of Israel, for the record, just so you understand. Saudi Arabia has been a top recipient of U.S. arms sales to the tune of $164 billion. That is also to defend Israel. Okay? Same with Egypt. One could even make the argument for Qatar, and definitely for UAE. Well, they use it on Yemen. They use it on their, they take some of these weapons and then supply, like with the case of UAE, some of those weapons that we're supplying to the UAE, some of them that we're selling to the UAE, go directly into the hands of the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan. Okay? You know how like stupid dumb fuck genocide defenders will be like, why do you not care about Sudan? Well, there it is. Okay? Here's the mention of Sudan. Another genocide being conducted by America and American allies. Okay? Additionally, $500 million a year is slated for Israeli and joint U.S.-Israeli missile defense programs, in which the two countries collaborate on the research, development, and production of these systems used by Israel, including the Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow 2. Iron Dome was solely developed by Israel, but the United States has been a production partner since 2014. For instance, the U.S. military contractor Raytheon manufactures the Tamir interceptor missiles for Israel's Iron Dome at its facilities in Arizona. Are there any conditions or restrictions attached to the aid? Transfer of U.S. military equipment to Israel, as to other foreign governments, are subject to relevant U.S. and international laws, would be something I would say if I was a stupid person. Because, no, of course we don't have any conditions or restrictions attached to the aid and the weapons that we send to Israel. That much is clear from the previous government and also the current one. Clearly. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't say that we have any restrictions for any weapons that we sell to any of these other countries, considering that Saudi Arabia is the largest recipient of U.S. arms sales, and those weapons ended up in the hands of literal al-Qaeda militants in Yemen. I will repeat that one more time. The weapons that Donald Trump was selling to Saudi Arabia so that they can use those weapons in Yemen were ending up in the hands of al-Qaeda militants. How did that happen? Nicholas Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and Hasan are coming out of the woodwork for great reporting at the moment. Not a white nationalist or anti-Semite. Are you being for real? You just described a white nationalist anti-Semite and a white nationalist anti-Semite and then me. Is this your way of being like, you're just like Tucker Carlson and Nicholas Fuentes? Is that what you're saying? People can cynically, well, one, people can genuinely arrive at this position on their own as well. Not saying that Nicholas Fuentes or Tucker Carlson did, but people can also cynically showcase the American intervention because they hate Israel, because Israel is a Jewish state. I don't believe Israel is a Jewish state. I don't believe that there is such a thing as an ethno-state that should exist. I don't think that Israel has a legal right to exist as an ethno-state or an apartheid doing a genocide. I don't consider them anti-Semitic. You don't consider Nicholas Fuentes, who denies the fucking Holocaust, to be anti-Semitic? Are you stupid? He is a Holocaust denier. That is like the maximum position of anti-Semitism. I don't know how more anti-Semitic you can get. No, your reporting is insanely different. You clearly are not an anti-Semite, just strongly anti-Israel. He just had a Middle Eastern history breakdown I liked a couple days ago. He explained that Iran needs to bomb the nuke to keep up with Israelis' insane colonization and hegemony in the Middle East. Don't get duped by people who are clearly anti-Semitic just because they can present themselves as honest brokers in this process. If you hate people who support Israel right now, why the fuck would you ever hand it to people who support Israel-style activities in Nazi Germany against Jews? My hatred for Israel's conduct stems from my anti-fascist position. There is no group of people that I think deserve what Israel is putting the Palestinians through, and there is no group of people that deserves what the Germans put Jews and many other groups through during the Holocaust. Those people, on the other hand, are inconsistent. To be fair, they literally deny the Holocaust. No, they don't. They say it didn't happen, and then they say it would be really cool if it did, and if it happened, then more of it should happen. They're all over the fucking place. The goal is to misinform. Anyway, let's get back to the interview.
The annual cost is $3 billion. It's a 10-year memorandum of understanding, and that's the principal driver of the cost. But let me make a point. We get massive benefits from Israel. Israel shares the Mossad is one of the best intelligence sources on the planet. The enemies of Israel, the people who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so if we tried to recreate, if we're just trying to defend America, we tried to recreate the national security benefits of our alliance.
Bro, this is literally Joe Biden's famous take. If Israel didn't exist, we would make one. This is identical. Yet another glaringly obvious example of the fucking uniparty position that the American politicians have with respect to Israel and with respect to American foreign policy, which Israel plays a formative role in. There it is. He is verbatim repeating the Brandon position.
With Israel, it would cost, I don't know, $30 billion, $300 billion.
So can you elaborate? And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are.
Good.
So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. Really? We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well.
What do you mean probably? They absolutely do. Fuck you mean probably, bitch? You know that they do. You know that they do. What do you mean? Oh my God. So fucking cucked. Holy shit.
Well, and friends and allies spy on each other, and I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are all... Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us. And I'm not...
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that. And
by the way,
I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know, hold on, I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming, I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest...
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several precedents. And I just want to know if that's okay, and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry, I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are. Like, I don't think...
Well, I'm not for that at all. Okay. I think it's disgusting. But we don't actually pay their... we're not their most meaningful sponsor. We're not sort of paying for the operations of the British government.
So I got to say, and this is, it's weird. We're talking about isolationists, the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel...
Oh, I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are. And like the question, Israel spies...
Bro, straight up, Israel is at the heart of so many contradictions that it bricks every politician, liberal, Democrat, conservative, Republican alike. You start scratching the surface of the fealty and loyalty that American politicians demonstrate towards Israel and the allowance that the American government gives Israel to do a bunch of fuck shit. And you start talking about, like, why are they allowed to be this favored client state? And they just brick. Their brain fucking short circuits. This is perhaps the major reason as to why all of these conversations need to be stamped out before they're had. And the most effective way of doing that is by tying this back to anti-Semitism, which is ironically one of the this is ironically the reason why anti-Semitism and combating anti-Semitism has been one of the only real bigotries that is effectively weaponized and defended by both parties. My argument, as always, is not because Americans just have a special status for Jews, for the record, like American politicians or whatever, or they're like legitimately super careful about Jews because they're in positions of power or anything like that, but instead directly as a consequence of what I just mentioned, which is it's the most effective way of stopping that question entirely by associating Israel with Judaism and criticisms of Israel being packaged as anti-Semitic. If there was no Israel, if Israel did not exist in the violent ways that it does, if like Jews were allowed to peacefully migrate and it wasn't about like a violent settler colonial enterprise, the American government would not give a fuck about anti-Semitism at all. If that was not a foothold in this region, if Israel was not a foothold in this region, a unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage facilities, but it was simply a diverse country mixed with Christians, Muslims, and Jews, okay, in the initial commitment that the likes of Albert Einstein had post-World War II, American governments, the American government or the institutions would treat anti-Semitism in the same exact way that they would treat like any other form of bigotry, with no care or consideration whatsoever. Okay? Damn, you just gonna drop another hard J, my guy? What do you mean? What is a hard J? Why do you keep saying that? Don't you mean Einstein, you piece of shit? Yeah. The hard J is job. That's why there's no comparison between any other real bigotry, because anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, right? It has caused historically tremendous harm to Jewish people, from pogroms to the Holocaust. The reason why it has so much institutional power as opposed to any other kind of bigotry, and it's like also defended by Republicans and Democrats alike, is because of how it is used in modern American political discourse as a stopgap measure to stop people dead in their fucking tracks from ever investigating why America's foreign policy relies on Israel and why Israel gets to do all of these ridiculous things and why American politicians don't say anything about it.
On us. Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess. Oh no. I'm hardly the one who's. I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel
from AIPAC?
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members.
Oh shit! My bad, bro. Didn't realize AIPAC wasn't the Israel lobby. What's the I stand for? Istanbul? Is that what the I in AIPAC stands for? The American Istanbul Pact? The I stands for I don't know. No, it's the I stands for Islam, actually. The I stands for Iran. The American Iranian Pact.
Believe in the American-Israeli friendship and relationship.
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands.
What does the I stand for?
For the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen,
Oh. Dude, what? That's crazy. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ted. To be honest, and then saying the most dishonest thing you could say. I'm not Mr. The AIPAC lobby is dominating America, okay? But to say that, but to act as though social conditioning baked into so many of these fucking institutions that literally create the reinforce the notion that like Israel has to be violent, Israel has to be militant, you have to defend Israel. It's a phenomenally important part of American foreign policy. Israel's the most moral nation, all this stuff. That plays a big role. But also the notion that like AIPAC doesn't play a formative role, and they gave Ted Cruz millions of dollars for no reason other than because they thought he was hot, is so stupid.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
And I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
America has thousands of colleges and universities, and a lot of them, unfortunately, are basically just scams. It's one of those
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Position. Still.com to enroll for free.
When was the last time AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All the time.
Name one.
Okay. Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive that gets.
No.
I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government.
God damn it. I hate that he's the guy who gets to do this. I hate it because he is a fucking white nationalist piece of shit. I hate that he gets to do this. It sucks so bad. Like, are there no fucking American commentators out there in mainstream media? Really? You're ceding territory to fucking Tucker Carlson? I feel like he's back at Fox News and I'm screaming. It's 2016, 2017 again. And I'm screaming about how economic populism is a very effective way to galvanize the masses. And if the only mainstream source that is stating an economic policy, an economic populist policy is a white nationalist, then a lot of people are going to associate the Republican Party and MAGA with economic populist policies. I've done so much work on this. I've written extensively on this shit since fucking 2016. And yet again, here is Tucker Carlson, once again, taking a fucking 80-20 issue that no goddamn Democrat, no goddamn liberal in any fucking mainstream outlet is entertaining and making it his own. The way Teddy's doing mental gymnastics for his AIPAC money, what about UNRWA and Mahmoud Khalil? What are you talking about? UNRWA is not a fucking... UNRWA is a UN-backed necessary resource for Palestinians to exist. It's basically America saying, don't worry, we're going to fund both sides. We're going to first fund the apartheid state that does the murder, and then we're going to fund the fucking UN-backed group that actually keeps some of these people alive. There's no comparison between fucking AIPAC, which is a lobby for Israel, versus UNRWA.
And I don't, it's not.
No.
It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay.
And
it's not, has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay. But
yeah, in Ted Cruz, you're not allowed to ask questions about the policies of the Israeli state. Hold on, this is another take. I hate the New York Times so much for being so dogshit and complicit that now Tucker Carlson is laughing them. Just imagine how acquiescent a sit-down interview with Ted Cruz and literally anyone at the New York Times would be. Trump calls for Iran's unconditional surrender and threatens his supreme leader. The decision to launch a full-on attack on Iran would be in the gray area between the president's powers as commander-in-chief and the Constitution's mandate that only Congress can declare war. Why would that be in the gray area? It is quite literally unconstitutional. Fuck.
But it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if you,
not true.
No.
Just say they're American Jews, you dumbass. Oh my God. Be like, no, these are actually backed by American Jews. They happen to also want America to have a important role in Israel's policies. Just say that. That's the did you forget what the defense is? You haven't even, like, how? How are you so ill-equipped that I can do a better job of defending the relationship between AIPAC and why it doesn't have a fucking FARA designation than you do? You're the fucking senator, got $2 million from them. The only thing that the Israel lobby has done for me is hunt me down and try to fucking get me arrested and potentially blackballed from every fucking media outlet and take away my revenue. Fuck! Just say it's American Jews. American Jews are funding it. So that's why it's not foreign. Are you saying that Jews are foreign, Tucker? Are you being anti-Semitic, Tucker? That's what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say that. You fucking idiot. God damn, he's so fucking stupid. It blows my mind. This guy went to Yale, dude. He went to fucking Yale. He can't even defend why AIPAC exists. Shit. Or not Yale, Princeton and fucking Harvard. How do you go to Princeton and Harvard, wherever school he went to? How is that possible? How can you be this bad at your fucking job?
And how much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have for the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Tucker knows the answer to these questions are yes, by the way. He's just asking these questions so he can catch Ted Cruz in a lie, for the record. He is doing, and I hate to admit this, very good journalism. This is how you're supposed to conduct an adversarial interview. Oh my fucking God, why is Tucker Carlson doing good journalism on this issue? Oh my fucking God, I hate everyone so much. I hate the American media apparatus that is so servile, that is so fucking cucked. Oh my Lord.
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure. Like if...
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington.
Yeah, Netanyahu has nothing to do with AIPAC, except for when he fucking addresses AIPAC's annual summit, or except when prominent figures within AIPAC that work in the organizational side of AIPAC have also worked for Israeli government positions, for example, which, by the way, is a direct violation and immediately demands that AIPAC be registered as a foreign agent. But of course, God forbid you say that. By the way, being registered as a foreign agent is not even going to fucking stop Israel's influence here. It's just that, you know, there will be some restrictions and better documentation of what kind of lobbying efforts are implemented, but we can't even get that in this goddamn country.
Washington, I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans, they're not Israelis.
Hold on, there are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them, I'm related to some of them. I know how it works, I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah, and why
aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
Tucker's like, I know there's plenty of Americans that lobby for foreign governments. I am one of them. He's like, I'm one of them. Did you not see my interview with Vladimir Putin? There's suspicion that he's also big time changed his attitude since like visiting the UAE, and apparently talks about the United Arab Emirates like all the fucking time. Like he loves the UAE now.
They're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And this is that there's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp.
Yeah, Ted Cruz won't say he's funded by Qatar, for the record. Ted Cruz will say he's funded by Qatar because Qatar is like the scary one. He won't say UAE. He won't say UAE because UAE is an ally. Qatar is also an ally, but at least Qatar is like seen as like a scary because of their neutrality position.
Swamp, these are very reasonable questions, and you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
isolationist. And being feverish
about
it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So, Tucker, all right, let's go back.
I'm also funded. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers. Also, many of you are from Qatar, the glorious nation of Qatar, a nation that withstood tremendous attacks from the not-so-glorious Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and UAE in joint operations. Qatar will rise up. Qatar will defend itself. Qatar also happens to have the largest U.S. base in the region. All glory to Qatar. You're overthinking it. He'll deny it just because it sounds scary. Xilax! Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Please start saying viewers like you. Yes, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by viewers like you and your subscriptions. Thank you. Oh, Tucker also interviewed the dude from Qatar. I forget who it was. But
I was first elected to the Senate in 2012. I came in Obama's second term. And I actually saw AIPAC be badly wounded in a way they never came back from. And the second term is when Obama did the Iran nuclear deal. And the Iran nuclear deal, I think, was catastrophic. And AIPAC went all in lobbying against it.
Yeah.
And They failed. And I was the leading opponent of the Iran nuclear
Oh, I know.
deal.
They definitely failed, yes.
They failed. And what happened, the Obama White House told every Democrat.
Hasan, as a member of Ansar Allah, I'd like to thank you for the lobbying work you've done on our behalf. Expect another check soon. Yeah. I love being funded by Qatar and the Ansar Allah movement. Also, of course, the Islamic Republic of Iran. These are my 3 primary funders and supporters. Oh, also Hezbollah as well. But the Hezbollah checks haven't been coming in recently, but that's okay. And also Hamas. How can I forget Hamas as well? And Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Also, the glorious nation of Pakistan. I'm also funded by China, the People's Republic of China. That's right, the Communist Party of China, at the glorious People's Republic. Yeah. This broadcast is sponsored by Titoist Yugoslavia. May the once wonderful nation return to its former glory under the banner of Tito. And viewers like you. Yep. This broadcast is sponsored by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the best Korea. It's true.
When I got here, there used to be real.
It's funny because like there are a lot of people who literally believe that. Like maybe not Titoist Yugoslavia, but like there are people who legitimately think that I'm funded by Hamas and Iran. No Houthi shout out L. I did. I gave him a shout out. The Ansar Allah movement. Okay, calm down. I could never forget my boys in Yemen. It's so funny because I say these things as a joke and then it ends up in a fucking Fox News article. Like people still do the people still post that one time when I was like, when the beat drops, the spirit of jihad also is restored in me or something like that. I was saying when I was watching one of the Ansar Allah music videos. And someone unironically, like that's a clip that they use unironically, like over and over again. What was it? What did I forget what I said. It was very funny at the time.
Bipartisan support for Israel. That has largely disappeared. And it's the Obama nuclear deal that caused it, because the Obama White House told every Democrat, pick. You either stand with Israel or you're a Democrat and you stand with the Obama White House. And almost every single Democrat member of Congress said, I'm a Democrat first, to hell with Israel. And then I watched as AIPAC, every one of those Democrats got reelected and AIPAC did nothing about it. And it dramatically reduced AIPAC's influence.
I agree. I watched it happen.
And by the way, I told AIPAC, I said, look, the analogy, if the NRA was supporting a bunch of politicians and cared about the Second Amendment, and you had politicians.
Oh, I said when the beat drops, you can feel the jihad drop in your heart. Anyone that takes that seriously is the fucking stupidest person on the planet.
That vote to confiscate people's guns. And the NRA turned around and raised money for the people who voted to confiscate guns. You know what? No one would ever care what they said again.
So you're making the... He's saying he's a dick rider for Israel without the money, in the same way that many people are already pro Second Amendment unconditionally, and the NRA gives them a decent amount of money. It's not the actual lobby. He's not wrong, for the record. It's a little bit of both. But I always say this. These lobbies exist not for times of no conflict. These lobbies exist to write legislation, oftentimes quietly, as AIPAC has, where there are anti-BDS laws in numerous states in America. But these lobbies exist in times like right now, okay? When politicians are pressured by the public to actually make democratic changes, and they choose not to because they are one worried about like their opposition being funded, and two, they're worried about their money not coming down the line. And 3, they've already developed loyalties to these lobbyists. That is the major role that AIPAC or the NRA plays. Like, for example, there have been numerous instances where, do you see what the Zoomers are cooking? Oh, I saw this one, yes. There have been numerous instances where politicians there were people demanding action from their politicians in terms of sensible gun control legislation. Post-Sandy Hook is a great example of this, where all of these NRA-funded politicians didn't actually respond to the public pressure because they were getting a fuck ton of money from the NRA. That is where the lobbyist groups come into play. That's 1 million likes. That's crazy.
Case that AIPAC is not as powerful as people say it is, and I completely agree with you. I've watched that, and I'm not making the case that AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making that case at all because that's not true. I'm only trying to get to the question of what AIPAC is, and I don't think you're being straightforward about it. AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of the interests of a foreign country, and they're not registered. And you're saying, no, that's not true. You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
Of course, I coordinate. Do they talk with them? I don't know what they do. I can tell you.
But why don't you care? Isn't it meaningful if a foreign government...
Hey, I talk with Israel all the time.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Countries all the time.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of a foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, if I'm working for Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, and if I don't, I can go to jail. And people have gone to jail, including people I know.
Okay.
So I don't understand why we don't just be honest and say they're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government, they're coordinating with the government. You know that that's true.
That is not only not true, that is false.
They're not coordinating with the Israeli government?
Do you know how AIPAC raises money?
What?
For elected officials, like what they do, like what the actual mechanics is?
Yeah, I mean, they go to people who are sympathetic to Israel and raise money and then send it to candidates who agree with them.
So what they'll do is, in my last election, AIPAC endorsed me. And they'll host a fundraiser. And they'll host a fundraiser in Dallas or Houston or Atlanta or New York or LA. And they'll do a fundraiser and they'll get someone who will host it. And it's usually a business owner, lawyer, doctor, someone who hosts it. And you get typically at an AIPAC fundraiser, 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 people who live in that city.
Right.
Who care about a strong U.S.-Israel relationship. Yeah. And if they have, 50 people, each of them writes a $1,000 check and you raise $50,000.
Yeah, I've been to an AIPAC fundraiser. Okay. I know what it looks like.
But that is not, and by the way, there's no representative of the Israeli government there. You have, when you're in Dallas, you're meeting with...
This is such a false and silly conversation. I know all this. The question is are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government to any extent?
Okay, that's
a really
different
simple
from
question.
Lobbying on behalf of.
It's a simple question. Are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government? And
it's pretty wild that in order to try and defend this position, you have to behave like the audience is moronic. Like, I don't think there's a single person that will listen to this back and forth conversation and leave the conversation thinking, yeah, Ted Cruz did a really good job there, actually. Yeah, now I actually don't think AIPAC is the Israel lobby and is directly dominating American politicians. Like, it's just a series of polite, totally unrelated, circumstantial coincidences that happen to align perfectly, totally involuntarily, And all the people that work for the Israeli state that then go and work at AIPAC, that's just also a coincidence and totally, yeah, just a little mishap there.
I'm just going to ask you a question straightforwardly. And if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Hey, are they shaped by?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking with them? Yes.
The Israeli
Israel
government?
Directing them? You want to talk about FARA? the law on lobbying on behalf of someone. It is, I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does Israel direct AIPAC? No, they are not lobbying on behalf of them. Or do they care about them? Yeah.
For what it's worth, I don't think AIPAC should register as a foreign agent because AIPAC's problem isn't that they're a direct arm of the Israeli government. The problem is that they exist to destroy any form of questioning against the U.S.'s relationship with an apartheid state. Yeah, I mean that, but also I think, yes, AIPAC should be destroyed. Like, not register as a foreign agent. I'll start with that, but I think it should be illegal. I think AIPAC should be illegal. It should not exist. No form of the Israel lobby should exist. No form of any lobby. If America is this like bastion of liberal democracy, no form of any fucking lobby that directly contradicts that should exist. And before people say, what about China? It doesn't exist, okay? And Americans would literally tell you exactly why it doesn't exist. And they would say that with a fucking straight face and be like, what do you mean a China lobby? You mean an authoritarian dictatorship like China could lobby our beautiful government? And it's like, okay, well, what about fucking Israel then?
Yes, but
do you think that it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics.
No.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody. I don't know why you would be embarrassed of it. You've said that you are sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to...
Did you say AIPAC doesn't have a right to exist? How dare you? I mean, wait till you hear what I have to say about the I in AIPAC and whether it has a right to exist. The answer is no, it does not, okay? Just so you know. States have to justify their existence by defending its population, okay? And by how it treats other populations. You can't just fucking be a state that occupies an indigenous population and dominates them for 77 fucking years and be like, oh, don't I have a right to exist? Look at me, little old me. How dare you? It's like, no, you don't have a right to exist. Get the fuck out of here. You're an apartheid doing a genocide. Of course you don't have a right to exist. Does Jews have a right to exist? Yes. What kind of stupid fucking question is this? My man said, oh, you don't think Israel has a right to exist as an apartheid state doing ethnic cleansing campaigns? You must want to evaporate all Jews from existence. You have to be an actual psychopath. He said, does Jews.
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel, when we're talking about foreign countries,
it's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese, you're not talking about Japanese, you're not talking about the Brits, you're not talking about the French. The question, what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, like I'm an anti-Semite now.
Senator, you're asking the questions, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly.
Oh my God. This is amazing. He just hit the fucking hard J, okay? He hit that so hard. Oh, you anti-Semite. Oh, wow. You think Jews control the media, huh, Tucker? What's next? You going to tell me about all the Jews in executive positions in the media too, Tucker? It's like, dude, he's not. Normally, under different circumstances, he might say that because I do think he's anti-Semitic. Having said that, in this conversation, he has not said that at all. He simply said, why is AIPAC not registered as a foreign agent if it gets its notes from a foreign state? If it is directly aligned with the goals of a foreign state as opposed to any other fucking foreign nation state? Why do lobbyists for this foreign state, why do the lobbies of this foreign state don't have to register as foreign agents? Say Am Israel Hi, Tucker. I feel like you haven't said your Am Israel Highs this morning, sir.
Saying that, and I have.
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on of my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
God, I love fucking hog on hog violence, dude. I love hog on hog violence. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking, oh, it's tasty.
I did not.
Of course you are. And Rob.
Yeah, now you can hit him with the woke sauce. Okay. He could be like, why are you being so woke? The W word. It's like, why are you doing identity politics, Ted Cruz? Are you doing a cancel culture, Ted Cruz?
I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on of my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are in a sleazy feline way implying it, or just ask.
Oh my Lord. Oh, he's cooking them. Oh, it's flank steak. Oh, it's flank steak night at the Tucker, McNear, Swanson, Buckley Carlson household. He's cooking him up like it's a fucking frozen dinner. God damn. A feline. He said you did it in a feline way. Doors open. Doors open. I'm nutting. That's amazing.
Asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews. There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews.
You said, I'm asking you.
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran. And so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran or the Ayatollah.
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's...
God, it's such a perfect distillation of all things wrong with America. It's such a perfect fucking counter to everything. That's it. It's like all of these right-wing guys who will be like, I hate woke culture. They turn into a fucking hysterical SJW the moment that they have to defend Israel. They'll say, oh, I hate foreign governments controlling or trying to control America. They immediately are like, well, no, Israel's different. Israel's different. They talk about how they hate censorship. Oh, well, Israel's different. We have to do censorship. Like, that's it. It's such a perfect example because it's in this weird space where it is both America and not America at the same time. But ironically enough, even if Israel was legally considered a de facto or legally considered a part of the United States, if any politician spent this much time defending its interests, like North Dakota, especially if they're not even from North Dakota, you would look at them like they're fucking psychotic. You'd be like, what do you mean? What? Excuse me, sir. Have you planned on traveling to North Dakota after becoming the mayor of New York? Like any other state. Fuck it. Say it about New Jersey and people will look at you funny. They'll be like, what do you mean? Like, can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? The New York mayoral primaries are taking place and someone's like, excuse me, if you don't go to Piscataway, you are literally anti-Jersey behavior. You're demonstrating anti-Jersey behavior. That's totally fucked up. It'd be like, that's the most insane thing anyone's ever fucking said. Like, what do you mean? What? Shut the fuck up. Does New Jersey have a right to exist?
obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I mean that. And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions
I'll answer
in a
any
straightforward,
question you'd
rational
like.
way? You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended. I'm obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
You
that
just called me a
ran-
sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government
You
is
want to
run.
count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about
I
AIPAC?
never asked about the Jews.
Yeah, that's the other side. He ain't never, like, under different circumstances, maybe Tucker does make implications. He's too smart of a propagandist to, like, reveal his true position. This is one of the things that he's always done very well. Okay? That's why I used to consider him one of the most dangerous threats to American future as a very successful fascist propagandist. He is a fucking pro at taking white nationalist, anti-Semitic, anti-black, anti-brown narratives and twisting it in a framework that is fairly defensible. And in this situation, he didn't say Jews at all. He didn't say that at all. Do I think he's anti-Semitic? Probably. I mean, he did do a healthy dose of the Great Replacement theory, and the hidden underlying premise of the Great Replacement is that there's a shadowy group of people that are doing that. Okay? And that shadowy group of people, of course, are the Jews, right? So there is a reason to assume that he is most likely anti-Semitic, but he's not doing that right now. He's not doing that at all. He's not saying anything that is even remotely anti-Semitic.
Jews. This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to do with a foreign government. And once again, shame on you for conflating the two. They have nothing to do with each other. I'm talking about the influence of
Israel and Jews have nothing to do with each other?
All Jews, or an attack on all Jews, which I am not, nor would I ever be undertaking now. I'm not attacking anybody.
By the way, that's who Iran wants to kill, is all the Jews and all the Americans.
And I'm totally opposed to that, okay? But now, because
Except you don't want to do anything about it.
decisions need to be made.
We can talk about those decisions.
And I plan to.
Good.
But I just want to get a sense of whether you think, having described yourself as an America First person whose only criterion for judgment on foreign policy is America's national interest, to what extent you're influenced by a foreign government, which gives you a lot of money through its lobby, and you're claiming this has nothing to do with the foreign government. They're not coordinating. Yes, they're spying on us, but it doesn't bother you. And I'm sort of wondering, like, what is this? This is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had.
I'll tell you what, and I'll answer any question you like, but let's try.
Yeah, it ultimately comes down to, why does Israel have this special status? And the honest answer for that is because it is immensely important to America's foreign policy goals in the region. Now, of course, that's the steelman position, but that's also the reality. Okay? That is the reality. And even then, though, it's still fucking indefensible how much Israel gets away with, which is precisely because it's not just about American foreign policy goals. There's also a healthy dose of Zionist ideology that American politicians and American Christians, American Jews that agree with this. Like, there is not only a material reason for it, but there's also definitely like an ideological predisposition towards defending Israel due to tremendous propaganda, because it is a very sophisticated network of influence. And that is precisely the reason why then you turn around and you say, okay, why don't you, why is this allowed? You can always point to other allied states and ask, like, if England did half the shit that Israel did, we would punish them. If England did half the shit that Israel did back to America, we would punish them. Like, outward, open fucking espionage at the behest of the British state, for example. Like, Jonathan Pollard was literally released and was able to fly in a private jet by Trump booster Sheldon fucking Adelson back to Israel. Jonathan Pollard was in American prison for spying on the United States of America at the behest of Israel. Donald Trump released him. Shame on you for agreeing with Tucker. Don't worry. Only because you finally agree with him. Shame on you for agreeing with Tucker. No, I feel deep shame. Not in the way that you think. I feel deep shame for the people that I know. Actually very intelligent people in mainstream media. I feel deep sense of shame for the profession of journalism. Because Tucker Carlson should not be the person who is asking these questions. Everyone should be asking these questions. And it only took Tucker to lose his standing with mainstream media, with Fox News, to come out this way.
Are you going to call me an anti-Semite again or no?
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little.
You're the one who went to motive. I'm asking honest questions.
I'm
just asking questions. Yes, that's it. That is what I'm doing.
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little bit.
Okay.
Picture the house you're dreaming.
God, he's so fucking fat.
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
It's this great movie. It's actually a fun comedy about politics. And Eddie Murphy in the movie is a con man who gets elected to Congress. And he's literally a con man who, the congressman dies, he has the same name, and so he runs and they get elected. And there's a scene in the movie where Eddie Murphy is a freshman member of Congress, and he's sitting down with a sleazy lobbyist. And he's asking the lobbyist, all right, what should my positions be on, I think they were talking about power plants and electrical transmission lines. And the lobbyist's like, well, what do you believe? And Eddie Murphy, as the con man, said, I don't care. Whatever gets me the most money. I'll do whatever gets me the most money. And the lobbyist says, no. Pick a side. Doesn't matter what you pick. If you pick one side, we'll go shake down everyone who supports that side and they'll give you money. If you pick the other side, that's fine. We'll just go to the other side and shake.
Wait, what's the anti-Israel lobby in this equation? Why is it that every side is pro-Israel? Why is it that there is no anti-Israel lobby? Care? Okay, dude. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, the famously powerful Care, which I think is like on the verge of being classified as a fucking terrorist group. That's great. Virtually, like, I would say 99% of Republicans and like 75% of Democrats consider Care to be a fucking terrorist group, like a hostile entity inside of American borders. What kind of legislation has Care actually funded?
Shake down that. That's a little bit the way it works. And you often get leftists in the media who say, for example, if you support the Second Amendment, as you do, and
CARE is the Council for American Islamic Relations. It's basically like a anti-hate group, like a anti-Islamophobia group, basically. J Street. That's funny. Also funny. So you're telling me that the only opposition to AIPAC is yet another Zionist lobby for Israel. A liberal one, but still a Zionist lobby for Israel. Wow. Very diverse range of options here for the anti-Israel lobby, seemingly.
And I do. Well, you're just bought and paid for by the NRA. And that actually is backwards. I believe in the Second Amendment because I believe in the Constitution. Now, am I proud that the NRA supports me? Sure, because people who care about the Second Amendment want to support leaders who fight for it. But it gets it backward. Look, AIPAC, when I ran for the Senate, AIPAC didn't support me. I supported Israel before they supported me. I'm happy to have their support because they share my objective.
No, but you're missing it. I'm not suggesting that you're bought and paid for. I'm not saying that.
I want to go back and take
sincere.
I want to go back and take the transcript because you just said a minute ago, I'm slightly paraphrasing, but are you lobbying for a foreign government because they pay you a lot of money? That's basically what you said. So you are suggesting that.
Let me just be clear about what I think. Your views seem totally sincere.
Yes.
You take money from people who agree with you.
Yeah.
I believe that. I
even take money from people who disagree with me.
I'm only trying to get to the question of to what extent is the U.S. government influenced by other governments? And it's a lot.
Of course.
It's hardly just Israel. It's hardly just Israel. I don't think Israel's the main one. There are lots of governments. China is a massive influence on this city.
And it's a huge problem.
As you know, I couldn't agree more. And there are lots of other. The UK.
China's a huge problem. China lobby is a huge problem. Israel, though, great. Great lobby. Best lobby. Love the steaks. Okay? I don't get it. You just said you'd take money from a group that you don't agree with. Would you take money from the China lobby?
Which is a truly sinister place, in my opinion.
Like, dude, it's so funny to think. Like, what influence does the fucking Chinese state have over the United States of America? What lobbying influence does the Chinese government have over the United States of America? Oh my God. TikTok is a service that is owned and operated by the Chinese government that Americans are voluntarily using. It is not the same as moneyed interest. And TikTok is impossible to combat because we fucking love our treats. It's like saying Temu is a Chinese lobby. Okay? It's like saying what's it fucking called? I mean, there is pervasive Chinese lobbying interest in the country. They're just not in the direction of the current Chinese government. If you want to talk about fucking Shenyun, okay, or Falun Gong, or Epoch Times, or NTD, those are anti-Chinese government influences. So that's a little different, don't you think? Yeah, it's like Labubus are a pervasive influence. Labubus have a pervasive influence, a stranglehold on the American population. It's the Chinese government's way of lobbying America. Yeah, Genshin Impact, Chinese lobby.
Nick Britt, I can say. I think that's my view. Maybe you disagree.
I think they're on the wrong path. I love the Brits, but their government has gone off the rails. Without even getting into that.
I'm just saying I don't think Israel's the only one. But it's the only one where you're instantly called an anti-Semite.
Hey, how does it feel that literally no lefty journals will be that aggressive with a Democrat senator, especially while they're in power? Probably says a lot about the other side. Wait, what? Are you talking about me? Because if I had the opportunity, you think if I had the opportunity to fucking interview a Democrat congressperson, I wouldn't rip them? Are you crazy? And if you're pointing to like AOC or Bernie Sanders to get a fucking silly gotcha, this is an hour and 59 minutes long. Bernie and I sat down and talked for approximately, what, 10 minutes or 35 in the previous conversation that we had. Unless you're talking about CNN and MSNBC, at which point they're not real. Also, Bernie Sanders, when matched up with the rest of U.S. Congress, is infinitely closer to my position, as opposed to Tucker Carlson's position in this situation is, like Tucker Carlson and Bernie Sanders would sit down, and Tucker Carlson would not rip Bernie Sanders to shreds on his position on Israel. Tucker Carlson is talking to one of the most pro-Israel politicians in the country. That's funny. Wait, come on, man. That's just a lie. You literally had Greg Kazar on stream multiple times and you have not once ripped him on his fucking awful takes. Wait, hold on. Someone said Ro Khanna as well, which I did. I did. Once again, not a fucking hour-long back-and-forth conversation. I told Ro Khanna that Israel was doing a genocide a year ago at DNC. I asked him why no Democrat is also openly saying that Israel's doing a genocide that we are participating in at DNC.
For asking questions. And it's also the only government that no one will ever criticize. And
People
I find
criticize Israel every minute.
I also, when I had a conversation with Greg Hazar, I asked him why he didn't endorse Zoran Mamdani and instead endorsed Brad Lander.
Every day. Like, the only government that people will not criticize, Rashida Tlaib just tweeted out calling Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal.
Rashida Tlaib? No.
You said no one will criticize.
No, I'm talking about Republicans that I would vote for, including you. And I'm saying, whatever. I don't even like talking about Israel. What I care about, I never do, because it's not worth being called anti-Semites from AIPAC recipients. But
yeah, a better comparison to this would be you pressuring Dems on immigration, something the party was for. You asked every Democratic congressperson you had about immigration, from Ro Khanna to Rashida Tlaib. Exactly. Every single one, including ones who were in agreement with me and said the Democratic Party wasn't doing enough, like AOC and Rashida Tlaib, and also ones like Ro Khanna as well.
But that's not, I don't even like talking about Israel. What I care about, I never do, because it's not worth being called anti-Semites from AIPAC recipients. But now we are on the verge of joining a war, and I just want to be clear about why we're doing this.
All right, so, and let's get into Iran momentarily, but you suggested it was a strange thing that I said a minute ago, that when I came in...
Bro, it's not about ego. They were talking about the mainstream left media. No, I'm responding to someone else. I'm responding to other people who said you've interviewed Democratic congresspersons and you didn't actually call them to task. The first person also said leftists, and I thought they were being disingenuous because I didn't think that they meant MSNBC when they meant leftist media.
The Senate, I resolved that I was going to be the leading defender of Israel. And what you didn't ask is why. So let me tell you why.
No, you said I was obsessed with Israel, and you had just told me that, like, your driving motive to get to the Senate was to defend Israel. I'm like, I don't think I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel.
Okay.
I don't even think about Israel.
Tucker, words matter. And you know that. I said I resolved to be the leading defender of Israel, and you said your driving motive, the reason you're in the Senate.
You want to be the leading defender of Israel. I would think if I ran for Senate, I'd be like, there are people dying of drug ODs on the street.
My driving motive is to fight for Texas and America, and to fight for jobs, and to fight for the Constitution. And you played a very, very careful word game of eliding
You're the one who said it, not me.
So you still haven't asked why, but I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
And the reason is twofold. Number one, as a Christian, growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe.
He had to hit the Bible, dude. Someone had a really funny response on Twitter. It was like, if I name my son Jesus, will you have to worship him like he's the son of God? Lest you be damned to hell. I'm like, you don't understand. It's in the Bible. Tucker, I'll have you know the Bible. Okay? That's my answer. Asked and answered.
Believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase you don't have...
Damn. He's cooking him, even with the Bible stuff. God damn. Tucker Carlson taking the atheist debate lord position of knowing more about the Bible than the opposition that's just simply bringing up the Bible as a talking point. Classic take. He's not an atheist, obviously, but I'm just saying it's like that's a classic atheist move, atheist debate lord move.
Context for it, you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology.
It's Bible maxing.
I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker,
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what, hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually,
the Bible is clear on this. Okay, 1948. The Bible says it. 1948. Okay, it's the same country. That's what it's talking about. Also, Jesus walked on water.
American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
That's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do. But
that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist and then was recreated.
No! Oh, God, I'm enjoying this too much. That's crazy. No, this is wrong. It feels fucked up. It's like the worst piece of shit dunking on an even greater piece of shit. Oh, I hate this. Oh, it feels fucked up. It feels a little fucked up. I should not be deriving this much satisfaction because I know like both of these guys are evil. You know what I mean? I feel so dirty enjoying this process so much. God damn, Tucker is twisting him like a fucking pretzel. Oh, God. Oh, my God. He is just fucking whipping him around.
Created just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying...
Dude, every fucking unk in Malaysia is going to be doing replays of this. They're all diehard Tucker fans now. I'm telling you. Like all the Jackson Hinkle fans that live in like Bangladesh, they are now diehard Fedayeen for Tucker Carlson. 3 Muslim uncles sent me this. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is going crazy on the Muslim uncle space, okay? This is the clips from this fucking back and forth is going crazy in every WhatsApp chat, okay? I'm telling you right now, they're going wild. This is going to do unk numbers for sure. I'm a Bangladeshi unk and I'm sold already. Okay, make no mistake. Make no fucking mistake. Tucker Carlson would destroy you. He would sanction off your death and destruction. If you are an unk in Malaysia, Indonesia, Bangladesh, okay? I'm telling you right now, Tucker Carlson would actively celebrate your demise. He is not a friend. He's a foe. Right now, he's cooking.
I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is. So I don't know if we can...
I don't remember the scriptural citation. But, okay, I keep...
It's like Genesis 16 or something like that. But yes, it's in the earlier part of the book. But the point is...
All right, Tucker, you keep interrupting me before I finish my sentence.
It's just important to know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're... So you're saying as a Christian, if I believe in Jesus, I have to support the modern state of Israel?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm explaining for me what my motivation is.
But okay, so I'm just trying to understand. You said God tells you to support the modern state of Israel in the Bible, in some place in the Bible that you heard about, but you don't know where it is. That's your theology?
You're going back, am I a sleazy feline again? I mean,
if you accuse me of anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Condescending. You're throwing this stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about. Okay, but I don't understand.
But you're not letting me.
Okay. I'm sorry. I want to be polite.
Jew here, when the Bible refers to his people Israel, we were taught that this is referring to the Jewish people, not a political entity established in the 1940s. Thank you for your time. Yeah, tell that to Ted Cruz. He's like, no, you don't understand. The Bible said Israel has to be in apartheid. The Bible said they have to be there and they have to have nukes. The Bible also said it's crazy, and I'm not even paraphrasing, okay? Genesis 18:47. Let me tell you, okay? Genesis 1963. In both passages, the Bible says America must do a first strike on Iran alongside the modern Israeli nation state on the Fordow nuclear facility that the Islamic Republic of Iran has built on the side of a fucking mountain. I didn't make it up. It's in the Bible. It says in the fine print. It's crazy. The Bible has it all. People forget. People forget these important passages.
That is for me a personal motivation, but I also, what I was about to say, I don't believe my personal faith, not everyone who I represent is a Christian. It's not an argument for me to give that we should do this because of my faith. And so as an elected official, I don't give that as the reason we should support Israel. That is a personal motivation for me, but I don't think it is the reason we should. The reason that I am the leading defender of Israel is because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America. And the clearest illustration of that is what is happening right now. Let me just make this point, and then
and then I'll just ask what you mean. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, Iran, I think the most acute national security threat facing America right now is the threat of a nuclear Iran. I think China is the biggest long-term threat, but acute and near-term is a nuclear Iran.
Do we think that Ted is smart enough to actually comprehend the difference between the biblical Israel and the decision to name the 1948 state Israel, a name which was literally among multiple candidates at the World Zionist Congress, or is he just incredibly fucking dumb? I think he doesn't know that. Like, I think if you were to add, like, a lot of these guys don't give a shit, obviously. They just don't care, right? But if you dig into the history of Zionism and its inception, all of the, ironically enough, all of the religious seasoning added as a justification for the nation state was put there by secular Jews who do not give a fuck about Judaism, and did it so that they could potentially bring in support from religious Jews who were directly opposed to the development of a state that was for the Jews. The notion that this is a 3,000-year project is so fucking stupid. There were, and perhaps always throughout history, a far larger number of Christians who believed in the Zionist project than there were Jews who believed in the Zionist project. There has never been a moment throughout history where there were more Jews than Christians that believed in Zionism. It has not existed till this it does not exist today, and it has never existed. The people that universally back Zionism as a project has always been Christians, overwhelmingly. You could say there are more Jews that believe in Zionism as opposed to Jews that don't believe in Zionism in comparison to Christians that believe in Zionism as opposed to Christians that don't. Fair. Okay. I don't know what the percentage breakdown would look like within Christianity, but by totality, by numbers, there has never been a fucking moment on the history of this planet from the inception of Israel or the inception of the Zionist project at the behest of developing a nation state for Jewish people, okay, from Theodore Herzl onwards until this very moment. There's never been a moment where there were more Jews that were Zionists than Christians. But our different religions, it doesn't matter. The purpose is the same. The purpose has always been the same. Zionism in and of itself, with all of the religious associations, was completely concocted by motherfuckers who don't believe in that shit at all. There's no, like, Theodore Herzl is secular and was not a religious Jew at all. Every aspect of the myth making associated with the modern Israeli state is designed that way so that dumb fucks in 2025, like 100 years later, okay, will turn around and act as though there was a 3,000-year history here. It's fucking bullshit. The Uganda scheme was proposed by British Colonial Secretary Joseph Chamberlain to create a Jewish homeland in the portion of British East Africa. It was presented at the Sixth World Zionist Congress in Basel in 1903 by Theodore Herzl, the founder of modern Zionist movement. He presented it as a temporary refuge for Jews to escape rising anti-Semitism in Europe. The proposal faced opposition from both within the Zionist movement and the British colony. Burden or a gift? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Ted literally thinks this. Look. Exactly right. And yes, Tucker really argued when the Bible says Israel doesn't mean Israel. Last night, Tucker Carlson acknowledged as a Christian the biblical mandate to bless Israel, but suggested the government of Benjamin Netanyahu was not biblical Israel. Seems to me a pretty misguided point that this son of a rabbi will try to address. Israel has always been Israel. It has always had leaders, some good, some not. The Bible has never qualified the mandate to bless Israel by who was leading it. That's not the whole point. And by the way, I support Netanyahu. Thanks, David. We didn't know you supported Netanyahu from the fucking multiple aneurysms that you get when you watch, like, I don't know, the Emmys or something, and someone has a fucking pro-Palestine pin. We know, David. We know you support Benjamin Netanyahu, David. We know. You didn't have to say that. David Friedman, supporter of Benjamin Netanyahu. Shocking. Stop the presses. Okay. The nation of Israel today comprises a people that praise in the same language, in the same place, with the same liturgy as in ancient times. It is faith. Its faith is governed by the Old Testament. It's the same nation of Israel referred to in the Bible. The return of the Jewish people from exile to statehood within the land of Israel is exactly the biblical prophecy of Ezekiel, Isaiah, and Jeremiah, and actualizes God's covenants with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You don't need to believe any of this, but if you are a self-proclaimed Christian professing allegiance to the biblical covenants and prophecies but denying these principles, I don't understand your theology. Yeah, not the same language. But the liturgical language, I think, is what he's referencing there. Zionism was wildly unpopular among the secular Jews of Europe. It was literally a part of their political identity. It's not just the secular Jews. There were also a fuck ton of religious Jews that also, through a theological framework, thought that it was heretical or entirely against the, I don't know, the Jews don't do heresy, right? Whatever the fucking Jewish equivalent is, but thought it was against the religion to develop a Jewish nation state by force rather than rather than allowing it to happen with the Messiah. Exactly right. And yes, Tucker really argued when the Bible says Israel, it doesn't mean Israel. I like that this conversation surrounding the Bible has led us down this path of trying to justify the existence of a modern nation state by pointing to just something that's made up. Okay? It is mind-boggling to me. Who fucking cares? Like, oh man, shit, the Bible said so? Well, oops. Okay, Atheist Andy. No, it's fucking idiotic. As I've said before, as I've said before many times, don't care what people believe in. Okay? You can believe whatever the fuck you want. As long as it doesn't, your beliefs don't justify doing violence to other people. At which point, I'm out. You can't take away someone else's liberties. You can't take away someone else's rights. The application of a modern nation state that is literally ethnically cleansing the indigenous population is antithetical to my belief system. So, of course, that's an insane justification. Like, that's ridiculous. The moment where you're like, well, the Bible said so, and I'm like, okay, I don't care. Then you should probably also perish. The Bible says a lot of stuff that you're doing, you know, mixing and matching cottons and eating shellfish. You should probably be stoned to death for those things, right? Like, who gives a fuck? Now I'm turning into a fucking Reddit debate lord. Do you see what I mean? It just so happens that the Islamic Republic of Iran and Reddit atheists are aligned on this one particular issue. Yeah, get ready to be mauled by 35 bears if you make fun of a bald person.
Iran.
Okay.
And I think Israel is doing a massive favor to America right now by trying to take out Iran's nuclear capacity. And the reason I view Iran differently, we talked before about Iraq. I opposed the Iraq war. We talked about Syria. I opposed military intervention in Syria.
Yeah, there are Jews who moved to Palestine before Balfour or even modern Zionism. There's nothing wrong with that, or anyone moving there for personal, religious, or whatever purpose. The problem is when a genocidal apartheid state is created to exclude and displace rather than exist within the local population. But Israel writers act like hating the latter means you hate the former. Yeah, the idea that like Jews actually came not as a settler colonial enterprise from its inception, deliberately crafted by a fucking colonial entity that was in charge as it Palestine, British Mandate Palestine was its bounty after World War I for defeating the Ottomans, as though this wasn't a deliberate attempt to displace the existing population and then continue its domination, do ethnic cleansing, planned ethnic cleansing in an effort to develop a nation state. Like, all of this is completely unjustifiable. It wasn't like people were just like, oh yeah, I want to move here. This seems great. And then people were like, no, fuck you. That's not how this works. That's not the function. If that was the case, there wouldn't be a nation state called Israel right now. It'd be still called Palestine. A diverse, most likely secular nation state that has equal rights and representation for all Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike living inside of its boundaries. And that'd be fantastic. I am in favor of that, of course, obviously.
The reason for that is those did not pose a threat to the United States. I think Iran is markedly different. Number one, the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. He is a lunatic, but a particularly dangerous kind of lunatic, because he's driven by religious fervor. When he says death to America and death to Israel, I believe him.
Me, Ted Cruz, moments prior, Israel has a right to exist in the violent ways that it does because the Bible told me so. Of course, I'm going to unconditionally demand the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians so that the Bible-based Israel can exist in the violent ways that it does. Ted Cruz, 3 seconds later, people who actually get very mad at that sort of stuff and foreign intervention and say death to America as a call sign are religious extremists, and it's scary. This is chauvinism through and through. The notion that, like, you can be a Christian nationalist and a fucking straightforward fascist, back religious extremists, religious fundamentalist countries that are doing an ethnic cleansing, and in the process of, like, talking about other nation states that also are run by religious fundamentalists but are morally in a more correct position, a position of self-defense in this process, those are the bad guys. Well, okay, it feels like your argument is just on very shaky moral foundations here.
Him. And I think Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon because there is a very real possibility they would use a nuclear weapon. So you want to ask, how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey.
Oh my God. Oh God. Israel's small bean. Israel's so small. It's a small bean. It's got 400 nukes, man. Shut the fuck up. There's only one religious fundamentalist nation in the fucking desert that has the nuclear striking capabilities of targeting America and all around the world. And it's not fucking Iran. It's Israel, bitch. That's right. There's only one nuclear armed state led by religious fundamentalists that has the capacity to fucking reach America with its nukes. Only one. And that nation, no, not Pakistan, dummy. Pakistan does not have the capacity to reach America. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm using my words very carefully, chatters. Also, wouldn't be considered a desert anyway. They do have nukes.
Is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear capacity. That makes America much safer.
Guy whose party leader has a masturbation accountability app with his son is critical of religious zealot leaders. Yep. It's so funny. God, it's awesome. This is, again, a glaringly obvious hypocrisy. Glenn Greenwald joked to us at Breaking Points yesterday that it rings a bit hollow when we call Iran a theocracy when lawmakers like Ted Cruz and our former ambassador are citing biblical and rabbinical doctrine to justify supporting striking Iran. It's true. Pakistan can reach Israel hard. True. True. Why is Glenn Greenwald cooking? Glenn Greenwald has always cooked when it comes to Israel. Are you kidding me? He cooked so hard, they leaked his fucking sexual blackmail material. Allegedly, Israel leaked it. Probably, though. Come on. I seen things. I seen things that I should have never seen.
So the president has said repeatedly Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he will do whatever it takes to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He said that like 100 times. He clearly means it. I think he will use force to effect that if he feels he has to. I think he's been really clear about that. I don't know, but it seems that way. Do you feel that? Do you think that's correct?
Whether he would use force to stop a nuclear weapon, I think he has put that option on the table.
He certainly suggested. I mean, I have literally no idea what's going to happen, but just reading his statements, he's made that really clear.
So what he has been very clear about, and I spoke with the president on Sunday, is he has been very clear to Iran that if they attack U.S. servicemen and women, there will be real consequences and I think very serious military response.
By the way, this is a sidebar, but I just can't resist. The Prime Minister of Israel said that Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice.
Yeah, I read your newsletter this morning, and
but do you believe that's true?
I think it was sort of a word game. What is true is Iran is trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump, and they have hired hitmen. Now, you pointed out...
No, he said that they have tried twice to kill him, and I don't know that... I don't have any evidence that's true, but I sort of wonder if that is true. Why aren't we at war with them already?
Okay. And I read your newsletter this morning, and I thought it was playing word games to draw a political point.
How's that a word game? It's my president. And
can I tell you?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You rightly pointed out there's no evidence that...
Ryan Ruth, agent of Iran. And whatever the fucking ugly dude's name was, I forgot. I can't believe I forgot. And he actually did fucking strike Trump. What was it? Thomas Matthew Crooks, the IRGC's most loyal servant.
This clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, who shot the president was working for the Iranians. I don't think he was. There's no evidence of that. Although I would like to know more about who he was and what's going on. But I don't find it plausible that he was working for the Iranians. So, was that caused by the Iranians? No. But what is true, and what your newsletter didn't acknowledge, is it true or false that Iran is currently trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen to do so?
Well, that's the question, and I don't know the Butler, Pennsylvania thing.
Pennsylvania.
Let's just put that aside. I don't know.
So Netanyahu misspoke when he said those two assassinations were because of Iran. But what he was saying that is right is they're actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump.
Is there? Okay, so you're aware of a plot to kill Trump?
Yes. That Iran is paying for. And by the way...
Wait, when?
It has been over the last, I'd say, 18 months to 2 years.
In the United States?
In the United States, yes. And let me point out...
Has anyone been arrested?
For the Trump attempted assassination, no. But they are also actively paying Iranian hitmen to murder Mike Pompeo when he was President Trump's first Secretary of State, the first term, rather. John Bolton, when John Bolton was National Security Advisor to President Trump. And a guy named Brian Hook, who was Assistant Secretary of State.
Right.
During the Biden administration...
Wait, but hold on. Can we go back to Donald Trump because he's the president? No, it's a big deal. What do you mean? When no one has been arrested for these assassination attempts on Trump.
Yes.
They've hired hitmen. How do we know that?
All right, let me break it down. People have been arrested. So the reason I brought up Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook, who are under active assassination attempts because of their service in the first Trump administration, under the Biden administration...
Well, they say that. I've never seen any evidence of it.
Can I give you the evidence?
Well, let's just stick with Trump.
No, because these are interrelated. So let me make a bloody point. Under the Biden administration, the State Department was spending $2 million a month providing security for Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook. And they did arrest Iranian hitmen at John Bolton's apartment complex who rented, I think, the apartment next to him and were actively trying to assassinate him. And they went and arrested them. So, yes, they caught Iranian hitmen. Now, it so happens Iran's not very good at it. And so they are actively trying. And in fact,
but what about Trump? He's the president. If there's a plot to kill Trump by the Iranians,
so you dispute that the Iranians are trying to kill Trump?
Of course. I mean, that's the most important question. The Prime Minister of Israel just said there have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump by the Iranians. And I think it's a very fair question, maybe you disagree, to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay. And I agree with you that he misspoke.
So there weren't those 2 attempts?
There were 2 attempts, but the clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the other guy on the golf course were not connected to the Iranians. That's the part that he misspoke. But by the
Wait, he just misspoke. Shit, my bad. I thought he was fucking lying like he does all the time. I guess he misspoke on numerous occasions and he just keeps misspeaking. You know, Israel and Israeli envoys, they misspeak all the time. Have I told you that Israel was in the Bible and also is the size of New Jersey? Bet you feel stupid now, don't you? Yeah, bet you feel dumb now. As soon as I told you that this nuclear armed violent state that's conducting a 7-front war with unlimited munitions coming from the United States of America is the size of the state of New Jersey. If you don't immediately redirect your line of questioning, I will call you an anti-Semite. Okay? Come on, it was a misspoken assassination accusation. Oh, shit, yeah. Fuck.
By the way, when you speak all the time, occasionally, what he said that was accurate is that Iran is actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen.
Okay, but right, okay, that's fine.
And he was conflating it with the two attempts.
I understand. But I just want to pull that thread because it's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump and is currently doing that, where's that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before.
Okay.
Where's the evidence? Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
We know that it's true because we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
We meaning who?
Congress has and the public. I mean, we've had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We do not. We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We know that Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States?
Yes. And by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole video about murdering Trump.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now, we should have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true. Don't you think?
No.
If they're trying to assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
Then why aren't we at war with them?
Well, we are trying to
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president? There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm serious. If you really believe they're trying to murder
the use of nuclear weapons,
whatever
that's part
it
of the
takes.
problem of. So
what do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegations seriously. I do. If you believe they're trying to murder Trump, we need to stop what we're doing and punish them.
Can I ask something? And I mean this sincerely. So, all right, 20 years ago.
That's crazy. It's a freak off. It's a hawk off. I mean, he's baiting him, to be fair. He's trying to show that Ted Cruz is not sincere in this situation. But, of course, he gets to entertain these hypotheticals because I don't think he would give a shit if we nuked Tehran. Tucker Carlson, I mean, because he has in the past advocated for that. But he's calling Ted Cruz's bluff.
You were... I think it's fair to say, in the interventionist world, you were a vocal,
big time.
You were a vocal defender of the Iraq War.
I was a promoter of the Iraq War,
and you now, and look. I think you were mistaken. I think you were mistaken. That's okay. Look, people change and learn, and that's part of the journey of being human. Your views have moved, though. In my view,
gross. By the way, he said, "No, I fucking promoted it."
They've gone way too far the other end. And so I'm just
totally confused.
Why.
I'm saying, hold on. Wait, this is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had. I'm saying if it's true that Iran is trying to murder Trump, we need to move militarily against Iran immediately. That's not isolationism. That's that's a call to violence, which I am calling for. If we believe that Iran is trying to murder our president, we need to strike Iran.
Okay, but isolationists say things like, well, then just nuke them, which is what you just said, which is kind of a weird...
Because I'm upset, because I'm taking you seriously. You don't take your own statements seriously.
I take my statements very seriously.
So I've asked you, where's the evidence this is true? And you've said, well, they're trying to assassinate Brian Hook or something, which I'm against, by the way. I'm against hurting any American, period, no matter...
So you dispute that they're trying to murder
I'm not disputing
Hook,
it at all.
And Bolton?
I'm not disputing it at all.
They literally arrested the hitman with Bolton.
I don't know why... that's even relevant. I'm asking about the president of the United States.
Wait, it's not relevant that Iran hired hitmen to murder cabinet members in Trump's administration? That doesn't go to
I've
how
already
credible
said
is it that
I'm
they're willing to spend money to do
totally
that?
opposed to that. It's awful. I am against killing anybody, actually, and
Okay, I'm
especially
not.
foreign government. Okay. I'm asking about your allegation and the Prime Minister of Israel's allegation that
Let me be
that
clear,
Iran
I'm
is trying to
emphatically for
murder the
killing our enemies.
president.
Killing terrorists is a good thing. Killing people who are trying to murder Americans is a good thing. Because if you're America first, you want to protect America. And so killing Osama bin Laden was a fantastic
But you don't
day
really
for the
believe
world.
that they're trying to murder Trump, or you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Then why aren't you calling for military action against Tehran right now?
Because they're not very effective. In terms of hitmen, their hitmen are not very effective. I do think...
So they're hitmen, but not the bad kind, the efficient kind?
No,
what are you saying?
They're a weak country who is on its knees, and I think we need to...
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because they're trying...
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop...
I gotta run it back. The pause is so bad. He's so mad.
Because they're trying...
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop...
Oh my God, bro. 1 hour of toasting. Dude, I can't. This is shameful. This is a shameful experience. It's like eating an ortolan. You know what I mean? I feel like I need to cover up because this is an affront to God. I am disrespecting God by deriving this much satisfaction from a white nationalist CIA reject cooking this worm-like individual is so is fucked up. I haven't watched a debate that I've been this satisfied with. I have yet to watch a debate that was this satisfying in so fucking long. Like, this is having the exact opposite of watching a Jubilee piece of content from Jubilee for me. It's crazy. It's been a long ass time since I felt this way watching a debate. Yürüyeceğim. Nereye? Eyvallah peki. I think the last time I felt this way was watching Norm Finkelstein whip up Mr. Bonarelli.
Be a little less snarky.
I know, you're right. That is a problem that I have. I'm sorry.
They're trying to develop nuclear weapons. They are close to developing nuclear weapons. And even a weak country with a nuclear weapon. Look, I believe there is a very real possibility if the Ayatollah develops a nuclear weapon that he would detonate it either in Tel Aviv or New York or Los Angeles. And that would be utterly catastrophic. And I don't know what the chances are of that. Let me compare and contrast Iran to North Korea.
Wait, can I just ask one last question about trying to kill the president? You sincerely believe, you promise, that right now the Iranian government is trying to murder our president?
Yes.
You sincerely believe right now?
Absolutely.
And yet you are not calling for military action against the government that's trying to murder our president. Can you explain that?
I don't think they're very effective. I do think we should, by the way, America is
You're willing to take that risk?
I think we should protect the president and we should take out our enemies.
Oh,
Israel is doing that right now.
But aren't they? Why would we outsource it to Israel if they're trying to?
Your first question was, why are you for regime change? That's a pretty good example of why I'm for regime change.
Okay, so you're saying we should just go in and take out the government of Iran. Why would we outsource it to Israel if they're trying to murder our president? Okay, you sound like the isolationist.
What I'm saying on any military judgment is there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis of what are the risks versus what are the benefits. In this instance, I think it is enormously in America's interest to do what Israel is doing right now, take out Iran's senior military leadership and take out their nuclear capacity. That is benefiting America, and it is...
It's crazy because these guys believe 100, like not 100, obviously, 99% of the same shit, But on this one issue, Tucker Carlson does not agree with him. So I guess like maybe this is me coping, but like it's two maximum white nationalist, racist, possibly anti-Semitic individuals, but one is pro-Israel and one is anti-Israel. So the anti-Israel one is the clear and obvious voice of reason in this situation. I do not believe, for the record, that Tucker Carlson actually called up Trump to apologize. Dude, is Trump threatening to Iran to scare Putin out of Ukraine? He's not anti-Israel. He's just less pro. No. Tucker Carlson's anti-Israel. Chatter. I think he's definitely anti-Israel. I don't think he's pro-Israel. I'm gonna be honest. There are foreign nations that Tucker Carlson is in favor of. Russia, for example. He's definitely pro-Russia. He's not pro-Israel.
A good risk reward. I would oppose invading Iran and putting boots on the ground to topple the government. If the risk got severe enough, I would support that, but I think the relative risk is not severe enough to justify that step at this time. What I would absolutely oppose under any circumstances is invading Iran and then staying and trying to turn them into a democracy. And part of where Iraq really went off the rails is not only did we topple someone who was fighting radical Islamic terrorists, who was a bad guy, but then we tried the vision of interventionists. It actually overlaps with the vision of a lot of Democrats. Let's go promote democracy in the world.
I agree.
And it is our military's job to kill the bad guys, to defend America. It's not their job to defend international norms. It's not their job. So I have zero desire for the U.S. military to turn Iran into Switzerland. Look, would it be nice if they suddenly became Switzerland? Sure. If I could wave a magic wand, great. But I'm not going to send your kids or my kids to be in front of guns to go make that happen.
Well, bless you for that. I think that is the lesson that I learned from Iraq. I promoted that war. Apparently, unlike you, I was dumber. And I think that you just articulated the main lesson of it, which is it's hard to do that, and we're not good at it. But
I will, and so we are agreeing on that. I will say as a corollary,
vehemently agreeing.
As a corollary, that doesn't mean that horrible, evil dictators are okay. And going back to Reagan and the Cold War, we have lots of weapons. I am happy to highlight the brutality, the oppression, the human rights abuses of regimes, even though I don't want to invade them, because I think the bully pulpit of American leadership is really powerful. And I think dictatorships are terrified. So I've spent 13 years in the Senate. One of the things I do frequently is highlight dissidents in Iran and North Korea and China. In Venezuela, people are being tortured. Miriam Ibrahim in Sudan, who was sentenced to 100 lashes and then to be killed for the crime of being a Christian. And I repeatedly went to the Senate floor and shined a light on the government of Sudan. It was corrupt. It was evil. I practically begged Barack Obama, say her name. Ultimately,
I felt that way with the J6 prisoners. Yeah.
Look, yes. Look, there is power to speaking out, and
that's such an insane insertion. I felt that way about the J6 prisoners is a psychotic thing to add into this conversation. Yeah. 200 lashes is what all the J6 prisoners were getting. It was really fucked up.
Ultimately, Obama never did say her name. He would not say her name. Ultimately, there was enough international condemnation, the government of Sudan let her go. And so she was not executed. And I met her. So she had a 2-year-old son, Martin, and she gave birth to a little girl named Maya. And she was in leg irons in prison waiting for the death sentence. They were not going to kill her until she gave birth. And they told her, we will not kill you if you will renounce Jesus. And she refused. And I met her. She was in D.C. speaking at a conference after she was released, obviously. And I asked her, she's a tiny woman, very small woman. I asked her, I said, when you were in that prison cell with your kids, how did you have the strength not to just give in to despair? I mean, I've never been threatened with murder unless I renounce my faith. And she just said to me with a real peacefulness, she said, Jesus was with me. And thankfully, you and I have not faced that circumstance. But I do think there is a responsibility.
There's still time.
There is, and I hope we don't.
What fucking planet are these guys on? What the fuck are they talking? Okay, is the rest of this even... Okay, oh, there's more. Wait, are there Iranian assassins trying to kill Trump? More? Okay, can we move away from this fucking stupid ass story? Like Ted Cruz talking about how like Christians are under attack in America and alongside Tucker Carlson is not even remotely in the realm of interest for me. I'm
in there, but yeah.
Okay, man, you're right. When I first got here, McCain hated my guts, and he actually referred to me and Rand as wacko birds.
I remember.
I have up on the shelf, which I can these.
Happen next in Iran and what should happen next. So you've called for regime change. You said you don't favor the U.S. military participating in any kind of regime change. You said you don't think, and bless you for saying this, that the U.S. military should try and turn it into Belgium.
Yeah.
Thank God. But there is a third option where it turns into Syria, where it's this open wound and it causes massive migration and further destroys Europe, as Syria has.
Yeah.
And that's a huge cost, and where lots of people die and religious minorities get murdered in Syria again. Are you worried about that?
Sure. And listen, that lots of bad things can happen. But going back to what we talked about, the principle of defending America, I agree with President Trump that Iran with a nuclear weapon is an unacceptable risk to America, and we need to stop it. I agree with President Trump, and I'll make a point.
But he's not for regime change.
He's not. So he and I disagree. Look, I think he thinks it would be better. He has not said he's for it. And you know what? Look, it is consequential when the President of the United States says, I'm for regime change. So I understand why he hasn't. What he has said is he's drawn a red line and said, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and the only acceptable outcome is complete dismantlement. So they have centrifuges. They're enriching uranium right now. They're trying to develop a nuclear weapon. He said they must have complete dismantlement. I led 52 senators, Republican senators, in a letter where we said we agree with President Trump. That's the red line, complete dismantlement. I agree with President Trump. I agree with him supporting Israel, taking out Iran's military leadership, taking out their nuclear capability. And I'll point out, look, if you look the first term, I am hard-pressed to think of a single foreign policy decision Donald Trump made the first term that I disagree with. And that's not entirely accidental, because I spent a lot of time the first term in the Oval Office with him. And what happened in the first term often is you would have in the administration, you had interventionists in the administration, you had isolationists. And they disagreed. They would fight within the administration. And often what it would give is an opportunity for me to come in and say, hey, there's a middle path here that President Trump agreed with frequently. And it's worth noting, in the first term, he most assuredly was not an isolationist. Look, he took out General Soleimani, which I emphatically agree with. And in fact, I introduced a resolution that we voted on the Senate floor commending him for taking out General Soleimani, who was the leader of the IRGC and who was responsible for killing over 600 American servicemen and women. When Trump came in, ISIS had a caliphate that had grown up under Obama that was about the size of the state of Indiana. And Trump came in and utterly decimated them. He killed the terrorists, took away their caliphate, and defeated them. And he also took out Baghdadi, the head of ISIS.
Famously.
I mean, those are not the actions of an isolationist. But at the same time,
I don't even know
Trump,
what isolationist is. It's just a slur designed to control. I mean, I've never met an isolationist. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, Rand Paul is my colleague. Rand is an isolationist.
Okay,
and Tucker, you've become one, and I don't mean it as a slur.
Of course I've not.
You consistently say, you have said, actually, I want to read from your newsletter, because if you ask what an isolationist is, your newsletter a couple of days ago, you wrote, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in leadership in Iran that will not be coming back, Trump said, following the strikes.
Right.
It's worth taking a step back and wondering how any of this helps the United States. We can't think of a single way. Okay, that to me...
No, that's, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Tucker Carlson actually put forth a fairly strong case, I suspect, that he makes in the rest of this argument. But even judging by like what the thing that you just read from your foldable quote that you printed out is that going to war with Iran is not in the best interest of America. Further destabilization in the region is not in the best interest of America. Getting your notes from Israel and putting Israel in the driving, behind the steering wheel of our ambitions in the region is not a smart thing to do, especially considering that they already have an incredibly costly ethnic cleansing campaign against the Palestinians that is even creating more enmity towards the United States of America in this region, and is going to make it even harder to maintain stability in this region with leadership of these countries maintaining some structure of like a monarchy or different forms of autocracies that will always remain stable. Eventually, this will unfold in uncontrollable acts of violence and potential even regime change. America is too short-term focused to think that they can continue death and destruction campaigns in the region in perpetuity and basically destabilize all these places, and without considering the potential for blowback, even though it is a country that has experienced blowback in the form of 9/11. Pretty sure agreeing with Tucker Carlson is the first sign of an apocalypse. I think his major reason for isolationism, I assume, is because he doesn't want immigrants to come to the country. Like he's taking like an Oregonian abolitionist framework. Like Oregon as a state was developed to be an anti-slavery state because they didn't want black people to be in the state. You know, it's kind of like that. It's the old attitude of like not invading Mexico when America had the capacity to do so because too many Mexicans. They don't want to live with all these Mexicans. There have been isolationist right-wingers in the past that think that more war means more refugees, more brown people coming here. He said Syria ruined Europe and he doesn't want Iran to be Syria. Yeah, it's basically like that. Is this position, let's stop bombing the Middle East so they stop coming here? Yes. Ironically enough, you can make the same argument about destabilization in Latin American countries as well. Like literally a big component of migration from Latin American countries. Strawman argument, nice. Sorry, you're right. I should have said Tucker Carlson actually is an anti-imperialist after spending his entire fucking career defending every single war that America has waged, including against Iran, that he said were as a nation state developed by primitive apes that we need to bomb back to the fucking Stone Age. Or maybe he said that about Iraq. He said similar things about Iran too. Tucker Carlson, with his CIA father and his 40-year track record of advocating for U.S. empire's interests, all of a sudden had a change of heart. No, I don't think he had a fucking a complete change of heart where he genuinely now is an anti-imperialist because he cares about the people that are going to be murdered. I mean, he not once mentions the Iranian civilians and the death toll that would be insurmountable, impossible to contend with if America were to do a first strike on Iran. He called Iraqi semi-literate primitive monkeys on the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Yeah, he said something similar about Iran as well. He said that America is the only non-interventionist country on the planet. America is the only country on the planet that has no ambition of being a global hegemon. That's what he said. And that we should destroy Iran because they have ambitions like that. Here's the thing. Either Tucker Carlson sees the writing on the wall about the popular resentment against the state of Israel and wants to get ahead of the wave and is no longer contracted by mainstream media and therefore doesn't have the same career ambitions, or he is isolationist because he doesn't want the destabilization, the immigration that takes place after the destabilization.
Is the essence of isolationism. And let me just ask you, when the Ayatollah chants death to America, I believe him. Do you not believe him? Do you think he doesn't mean it when he says death to America?
Well, I think he hates America, for sure. And I'm opposed to that.
And do you think he's willing to act on it? It's not just hate America. He also is...
Like, notice how the difference between me and Tucker Carlson is if someone were to be like, oh, well, this person said he hates America. Do you love that? I'd be like, I think there's pretty valid reasons for this, for anyone over there to hate America. You hate Iran, and Iran has done significantly less to America than vice versa. It's weirder that you fucking hate Iran than the average Iranian hating America. That's what I would say. What the fuck has Iran done to you, dumbass? Nothing. Literally nothing. Iran literally held vigils after 9/11. Iran has routinely fought against Salafist brigades in the fucking region. The brigades that also, the militancy that we concocted, by the way, we did. The Western superpowers did. There was this Tucker can debate. No, I mean, he's not debating Ted Cruz. He's asking a couple good questions. That isn't a debate, chatter. If you think this is a debate, you are a donkey. It's not a debate when the person is so ill-equipped that a couple questions makes them break everything.
Leading a country and trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
Under certain circumstances, for sure. So the question is, do you act in a way that makes that more or less likely? And that's a tough call. It's something that you can debate. One of the ways you shut down debate is by calling people names like isolationists, pretending they're like pro-Nazi or something.
I do call it a debate. Yes, I know. But it's more, this is adversarial journalism. That's what it is, more so than a debate. I feel like it's it can be consumed as a debate, but what Tucker Carlson is doing more so is adversarial journalism, where a couple questions basically breaks down the entire worldview of someone like Ted Cruz.
Or as you did, claiming I'm an anti-Semite. Right, that's not a way to get to a solution or have a rational conversation. That's a way to make people be quiet. And I'm against that. And
okay, so if you don't like the label isolationist, how would you... Look, Rand, and I served with Rand. Rand is a friend of mine, but Rand opposes every military action in every circumstance.
Of course I don't oppose every military. This whole thing is infantile, and you know that it is. It's a way to call people names.
So which of Trump's military actions do you support, or do you disagree with them all?
And make them be quiet.
Give me another name. If you don't like that, I'm not trying to have you be quiet. We've been talking an hour and a half. I'm asking, if you don't like the name isolationist, how would you describe it?
I would describe myself in the same way you falsely described yourself when this conversation began.
Falsely? Yes, so falsely. What did I say false?
You said that the only thing that matters in a foreign policy decision is whether it helps the United States.
I didn't say the only, I said the predominant.
That's what I understood.
Okay.
So let me revise what you said and apply it to myself and say the only thing that matters is whether or not it serves the United States. And I feel very stung by what happened in Iraq, if I'm being honest. Possibly because, unlike you, I guess, I supported it. And I saw us get drawn into it in a way that nobody anticipated. And I saw the cost, just $3 trillion. and the cost on so many levels to the United States was just so profound. And
it was
I
clearly
felt
a
like,
mistake.
Gosh, it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm in 1914 saying, "My men will be back by the time the leaves turn." And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting.
Holy shit. What a way to frame that. What now?
In 1914 saying, "My men will be back by the time the leaves turn." And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's.
He must be pro-Ottoman too? No. Bro, he's such a fucking psycho supremacist. Like, World War I destroyed Christian Europe. And led to the further destruction of Christian Europe because of World War II, where countries that are supposed to be unified are at war with one another. My man is just really fucking loves the Habsburgs. Dudes rock hard for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He's saying that in the absence of these wars, that Europe would have maintained its like Christian supremacist attitude.
It's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting starts. That's my only point. And calling people names, anti-Semite, isolationist, to get them to stop talking is not the way to serve your country. That's all I'm saying.
So look, I'm trying to have a real and serious conversation.
Right.
And look, a lot of this has been contentious. I wish it had not, because as we started out by saying, you and I agree vehemently on 80% of the issues. This discussion is focused on the 20% where...
He's saying that Russia's participation in World War I led to the Bolshevik Revolution, which should dismantle Christianity because he thinks the Bolsheviks were Jewish. And also a lot of, you know, secular democracies were designed in the aftermath, or all the events that unfolded led to World War II as well. Basically, his preference is Christian monarchs existing would be a better form of Europe, as opposed to what Europe looks like now.
Where we don't. You know, I will say, look, on Iraq, you look at the 2016 presidential campaign where you had 17 Republicans running. If you set Rand aside, and his views are on one side, there were only two candidates on that stage that opposed the Iraq war. Me and Donald Trump were the only two. Everyone else thought the Iraq war was a great thing. I think it was a disaster. So you and I agree on that as well. In my view, I think your foreign policy has gone too far. So, I mean, let me ask you, is there a military action Trump has undertaken that you agree with? Because I've not heard anything.
A military, look, I would say it's really simple. I believe in self-defense. That's why I keep firearms at home. I think it's morally justified to defend yourself, your family, your property, your nation. And so to the extent that you can deter a threat through violence, violence always being the least appealing choice, violence always being, if I can finish, always being a tragedy, I think you can justify the use of violence in self-defense. That is my personal view, and that applies to...
Did I miss the part? Did Ted Cruz actually imply that he's anti-Iraq war? Did he try to like sneak that in? Is that even the case? In 2015, he said, of course, the Iraq war was a mistake. Ted Cruz broke his relative silence on Iraq on Wednesday evening, urging the U.S. to prepare to evacuate its citizens and warning against any deal with Iran. Wait, Ted Cruz? We have to be very clear that any mission we might undertake in Iraq is directed to protecting the national security interests of the United States, not based upon the ephemeral goal of achieving political reconciliation in Baghdad. Whatever the history of U.S. intervention in Iraq, our priorities now should be able to protect our people and defend our national security interests, not to try to resolve an intractable religious divide some 1,500 years in the making. This was 11 years ago. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure out what he has said earlier than this very moment right here, where he said he was anti-Iraq war. Take the quiz? No. I will not be taking the Theodore Jebediah Cruz quiz.
To me and to the country that I live in. Those are my views. That's not an isolationist view. It's not an anti-Israel view. It's not an anti-Semitic view, with apologies. It is, I think, a pretty common sense view. But my problem is that lawmakers in Washington are light on detail with these things, and they speak, as you do, entirely in moral terms. These people are bad. These people are...
I'm not speaking entirely in moral terms. I'm not interested in killing bad guys. I'm interested in killing people who are trying to kill us.
If we had...
That's different. I'm not engaged in morality.
Are you now? Because you told me that the government of Iran is presently trying to assassinate Donald Trump. And then you
that
said...
is undisputed. There's literally nobody who disputes that fact.
Then why don't you support military action right now against Iran?
We are engaged in military action right now.
Then why don't you support offensive military action?
We're bombing the crap out of them. Israel is, and we're supporting them. Israel is.
Okay.
So
why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
Look. And it goes back to...
Because you don't really believe it's true, that's why.
Everyone... Okay, nobody disputes it, Tucker. Did we land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you not believe? Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like, what?
So I've asked you the names of these people. I've asked
I don't know the names of the Iranian hitmen. I know it because the U.S. military and the intelligence agencies have testified before Congress repeatedly.
And what did they say?
That Iran is trying to murder Donald Trump and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry. And I don't think we do either, because we would apprehend them if we knew their names.
Then why don't you take it seriously enough to support killing the Ayatollah in response to protect our president? But you don't. This doesn't even make any sense. And you're calling me an isolationist. If I believed that was true, I would support military action against the government of Iran.
Okay, that's interesting because...
I think that's insane, for the record. Like, what do you mean? You would be in support of military action against the fucking head of state of Iran is a psychotic thing as well.
Because there is literally...
You can't kill our president.
All right, out of 535 members of Congress, I am not aware of one who disputes that Iran is trying to murder Donald J. Trump. That's not even the looniest Democrat doesn't dispute that. So I don't... You're saying if you believed what is, I think, a fact that they are trying to...
You think it's a fact?
Yes.
What is the fact?
How are you still covering this? Brother... How many times do you get to see a porky little succulent pig right up on the barbecue getting toasty? Like, how many instances do you think we get to watch Ted Cruz get fucked on camera, but in a way that is actually pleasing to the eyes? Are you kidding me? I'm gonna fucking savor this, because Ted Cruz right here, from my perspective, is also a representative of all politicians that agree with him. Because he is not just speaking for Ted Cruz here. He's speaking for virtually every Republican, with the exception of Thomas Massie, and like 80% of the Democratic Party. This is like sitting there watching the fucking Jacobins guillotine I don't know, royal family members, okay, in the fucking city hall. Like, I assumed that there was a lot of satisfaction that was derived from that. Let us fucking appreciate this moment, because Ted Cruz is a representative for all politicians here who, with regular frequency, avoid this kind of conversation. This never happens. The only reason why this happened is because Ted Cruz thought he was going into a non-hostile territory.
Exactly.
That they've hired hitmen.
In the United States?
Yes.
Americans?
Yeah, he's not in Iran. So they haven't hired hitmen.
No, but
in
are
Iran.
they the hitmen American?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you what, and by the way, I'm not the CIA. I'm not the Department of Defense. I'm telling you what they have told us.
I'm not disputing it. I'm merely saying
we are.
That I'm not. I'm saying the logic train has a massive hole in it. If you believe that's true, then you should, by definition, support killing the people trying to kill our president. But you don't support that.
Now, Tucker,
so I'm wondering what's going on here.
Tucker, you took offense to the word isolationist, and I genuinely don't mean it as a pejorative. I disagree with it. But if you don't like that term, I don't know how else to describe what is a coherent foreign policy that says we're surrounded by two giant nations. By the way, isolationism has long been a school of foreign policy.
I believe in self-defense. I'm not but not into the slurs, the anti-Semite stuff. I just don't like that. I'm telling you what I believe.
So, but is there a single military action Trump took that you agree with? So did you agree with taking out General Soleimani?
Soy right, by the way. Calling isolationism as a slur is soy right. It's like saying, oh man, tanky is a slur. If anyone were to pull that shit in my chat, I would laugh at them. I would make fun of them. You'd be the dumbest person of all time. No, it's just like a catch-all term. It's a pejorative. It's a way to deflect from the points that you're making by signaling all of the things that your opposition is making up about you that you supposedly believe.
Oh, I don't know. It turned out better than I thought, I guess.
I mean, you said at the time it would lead us to World War III.
I was worried about it. I've seen that.
Well, but that proved not the case.
I was wrong, as I have been many times.
Did you agree with taking out the ISIS caliphate?
Well, if we took out the ISIS caliphate, why are they?
No, Mark Levin brought it back. Mark Levin was straight up saying neocon is a pejorative for Jewish the other day. No way. That's old school, dude. That's like Bush era. That's Bush era conservatism. Oh my God, we're back in teacot days, baby. That's awesome. Yeah, claiming neocon is a slur, is a way to say Jew and is like a slur is so funny. Because like the overwhelming amount of neocons are Christian nationalists. That's awesome. Yeah. Nowadays people just talk about fucking Zionist as a substitute term for Jew. Zionist. If you say Zionist, you mean Jew. Please don't look at the overwhelming number of Christian Zionists. You just mean Jew. Which regime do you like? The People's Republic of China, led by the General Secretary Xi Jinping. The Communist Party of China. Cap? Yeah.
They running Syria right now, and you're for that. Why is that?
What do you mean? I didn't say I'm for that.
You don't seem to have a problem with it.
I didn't say
ISIS
that.
is now running Syria. You're like, we'll see.
No, I did.
Look, I mean, I know why.
By the way,
I know
didn't
why
push
you don't
Assad
care.
out. Assad toppled.
It's hilarious.
You know why
Assad is bad, but no, ISIS runs Syria, but that's fine. We'll just kind of wait and see on ISIS. Not a big deal.
You know
not a
why,
big deal. They're trying to kill Trump.
Hold on a second. I want to get back. You know why I don't care, and why, and you do your like trademark smirky laugh. I know why you don't care.
What are you even talking about?
Why don't I care?
I don't know why. You tell me. Because you think it's okay because they're not making angry noises or something. But by your own standards, Their ISIS is so immoral that they must die, but now they're running Syria, and you don't think that we should take military action against the government of Syria because why? They're ISIS.
What I said is I don't know how good or bad it'll be. Look, I wasn't pushing Assad out. He fell. He fell on his own, in part because he was heavily supported by Hezbollah, and when Israel took out the Hezbollah leadership, he lost his base of support.
But the current ISIS leadership, you don't think is bad? You can't say it's terrible that ISIS runs a country?
I am concerned about it.
Concerned? Aren't you horrified?
I want to see what they do.
But so you got a wait and see attitude on ISIS now?
On the government of Syria, they are not actively, that I am aware of, trying to murder Americans. And that's a real dividing line. Are you trying to murder Americans or not?
I'm just saying it's a little weird that we waged this war against ISIS and now they're running a country in the Mediterranean. I think that people would be very, very upset about that, but you don't seem
By the
very
way,
upset about that.
did you agree with Trump taking out al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS?
I'm totally opposed to ISIS, and what I care about is results, actually, and if taking out the head of ISIS ends ISIS, I guess I'm for it, but now ISIS runs Syria,
Okay,
so
but
I'm wondering how does this
at the time.
work?
I mean, my point is...
At the time, I mean, I've taken so many different positions over the years, some of which have been wrong. I really do my best to be honest and correct if they are and admit that I was wrong. I'm not one of these people who's like, I've always been consistent. No, my views change all the time because the facts change all the time. You're not going to get consistency from me. You're only going to get sincerity.
Well, I will say this, and look, I believe you're sincere.
Yeah.
But
I'm not God. I'm just some guy watching, trying to figure out the right thing for America.
And I think because you believe you were mistaken, and I agree previously, I think you've overcorrected.
What do you mean overcorrected? I'm worried about turning this mess in Iran into a much larger mess. That's the concern. And
by the way, that's a reasonable worry. Look,
I know it's reasonable.
It was funny when he said facts change over time, for the record. No, they didn't. Facts didn't change. Your career ambitions did. I get why so many people watch Tucker on Fox. Yes, he is an incredibly, incredibly successful propagandist. I used to rip my fucking hair out every night. He speaks at a frequency where, and at a tune where he can so perfectly craft a narrative with plausible deniability that is inherently white supremacist, incredibly white supremacist, but with like just the right tweaking of the words. I used to do compilations of like Tucker Carlson side by side with like Jared Taylor and all these other like prominent white nationalists. And he just channels their worldview so perfectly in a way that is palatable. It's terrifying. And he was endlessly successful.
Reasonable. And I know you've been like, you're like ready to call me all these names for asking. You're just.
So is what he's saying here true since you're not saying anything about it? Yes. He is. He is. The way I described it is like it's two racist white nationalists arguing with one another. They're both Christian fascists as well, but one is anti-Israel and one is pro-Israel. And the anti-Israel position is the correct one here. So Tucker Carlson is arguing not on the same boundaries that I would argue, because like I would talk about the human toll, civilian casualties. He doesn't care about that. But because the situation with Israel is so untenable, it's so indefensible that he can argue even from like this weird concocted isolationist white nationalist perspective and still come across as the correct position.
Just asking questions. Yes, I am. So here's my question to you. If the Ayatollah is killed in Iran, and he very well
could if there's a war.
I have just read in the paper this morning that Israel tried to take him out twice and Trump told them not to.
Would you consider Tucker an isolationist? Not even. He's just, I don't even think he is. I'm sure these guys are never actually like anti-war, right? I would never say that they're anti-war, for example. I wouldn't even say he's isolationist, because most of these guys will do this indecent thing, like Marjorie Taylor Greene does this, where they'll say, this is not a war worth waging, right? If you're a leftist, you believe no war but class war. If you're anti-war, if you're anti-imperialism, that's what you believe, okay? These guys will say, this is not a war that is worthwhile. The hidden implication there is that there are wars, oftentimes imperial ambitions, imperial conquest, that is worthwhile. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, will say, why are we doing all this in the Middle East? Well, why are we giving so much money to Ukraine? We should stop funding Ukraine. Why? Because we should redirect all of our resources to Mexico. For Tucker Carlson, I suspect the war worth waging is with China. Okay? At the domestic front, the war worth waging for Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and people like that are with, first, internally against socialists, radicals, right? People who don't mind that America is a diverse nation. And ultimately, the international war that needs to be waged is against China. Now, of course, ironically enough, I believe that Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, and the Democratic Party are aligned with Tucker Cruz on the notion that the real war that must be waged is against China. I think that they just have different methods of how to wage said war. Did I say Tucker Cruz, Ted Cruz, and Tucker Carlson? Okay, guys, I'm on almost 9 hours here. Okay, calm down. Calm down, everybody. Yes, I said the wrong name. Haha, I mixed their names. Calm down.
Read that. I don't have independent confirmation one way or the other.
Do you think that they should take him out?
So I actually talked about it. As you know, I do a podcast every week, Verdict with Ted Cruz, and I actually talked about it in the latest podcast. And I said, look, I've seen the reporting that says that Trump asked them not to take out the Ayatollah. And what I said in the podcast is I think it's reasonable for them to decide not to try to take him out. What they've done is targeted just about the entire.
Bro, I put my head down for like 20 seconds and there's still motherfuckers spamming Tucker Cruz in the chat. That's crazy. Y'all are so one note. That's crazy. There are still people spamming Tucker Cruz in the chat. What is happening? Also, yeah, you guys noticed that plug. Tucker Cruz did a plug on the Ted Carlson show.
Top level of the military, the people that actually conduct the war. I can see an argument that taking out both the head of state and a religious leader could make him a martyr and could cause more problems than it's worth. And by the way, if you take out the Ayatollah, I don't know if the next guy isn't just as bad. And so I am.
What happens to the country?
I don't know, but you mentioned before, and I want to go back to this. You said something like,
oh my God, this is an interesting moment where oh my God, I almost said Ted Carlson again. Tucker Carlson almost by accident mentioned what happens to the country, as in, for a brief moment, we almost got them to think about the civilian death toll. Just for a moment, 1 hour and 26 minutes. And this was about to be the first time that they talk about the population of Iran or any of these countries that America is like bombing or facilitating the death and destruction of. Almost. We got this close and they're moving on.
You, like most other politicians, are engaged in moral terms. And let me be clear, I am talking about national interest. I am talking about protecting America. So there are bad guys on planet Earth that I don't think we should take out, even though they're bad guys.
Good.
I'll call them bad guys, but I'm not willing to use U.S. military force to take them out. In this instance, what Israel is doing is taking out their capacity to build nuclear weapons. Why? Because they judge the risk is too high if they got nuclear weapons.
I understand that. I mean, I understand that. I think it's in progress. I think it'll probably be achieved, probably with U.S. military support. Who knows? But the president said he's for that.
And by the way, where the military support is most needed is Fordow, which is it's a bunker that's built under a mountain.
Right.
And Israel's taken out most of the rest, like Natanz, which is their big enrichment site. They bombed the hell out of it. Fordow was deliberately built deep into a mountain so that Israel couldn't take it out. And there's an active discussion because the U.S. has bunker buster bombs that are big enough to take out Fordow.
30,000 pounds.
Yeah,
yes.
and Israel doesn't. So the one military piece that...
Nor the aircraft to fly them.
Correct. Right.
But here's, I guess, what bothers me is that I said 2 weeks ago, the real goal here is regime change in Iran. It's not...
I don't think that's Trump's goal.
It's your goal. It's Israel's goal. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just saying it's important to be honest and not lie and not attack people for telling the truth.
So I believe I've been assiduously honest in this, but words matter. You said the real goal here is regime change, and it's your goal. And I want to be clear.
Well, you said it was your goal.
I want to be clear because words matter. Do I support regime change and would I like a government that doesn't hate America and isn't trying to kill us in Iran? Yes, that's a good outcome. Is that the objective of these military strikes? I don't think necessarily. I don't know if it's Israel's. It's not my objective. My objective is taking out...
the U.S. If Israel decides we're going to decapitate the government and try to foment an uprising against it, should the United States participate in that operation in any way?
Look, I have not called for killing the Ayatollah. And
pussy. He can't say he would stand in opposition to Israel. He can't. He can't say that. God forbid.
There is nations in war.
Tucker should ask him, is there anything that you disagree with the Israeli government on? Has the Israeli government done anything so far that you disagree with? Has there ever been a thing that you've disagreed with the Israeli government on throughout the history of Israel? Do you think there are things that the Israeli government can do in the future that you would disagree with vehemently, so much so that you would actually come out and say, this is a bridge too far?
Generally refrain from attacking and killing heads of state. Now, the Ayatollah doesn't. He's trying to kill Trump. We talked about that.
But we shouldn't punish him for it.
Look, the government, sure. Like if...
Oh, fuck.
So...
We were like...
I think necessarily. I don't know if it's...
We're going to States
killing the Ayatollah. And there is...
I caught it.
Nations in war generally refrain from attacking and killing heads of state. Now, the Ayatollah doesn't. He's trying to kill Trump. We talked about that.
But we shouldn't punish him for it.
Look, there has been a long-standing... Nations in war have refrained from killing heads of state. I have not publicly called for killing the Ayatollah. What I've called for is doing whatever is necessary to stop him from getting nuclear weapons. In the first Trump term, what that meant was maximum pressure. So in the first Trump term, I spent a lot of time urging the president to withdraw from the disastrous Iranian nuclear deal that Obama had. President Trump agreed with me. He did that. And then I urged him to end the oil waivers and to sanction the hell out of the country. And it ended up crippling their economy. So Iran at the time was selling 2 million barrels of oil a day. 1 million barrels of oil a day. When President Trump ended the oil waivers, it cut their sales to 300,000 barrels a day. At the end of the Trump term, the Iranian economy was in shambles. They had massive inflation. I think the regime was teetering. I think it might have fallen. I would use economic sanctions and I would use moral suasion to try to effectuate
but if you
regime
topple,
change.
Okay, so you topple the regime and by whatever means, what happens then? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
what
predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not
okay.
even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay,
actually,
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
claims know anything about the country.
Cinema. That's it. I mean, it's a in this day and age, I don't think this tanks people's candidacy ever. Like, I don't think this will hurt the support that Ted Cruz receives. But it's such a fantastic gotcha to showcase the absolute depravity of American politicians that basically talk about death and destruction over there without even knowing basic facts about the people whose death sentence that they're signing off on. This isn't to make it so that, like, if Ted Cruz knew off the top of his dome, what the number of people are in Iran, but the very fact that he doesn't know makes it all that more damning. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be on board with Ted Cruz saying that that he'd be on board with like regime change or bombing Iran, bombing the Iranian nuclear sites with American weapons if he knew the exact number or the ethnic demographic breakdown of Iran. But the fact that he doesn't know makes it so much worse.
Sure. No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here, because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
This is
Israel.
high stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay, we are not bombing them.
Oh, okay.
Israel is bombing them. And why do you do the snide, oh, okay?
What do you mean? Because this is super high stakes stuff. This is a huge country that borders a lot of other important countries. A lot of the world's energy comes from there.
So let me ask you,
you don't want another disaster. You don't want to be
Tucker,
reckless.
The Ayatollah refers to Israel as the little Satan and America as the great Satan. Do you believe him when he says it's the great Satan? Do you think if the Ayatollah could murder both of us right now that he would? I do. I believe him.
Okay, I assume no good faith on the part of the Ayatollah.
No, not
and
good
if your
faith.
implication is like I'm pro-Ayatollah or something.
No, it's not good faith. It's that
just saying you're a lawmaker. You're a powerful person. And
like, the answer here is a lot of people would want us dead. Do you think we should do targeted first strikes on a nation of 92 million people as punishment? Like Nazis want me dead. I wouldn't advocate to kill them and their families. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, I do the opposite. I advocate for them to have health care regardless.
In Washington, this is the most powerful country in the world. If you're calling for toppling in government, it's incumbent on you to know something about the country and to think through the consequences of that. And you haven't, and you don't. And I'm saying that's reckless.
Okay, you engage in reckless rhetoric with no facts. And to be clear,
I'm not calling for the overthrow of a government.
You put out a newsletter attacking Donald Trump and calling him complicit.
Never attacked Donald Trump.
Yes, you have. And by the way,
I campaigned for Donald Trump.
Okay, yes.
And this is after anti-Semitism, this is the last refuge. You're an anti-Semite and you hate Trump.
Okay,
I love Trump.
I will read. You put out a whole newsletter saying Trump has abandoned America first. And here's what Trump said in response. Well, considering that I'm the one that developed America first, and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one who decides that. For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace.
One model for the action that Trump's allies have discussed privately in recent weeks is his 2020 decision to assassinate the top Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani. The strike, while still a serious escalation that drew reprisals from Iran, did not cause all-out war, they argue. Oh, my Lord. Oh, they're just looking for justifications. A key voice in Trump's ear has been General Michael Kurilla, commander of the U.S. Central Command. He's a real freak. In recent weeks, some U.S. military leaders, including Kurilla, have requested more resources to defend and support Israel as it continues to trade fire with Iran. Oh, Yeah, they're looking for ways to sell it. He had better information about what Israel was up to than anyone else in our government. Eric Kurilla, a U.S. general close to Israel who helped craft its post-October 7 wars, is wielding major influence on Trump's decision-making over a U.S. war with Iran. Some say Kurilla is extremely close to Israel, even by the standards of other U.S. officials, and is empowered, emboldened. As Hexeth is dominated by scandal, Trump fires diplomats and fealty drives others. He described Israel's tactics as a model and is seen as focused on his legacy ahead of his looming retirement. Many U.S. officials under Biden and Trump have bought the narrative pushed by Bibi and U.S. hawks that they can be seen as historic successes for bolstering Israel in the region. It's also a way to distract from the human and strategic toll of their policies. Kurilla is hawkish but reasonable, per former U.S. official. He has previously told Israel Trump did not want to hit Iran. His outsized influence and clear viewpoint raised questions about civil-military balance. However, particularly given Trump's worship over the military, with admin dynamics suggesting Trump will join Israel in striking Iran, Congress is seeking to exert pressure. Ro Khanna predicted big support from D's, even R's. Challenging hawks remains an uphill battle in D.C., however, and will entail a reckoning for both parties. Oh, brother.
That was directed at you.
Man, you got me.
Busted. No, I'm just saying.
Look, my views. Look, I like Trump. I campaigned for Trump. I know Trump. I talked to him last night. I'm not against Trump, and you know that.
But you're against his foreign policy.
I think that we should be very careful about entering into more foreign wars that don't help us when our country is dying.
When you say
and our
don't
country
help
is
us,
dying.
Look, yes, focus on our country. I'm all for it. But the naivete.
You don't even know how much money this costs. You don't know anything about the country whose government you want to overthrow, and you're calling me reckless.
He's right. I can't believe I'm saying this once again. A thing that I've mentioned so many times now, more than I ever care to admit once this process is over. But Tucker Carlson is right. The American senator, the average American senator is so fucking morally repugnant and so stupid that they make a propagandist white nationalist like Tucker Carlson look like a beacon of morality and consideration in comparison. How is that even fucking possible? Like, Tucker's position here being like, Tucker's position there is basically a restructured format of something that I always say, which is all of the money that we spend is the Eisenhower statement, right? All the money that we spend over there, all the money that we spend overseas on bombing other countries could be spent here domestically building schools. Every dollar spent on making rockets is a dollar that could be spent on making roads, right? And this is a major issue with the way that our government is organized nowadays, especially because, like, the military industrial complex is the most powerful force in this country. It's the most powerful industry in this country, and the entire economy and our entire political economy, the entire realm of politics is geared towards an endless continued effort to dominate the rest of the planet. So Tucker Carlson is basically saying, you don't know how much money we're spending on Israel. You don't know anything about the country that you are choosing to bomb. This country is dying. When Tucker says this country is dying, I think he means like there's too many Mexicans. When I say this country is dying, I'm talking about, of course, the shitty infrastructure, the lack of adequate health care for average Americans, the lack of adequate education for Americans. That's a major difference between, me and Tucker Carlson here. But the point still stands.
I want to stop a lunatic who wants to murder us from getting nuclear weapons that could kill millions of Americans.
Fair.
You say, I can't see how that benefits America in any way. That is bizarre. And by the way, isolationism, your foreign policy is the foreign policy of Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama.
Oh, absolutely.
And it doesn't.
Why do you assume his thoughts? Bro, Tucker, have hope in people. I know more about him than you do. That's it. I've spent a big chunk of my my political career covering his statements and his worldview. That's it. It's as simple as that. I don't think this person's a Nazi, chatters. I think Tucker Carlson is a mischievous devil with a silver tongue, and a lot of people fall for his shit. I know more about Tucker Carlson's background, his personal history, his motivations, and the things that he believes than most people do, than the average person does, for sure. I was hard right-wing before, but I've changed so much since I came to the U.S. Well, there it is. There you go. Tucker is a snake oil salesman, but he's also a whisperer for people like yourself.
Doesn't work. Yeah, I'm a big leftist. This is so silly. I'm Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama. Okay. Let me just say one last thing.
So how is your foreign policy different from Jimmy Carter's? Seriously.
Please.
But I asked that question seriously.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Jimmy Carter? So what century is this? I am the product of the last 25 years, watching carefully, being involved in the periphery, and I see an unending string of foreign policy disasters that have impoverished and hurt our country.
Unending string.
Unending string. They would include Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and our inability to stop the Houthis, by the way, in Yemen, which exposes us as weak, and I grieve over that. So these are failures. You helped preside over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures, have I presided over?
Well, we were unable to beat Russia in the war that you supported against Russia. You've been spending the last 3 years telling us that Vladimir Putin is evil and we're going to beat him with other people's children, and 1 million of those kids are now dead. You've never apologized for that. That was a full failure.
By the way, look, the level of number of falsehoods you lay out just in one statement are rather.
You haven't supported the war against Russia?
Are rather stunning. So the war against Russia.
I mean, he's also, again, he's not entirely wrong on that front. I mean, he's pro Vladimir Putin. He definitely is he definitely is a propagandist for the Russian state. He's gone to unimaginable lengths to defend Vladimir Putin, directly interviewed him and sucked him off. The rest is Russia talk.
Was caused, which I have explained at great detail, by Joe Biden's weakness.
But you supported the...
Crazy how much they called out Russia for attacking another sovereign country while they're now doing the exact same thing, just a different excuse than Putin. I mean, is it even a different excuse than Putin? It's kind of the same reason when you think about it. Vladimir Putin was like, this is historic Russia. This is ours. And that's kind of what Israel says too. If anything, there was a time frame, there was a period of time that was not that long ago that Vladimir Putin could draw back from, whereas for Israel, you have to go back 3,000 fucking years. Not that it matters. I'm not saying that Russia's ambitions is just or anything. I'm not saying that at all. But like, it is kind of similar. Yeah, Russia said, there's Nazis over there. We have to kill them. And also, this was Russia not that long ago. It belongs to us. And we're going to liberate our brothers in this area that used to belong to us historically by destroying the fucking Hamas Nazis. I mean, sorry, Azov Nazis and Nazis in general in the Ukrainian parliament. The only difference is, like, in terms of conduct, Russia has engaged in certainly a shit ton of war crimes as well, but not to the same degree as Israel has, because Russia is outside of the sphere of American influence. Israel is firmly in the lap of American influence. And as long as you are an extension of America, you get to do whatever the fuck you want and no one can say a damn thing. But that, of course, that juxtaposition happening in real time, in direct, in sequence, one after the other, and America's response to one versus America's response to the other has created this perfect showcase. Because, like, I remember in the beginning, like, the way people used to talk about Russia invading Ukraine, there were a lot of people, myself included, that tried to talk about, like, the American hypocrisy and talk about, like, how differently we view Palestinians. But at the time, Israel was just simply doing an apartheid. There wasn't, like, the extra ethnic cleansing that it's been engaging in since October 7. So when people like myself made that point, everyone was like, why are you defending Russia? I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not defending Russia. I'm actually saying Russia's doing America shit. And this is to criticize both Russia and the United States of America. But people couldn't comprehend it back then. But then Israel did what Israel's been doing for the past year and a half. So now that juxtaposition is impossible to ignore. That hypocrisy is now impossible to ignore from the perspective of, like, average citizens that are onlookers, that are watching. You know?
War. Now, if you want to talk, we can talk Russia and Ukraine. I'm happy to talk about it.
Do you think that's been a success?
No, it's been an absolute disaster.
Okay, but you supported it. Shouldn't you apologize?
No, you should apologize. I'm not going to engage in the demanding of apologies. So I'm like, that's my point. Is all these failures and no one ever says I'm sorry. Matter, or do you just throw out, like, if you want to talk, we can talk.
Okay, I do. I want to know why that seems like a true disaster for the United States. You have supported it.
Do you believe Joe Biden's weakness caused the war in Ukraine?
I think Joe Biden's aggression caused it.
His aggression? What aggression?
He demanded that Ukraine join.
Monkey D. Houthi, I honestly don't think the position that Russia's actions are irredentism are true. Initially, unread leftists said it was imperialism. It's not. I didn't say that. I said it was irredentism from the start. Like, literally, the day of the invasion, I said, this is Russia's irredentist actions against Ukraine. I mean, it's a direct blow to Western imperial ambitions, if you want to think about it from that perspective, but it doesn't matter. It's still ultimately an incredibly violent and unjustifiable sequence of events that Russia engaged in. And the reasoning for why it's doing it, changes. I mean, obviously, he'll sometimes talk about how, like, Ukraine is actually historically a part of Russia. Liberation arguments, things of that nature, but ultimately, it's still an unjustifiable conquest.
NATO. How does that help the United States?
It is a terrible idea, and I have vigorously opposed Ukraine joining NATO.
Okay, so that's what caused the war.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to know what caused the war? Like, you do the dismissive. You're not actually interested in facts. You're like, okay.
Okay, tell me. It seems super obvious. You're absolutely right, and I'm sorry. That is a tick of mine that is wrong, and I mean this with sincerity. I'm sorry to do.
In what way has Ukraine been a disaster for the United States? By the way, weapons manufacturers got rich, and the U.S. weakened a historic enemy while making Europe reliant on American energy. It's been a total win for the rulers. Yeah, I don't think that that's good, because I care about all the dead children and the civilians and the complete destruction of a fucking 40 million strong state that wasn't really doing great economically before this war either, but it's certainly doing a lot worse and will probably never recover. I don't think, but I do think that when Tucker Carlson talks about that, he doesn't actually mean it. Like, when Tucker Carlson says, like, so many millions of people died, like, I don't think he gives a shit. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, for the record, that chatter is not saying it was good for, no, neither do I. I mean, from the perspective of these fucking freaks. Yeah, you're not wrong. Someone like Tucker Carlson, who normally would justify American empire, would love Ukraine. He would have, under normal circumstances, the Lindsey Graham position. 5% of our military budget, not a single active duty service member dead, and we've taken out 50% of our foreign adversaries' military. I'd say that's a good bargain. That's the Lindsey Graham position. And that's the honest position. That is literally the position of the American state, both under the Biden administration and most likely, well, I don't know what the fuck Trump is doing with Russia. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little tricky to truly comprehend where Trump is going with Russia, because he does legitimately have a sexual interest in Vladimir Putin, which transcends above all of the interests of American foreign policy. Vladimir, stop.
Do that to you. I just think it seems so obvious that sending Kamala Harris to the NATO Security Conference to say you're going to join NATO is what triggered the invasion days later.
Okay, so can I, this will take a few minutes to lay out because it's complicated, but I think the facts matter. I think two things caused the war in Ukraine. Number one, I think Biden's incredible weakness and the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Biden's incredible weakness in following through on Trump's Afghanistan withdrawal policy. Okay. And then also simultaneously, I agree with him in defense of Ukraine until now, because now Donald Trump doesn't agree with that. So now I have to act like I wasn't fucking, cheering it on while simultaneously trying to find ways of criticizing Biden.
Afghanistan. Now, I believe we need to leave Afghanistan, but not with the incompetence that led to 13 servicemen and women being murdered by terrorists there. The way Biden did that was disastrous, and I think our enemies looked to the commander in chief and said, this president is weak. And when that withdrawal was so disastrous, I said publicly at the time, the chances of Putin invading Ukraine have just risen tenfold.
Right.
But secondly, and this is critically important.
Well, I agree. That was awful, the withdrawal.
And it was a major cause of our enemies all said, hey, this president is weak. And so
was Biden as bad as everyone says? No, he's worse, because they never fucking criticize him for the appropriate shit. They criticize him for the one good thing he did in his goddamn administration in terms of foreign policy, which is the Afghan withdrawal. Ironically enough, it wasn't even his own fucking personal policy. It was literally the continuation of the Trump plan. And everybody shit on him for it. That's the one thing, as far as his foreign policy decisions, that I unconditionally, 10 toes down, defended. Okay? Every other aspect of his foreign policy has been a fucking disaster. Whether it be refusing to try and immediately pack up the Ukraine situation to the best of his goddamn ability, or even if he was going to warmonger, slow-rolling fucking weapons, sending dusty-ass equipment, like not even doing the warmongering aspect of it correctly, saber rattling against Vladimir Putin, thinking that like bringing in Finland and Sweden into NATO is somehow going to be a big prize for him. Continuing along with Trump's demands that European countries offer more of a higher percentage of their GDP for NATO, which when Trump did it, liberal media thought it was disastrous, for the record, even though it was an Obama-era policy that Trump actually forced European countries to commit to. Obviously, there's also the whole genocide situation. I mean, that is an unimaginable, cruel, singular, legacy tarnishing act. I mean, fuck his legacy, obviously, but like, I think Biden will be forever remembered as Genocide Joe, who oversaw the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Biden still executed the Afghan withdrawal poorly? No, he didn't. Let's cope. It still sucks how he executed it? No, let's just cope. That's bullshit. No, he didn't. Remember, numbers on the board. 13 of our best soldiers died, right? 13 of our best soldiers died. Okay, 67 soldiers died in Afghanistan when Donald Trump was overseeing the Afghan withdrawal that he never actually committed to. If anything, the Afghan withdrawal was fucked up because we killed an aid worker on the way out and his whole family. The bombing in Kabul.
It invited, and by the way, look, I
You don't think it went
despise
down
war.
bad? All the people on the planes going crazy. I mean, yes. Oh, sorry. I thought I was talking to someone who doesn't give a shit about the civilian population of Afghanistan and only cares about Americans. Yes, on that front, it was disastrous. And things that came after were also disastrous, like freezing the assets of the Afghan government and refusing to give back the newly constructed Taliban-run Afghan government the billions of dollars that the previous Afghan government had. Also shutting off any opportunity from NGOs from working with the Taliban government in Afghanistan and making things infinitely worse. There was a fuck ton of things that the Biden administration did that were disastrous for the population of Afghanistan. But these guys don't give a fuck about that. They're talking about how like 13 soldiers died. That's all they care. That's all they care about. So even from that perspective, it's stupid. You're wrong about Afghan withdrawal. He left Bagram. That was the main mistake, and the U.S. Embassy was built to facilitate quick access to Bagram. Pussy ass take, but I see your angle. He kicked me out for refusing COVID shot with separation 2 days prior to the AF mandate. Now Trump is giving grants to schools for not mandating. What? I'm giving a pussy ass take. You're talking about refusing the COVID shot, dude. What's gonna happen? You're gonna become more autistic? Like,
And I think weakness and isolationism produces war because it invites aggression from our bad guys. It's why I agree with Ronald Reagan.
motherfucker, when you joined the Air Force, how many shots did they force on you? Why is this the one where you're like, I won't take it? Like, it's so funny to be a dude in the American military and get like at least at minimum 8 fucking shots, okay? But then this one shot, you're like, COVID? Nah, that's a bridge too far. Bro, they test out, I can't speak for the Air Force, but they test out new shit on the Army, at least, like shit that you definitely should not, shit that if you consume, your heart explodes. And motherfuckers, grunts in the military use that in combat. And it's the one shot, the one COVID shot that like every wealthy person on the planet literally cut the line to get before you. And you're like, nope, television man told me this is wrong and scary, and I will not be doing it. You are a property of the state, brother. Okay? You are a property of the state. Therefore, they will put whatever the fuck they want in your body, and they do. Sometimes they won't even give you the proper medical care for years and years and years after you developed cancer because you fucking sat in a base where there were burn pits next door. Like, what do you mean? It's so funny to be like, you know what? The COVID shot's a bridge too far. The most popular vaccine on the planet. Like, maybe not the most popular, but you get the point. Like, people literally, rich people were literally fighting. Rich people were literally fighting to get the COVID vaccine before anybody else. And this one guy's like, nah. Yeah, you literally stand in line at boot camp with a bunch of nurses poke you with like 15 different needles.
It's peace through strength. The best way you avoid war is being strong enough that your enemies don't want to mess with you. But let's get back to Ukraine and Russia. Look, Putin didn't wake up 2 years ago and decided he wanted to invade Ukraine. He's wanted to invade Ukraine for decades. Putin has referred to the collapse of the Soviet Union as, quote, the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. And Putin has long been explicit. His desire is to reassemble the old Soviet Union and, in fact, reassemble the Russian Empire that was even bigger than that. If you want to reassemble the Soviet Union, the natural place to start is Ukraine.
Do you really believe that Putin has territorial designs on Eastern Europe?
Yes.
What countries?
He has said that you can go and read his. Hold on. I don't want to lose the narrative of what happened, so we can go back and do that. But I don't want to lose telling the story first. So let me explain this, and then if you want to go back, we can take all sorts of digressions. But just give me a couple of minutes to lay out the facts of what happened. He has wanted to invade Ukraine a long time, and he's done it before. In 2014, he invaded Ukraine, invaded Crimea. When Barack Obama was president, he invaded the southern portion. He did not invade the rest of the country. Why? And the reason is the principal source of revenue for Russia is oil and gas, and the natural gas pipelines run right through the country of Ukraine, and he didn't want to jeopardize his ability to get gas to Europe.
Right.
So in 2015, Putin started a project called Nord Stream 2.
Did anything happen in 2014?
In terms of what?
Wasn't there a coup in Ukraine run by the Obama administration?
Let me finish telling. I told you we'll take lots of digressions in a second.
My position is, in spite of any sort of ambition that America has in Ukraine, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is still ultimately unjustifiable. Make no mistake. Okay. Whatever Tucker Carlson says about Euromaidan, I think ultimately the best possible thing for Russia to do in that process, in order to continue maintaining its sovereignty despite American and Western encroachment, was to pull a China, continue maintaining trade, and continue developing decent relationships, make yourself irreplaceable, which would have been fine, but no. Also, an American mainstream broadcaster that is as popular as Tucker Carlson talking about Euromaidan is, I assume he is an agent for Russia at that point.
Let me finish telling the narrative.
No, it's not that he's talking to Jeffrey Sachs. He's been saying this from before.
Putin began building Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 is an undersea pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The entire purpose of Nord Stream 2 is when it was completed and turned on, it would let Russia circumvent Ukraine and get its gas straight to Europe. In 2019, Nord Stream 2 was almost complete. And the conventional wisdom in Washington was, this is terrible, but there's nothing we...
Wait, what is this fucking argument? This is so dumb. Who gives a shit? What do you mean? You're mad at Russia for developing pipelines? What? Doesn't this also make Biden the GOAT then? From your estimation, he blew it up. It blew up under his watch, at least. Like, what? How are you anti... I don't understand how he's like fucking anti-Biden, but also is let's see where he goes with this.
I didn't believe that. So I drafted sanctions legislation that was targeted to stop the pipeline. My legislation passed the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed the House, and Donald Trump signed it into law.
Can I just ask, why wouldn't you want Germany to have cheap energy?
Because it empowers Russia. And I believe in making our enemies weaker and our friends stronger.
Oh my God, brother, what? Dude, what are you saying? Oh my God, oh my Lord. First of all, Germany is our friend from this equation. I think they would benefit tremendously from cheaper gas. Go so hard if you're addicted to eating Legos. There is no real justification for trying to cut fucking the pipeline. There's just, unless you're an environmentalist, I guess. That's the one group of people I will say is justified in their anger and resentment for more pipelines, okay?
Has blowing up Nord Stream made Germany stronger?
Not being dependent on Russia has made Germany stronger.
So you think Germany is stronger now than it was 4 years ago?
I think not being dependent on Russia. Germany has all sorts of problems, and many of them are domestic to their own politics. Hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to.
No, but what you're saying, it doesn't. Germany seems so much weaker now that its energy costs have spiked and the manufacturing sector is collapsing because of that.
Let me finish. I'm focused on America's interest. I don't.
Germany did not want Nord Stream 2 anymore. Stop. Stop. Stop. Stop. Come on. Yeah, famously, countries hate cheaper energy. That's the one thing that sovereign states despise. Please stop. It became an issue of major political consequence, even at the domestic level. While Germans certainly, plenty of Germans certainly fucking despise Russia, are afraid of Russian encroachment. We depend on it, but didn't want to buy it from Russia. No, man, that's the cope that your government fucking tells you so you can feel less angry. So that you can be like, no, you don't understand. My fucking energy bill is like way higher, but that's for a good cause, a higher purpose. I would much rather get it from what? America? The moral authority on the planet? What country is providing energy to Germany that you think is a beacon of morality, chatter? Quick, answer. This is if we even assume that nations don't. This is even if we assume for a brief moment, we suspend our disbelief and we assume for a brief moment that countries actually operate with morality. Countries operate. Oh, you mean, Qatar. So Qatar and Iran. It's like, I mean, look, I don't got a problem, but I don't think the German government would have the same fucking attitude. Anyway, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, you get it from Qatar and the Gulf Arab states plus the US. They're totally way more moral than Russia. No, listen. My point is, morality doesn't even factor into the equation, as evidenced by the fact that most of the energy providers are not exactly fucking beacons of morality themselves. Okay? But the notion that Germany was not happy with getting cheaper gas is such a funny cope. They hated it. They were like, man, this cheap ass gas is so fucked up. I hope someone blows this pipeline up. We hate it. I hate lowering energy costs. America will genocide an entire population so that gas at the fucking pump is $2 cheaper. And this man is trying to tell me that the German government places morality above cheaper energy. That's awesome.
Don't want Russia stronger because I believe Russia is our enemy. You and I disagree on that. We can talk about that. But I want our enemies weaker. I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I want our enemies weaker. I don't want Europe dependent on Russia.
Also, okay. I'm done dunking on Germany after this last part, okay? What happened last time the German economy suffered tremendously as a consequence of war that they waged? I feel like Germany is the country that hates inflation the most. They really tweak out over there when they experience a cost of living crisis, at least historically. Okay. It's the one country that we should, for safety purposes, always offer cheap, reliable energy, I think. I don't want energy from Russia anymore. I'm going to conduct a secret underwater operation to blow up the pipeline instead of simply turning it off or cease paying Russia.
Don't want Putin rich with oil and gas revenues and able to invest in his military and pose a threat to America. So the sanctions legislation that I authored, it passed. Putin stopped building Nord Stream 2 literally the day that President Trump signed my sanctions legislation into law. He signed it, if I remember right, at 7 p.m. on a Thursday. Putin stopped construction at 6:45 p.m. So the sanctions legislation worked, and it killed the pipeline. The pipeline lay dormant for over a year, just a hunk of metal at the bottom of the ocean. Joe Biden came into office. He was sworn in on January 20th, 2021. Putin resumed deep-sea construction of Nord Stream 2 4 days later, January 24th. He did so because Biden had foreshadowed weakness on this issue. That foreshadowing was accurate because several months later, Biden formally waived the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and let Putin complete the pipeline. In January of 2022, I forced a vote on the Senate floor to reimpose sanctions on...
Last time Americucks were actually nice to the Eurocucks was when they were like, all right, at least we'll let you get cheap energy. Fuck it. That was the last thing that Biden did until he was like, never mind, I'm going to blow it up, Jack.
Nord Stream 2. The week of the vote, President Zelensky in Ukraine publicly called on the Senate, please pass this sanctions legislation. It is the last best hope of stopping Russia from invading Ukraine. At the same time, the government of Poland put out a formal statement from the foreign ministry to the Senate, calling on the Senate to pass my sanctions legislation, and said, if you do not, Putin will invade Ukraine. The day of the vote, Joe Biden came to Capitol Hill. It's the first time in his presidency he had done that. He went to the Democrat senator's lunch, and he personally lobbied.
Do you think AFD's popularity is partially due to high energy prices? I don't know. Like I said, you make up your own mind, but I feel like unprecedented economic volatility paired up with German history turns into, I don't know. Germans got one note. Whenever the cost of living crisis increases, Germans tend to move in a very weird way. And considering that they're also developing a weapons industry now, who knows? Who knows how things might work? If I was an Austrian right now, I'd be kind of scared. I'd be looking at Germany real weird, okay?
Lobbied them on this issue, not any other issue. This was his number one issue that he came to lobby them on. They came out of that lunch. Every Democrat had voted with me twice against Nord Stream 2. 44 Democrats flipped their vote. They voted in favor of Russia, in favor of Putin, and 4 weeks later, Russia invaded Ukraine. That was the direct cause of the war. And if Trump had been president, there would be no war in Ukraine.
So may I ask, I, of course, disagree with your analysis completely, but I want to be respectful.
Okay. So tell me what you disagree with.
It's such a long conversation. I've spent the last couple of years on this, and I just respectfully disagree with your analysis. But I don't doubt your sincerity that you believe that Putin is our enemy, that Western Europe should not be allowed to use Russian energy. I mean, you seem to really believe these things. My question is about results, because I think it's relevant to what we're seeing now in Iran. You look back after having you personally voted to send billions and billions and billions of U.S. tax dollars to Zelensky to support his civil service and the war against Russia and all this stuff. Can you say that what you did worked?
So I can say what I did personally, sanctioning Nord Stream 2 worked and prevented a war. And if Trump had still been there, if the sanction had been in effect, there would be no war. I'm in favor of avoiding wars.
But once the war broke out, you voted to fund it to the tune of billions and billions and billions.
And to be clear.
And did that work?
Okay, to be clear, what I voted for the initial tranche of funding, and then I voted against the subsequent one. So it hasn't worked. So I've been in between. I haven't been on the full Ukraine, full-throated hawk side.
Yeah, the only reason why you changed your position is because Trump changed his position and the base very quickly moved away. Republicans are the funniest group of individuals, man. I love listening to Republicans try to fucking play this song and dance here. First of all, there's never a war that they haven't enjoyed. Secondly, it's incredibly funny that a group of people that carried over Red Scare resentment post the collapse of the USSR in perpetuity only fucking changed their position because they went and read a couple posts on a Telegram group. Like, how do you rewrite a major foreign adversary in your mind that you've been primed into fucking hating because you think they're communist, only to fucking turn around and be like, I actually like them now because they're defending the war against woke. That I will never understand. I do think that you could get Republicans to be pro-communist, I think. Like with a couple tweaks in the messaging, I think you could get Republicans to be on board with communism, like full gay space luxury communism. Not even like MAGA communism. I'm talking like straight up. I mean, think about how they fucking tweaked on tariffs, trade protectionism. They were speaking like a fucking 1990s anti-NAFTA union leader. They were taking it up to the streets, being like, "Yeah, fuck NAFTA. We need to do trade protectionism right now." And then a day later, Trump was like, "Never mind." And then they were like, "Brilliant, masterful gambit, sir." I swear to God, if Donald Trump was like, "I'm a communist now," there would be a significant boost.
Or the anti from day one. I voted for the initial tranche of funding because I wanted Russia to lose. I think the Biden administration administered it in a horrible way. I think they wasted a ton of money. And I think what they did was actually incoherent because they were funding both sides of the war. I was very vocal and among other things, flooding $100 million to Iran, which was used, among other things, to help the nuclear program, but also to make drones that Russia used to fight.
So here's my concern. I'm not going to defend the Biden administration. Really did a lot to wreck the United States.
Yeah, did the most damaging administration
at the end,
in history.
Where we sit now, Russia is stronger. It's closely allied long-term with China.
I don't know that Russia's stronger. I don't think that's right.
Okay. I think it's pretty obvious that it is. But it's certainly not destroyed. And it's allied long-term with China.
Maybe. There's no doubt Biden's foreign policy drove Russia into the arms of China, and that's concerning.
Okay.
They also have a long history of animosity.
Western Europe is weaker and more in debt. The United States is weaker and much more in debt.
And look,
hold on. So you and I
are agreeing on a lot.
We're agreeing. Here's my question. Have you questioned any of your previous assumptions? Did you play any role in this at all? Are you responsible at all?
Of course, and like you said...
What have you learned?
Like you said you've changed your mind.
Yeah,
I voted for the first funding of the Ukraine war. And
Nord Stream was just bad. It was a good geopolitical move for Russia in preparation for the war. I think better trade relationships and deeply embedding yourself in the European markets is a surefire way to make yourself irreplaceable. And therefore, you have a lot more options in terms of avoiding conflict.
I voted against every subsequent funding stream because it wasn't working. And I looked at what was happening and said, this is not working. And had the money been spent in an intelligent way and not wasted, and had it been successful, I might have been willing to fund more. But it wasn't successful, so I voted no. And the war is going to end. Look, President Trump campaigned on ending the war. I think he's frustrated because Putin has been less than eager to reach a deal to end the war, but it's going to end. You're not going to see another dollar coming from Congress.
Do you think Zelensky wants to end the war?
I think Zelensky has behaved horribly. I think his Oval Office meeting will go down in history as the worst Oval Office meeting of any leader that has ever come to the Oval Office. I think he behaved like a pompous ass. And I think he is unrealistic. I think Zelensky spends his time with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the New York Times, and he believed he was going to the Oval Office as a resist figure. And I think he's doing real damage to his country right now.
You described him many times as a hero.
I don't recall ever using the word hero. I will say, look, I'm not a Zelensky cheerleader, and I'm not in the business of saying everyone we support has to be a saint and everyone we oppose has to be a villain. I'm not in the morality game. I'm in the U.S. interest game. Why did I want Nord Stream?
You quite literally are in that game. Your morality is just twisted, and you say all of America's enemies are true evil, and all of America's allies are the absolute moral authority. You have said that over and over again for the fucking past hour and 47 minutes. Israel doing a genocide, ultimately the best, most moral country. Okay. Iran not doing a genocide, definitely the most evil country that deserves to be nuked, that deserves a decapitation strike.
Two stopped because it would strengthen Russia, and Russia's our enemies. It's entirely U.S. interest.
Did you support the industrial sabotage against it, blowing it up?
So I think you believe America did that. Is that right?
Of course.
Okay, I think the chances of that are zero.
You think Russia did it?
No, I think Ukraine did it. Okay, so
come on, man.
I don't know. So I don't know who did it. In terms of the theories that have been put out there, the idea that Russia blew up their own pipeline never made any sense to me at all. That just, I can't even articulate why they would do that. The idea that Biden did that, look, I could see it being in U.S. interest to do that, to blow up Nord Stream 2. I just think Biden was too weak. I don't believe Joe Biden.
But are you in? I guess you in.
So that leads
the Norwegians, the Ukrainians, NATO, whatever.
Look, that leads me to. You know, who benefits? And it leads me to think either the Ukrainians blew it up or Ukraine's allies. I don't think Biden did because Biden was so weak, I don't think he would give the order.
Oh my God. He can't even hand it to Biden. He thinks it's a good, oh my God. He thinks it's a good thing, but he can't get himself to admit that maybe Biden played a role in it. That's so funny. You don't think Ukraine did it? You had that one girl that said it? No, I think it, first of all, I don't think Ukraine can do it on their own. Okay? I think there's no way. It's like when Israel does certain things and you're like, oh, Israel did this on its own. It's like, no, there's plausible deniability, but it's not, especially with a country like Ukraine. Israel has its own espionage capabilities, but oftentimes like, America still gives the go-ahead, has the knowledge, and offers tools. And especially with Ukraine, I don't think Ukraine has the capabilities of doing it on their own. The idea that it was like Polish, the idea that it was like a Polish infiltrators or something, I think is silly. I think it was definitely a cooperative project between American agencies and Ukraine.
I find that implausible.
But you're in favor of it.
Look, I was in favor of stopping it. I think blowing it up.
Like, do I think Ukraine did the drone strikes? Yes. I think Ukraine did the whole bring in the trucks full of drones. Like, that's a sophisticated operation. But I think Ukraine has the capacity to pull that off, especially because they're very good with drone warfare in general. I would go so far as to say that they're probably better than America with respect to drone warfare. But when it comes down to like an deep underwater explosion, that is the level of expertise necessary to conduct an operation like that is not something that Ukraine has the capabilities of pulling off. The Nord Stream 2 sabotage wasn't that complicated. It was only 75 meters underwater, that commercial diving depths, and 100 kilograms of C4. Ukraine absolutely had that capacity. I don't think so. You're making it seem like almost comical when you're describing this. Like you're talking about it like it's fucking a bunch of Western, like a wild Western where a bunch of thugs are putting TNT on the side of a railroad, dude. That's like a sophisticated military operation. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, they just walked up and were like, "You see, it's time to blow up the pipe. It's time to blow up this railroad. Here's my Acme TNT." Like 75 meters underwater in the sea. I don't even know what kind of explosives are necessary to be able to conduct that. Timing that is incredibly important, because if it fails, like, training for that is already difficult in and of itself. Unless you think that these guys are building pipelines like shit, you know what I mean? That can't withstand natural elements.
Was a good thing.
Hasan, Islamist fascism cuck.
So I'm supportive of that, but I don't think America did that. I don't think Biden gave that order.
But in
I
general,
could see Trump giving that order, but he wasn't in office.
Yeah. And you think that the largest act of industrial sabotage in history helped our allies in Western Europe or other fellow NATO members?
Look, I got to say, I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia, and I don't get that. I'm not attacking you with that. I'm genuinely, like, I don't get why you're so passionate about defending Russia.
Actually, I was defending.
Okay, that's a pretty good. That's a pretty good take from Ted, and I think he's being honest when he says that.
Western Europe, the home of my ancestors, and that you know.
Oh God, he's such a fucking ugh. I'm defending Western Europe, the home of my ancestors. Shut the fuck up.
Tripling their energy costs and destroying their industrial base. Wait, not like. You just accused me of being an anti-Semite, an isolationist, and a Russia lackey. I've not called you a neocon once, which you are. But I haven't said that.
That's absurd. Yeah, those neocons that oppose the Iraq War,
right.
But like that's
okay.
dishonest.
But I haven't called you that because name calling.
You just said which you are. You just called that. Okay. Called me that. You just did.
I guess what I'm saying is you're triggered because I use name calling. I get it. I was triggered when you called me names, and I'm triggered once again that you're calling me a Russia defender when in fact I'm defending Western Europe. And I don't think that you.
Do you think Putin's our enemy?
Well, he's literally our enemy. You are funding a war against him.
But do you think he is our? No, you're saying we're his enemy. Do you think Putin is our enemy?
I think it is a tragedy that your policies, specifically yours, helped drive Putin into the arms of China, forming a bloc that's larger than us.
So you won't answer that question.
I don't. He is literally our enemy right now. That is a tragedy for the United States.
No, you're saying. But you won't say he is our enemy. And look, like I
know in what sense. I don't want to be enemies with Russia. It doesn't help us at all.
If Ted, ask him if he wants to be enemies with China. Go ahead. Come on, Ted. Be like, do you want to be enemies with China?
It may help some people in the United States, but in general,
let me be clear.
I don't want to be.
I don't want to be at war with Russia. I don't think it is in our interest to be at war with Russia.
With China. That is a disaster.
But listen, no doubt, and I want Russia and China attention, so I agree with you there. But I think Putin is a KGB thug. I think
he's not going to say that because they both want to fight China.
He is a bad man. Now, I don't want to go to war with him over that.
Okay.
But I'm not naive, and like I watched your
episode. He's a bad man. He's a bad man. Okay.
Look, I watched your episode where you went to the Russian grocery store, and I'm genuinely...
Was that disloyal, do you think?
It was just weird. It was like a promo video for Russia, and I don't understand. I'm not attacking you when I ask why, because I'm genuinely like, I don't get
like when you called me and said something, you weren't attacking me, you were just noticing.
No,
but may I ask you a question? So here, well, let me just answer yours by saying, the United States, the Biden administration, with your help, full support, began this war on Russia in response to their invasion of Ukraine. And one of the things they kicked Russia out of SWIFT, out of the international financial system. Yeah. And my first response was, this is going to really hurt the US dollar, which it has. And I hope someday we can have a conversation about that. It's really, really hurt the one thing that we needed, which was to retain dollar supremacy. So I was interested in the economic condition.
By the way, that's a reasonable point and a serious conversation.
I'm aware. And I was,
but I can agree with you.
No, but I was accused of being. I think it's weird that you went to a Russian grocery store and said it was prosperous. No, my point is,
it looked like a commercial. It looked like a commercial. Isn't this wonderful?
No, it was an argument against the efficacy of sanctions.
Oh. It's like it's weird, especially for Tucker Carlson to do that. Okay? Like a champion of U.S. empire in perpetuity who still is seemingly championing U.S. empire and America's global hegemonic status, to go to the foreign adversary and be like, they're fucking eating super cheap hotcakes over here in Russia. Their McDonald's burger is better than ours. You know, that type of thing is strange. Like, people constantly say, I'm fucking pro-Russia. I would not go to Russia and do that. Maybe the only part that I would do is probably glaze the fucking metro holdover from the USSR from the Stalin era. But that's it. You know what I mean? Like, that was the only part that I think is like appropriate. Better burger, bridge too far. Okay? That's all I'm saying. And I don't think it was because he wanted to showcase the silliness of sanctions. I think he is pro-Russia. Might even gotten money from Russia. And I think it's also additionally crazy that he got to do all of that, come back to the fucking United States under the branded leadership with not even a fucking speck of scrutiny. And I can't even fucking say Israel sucks without Donald Trump and his administration and his Department of Homeland Security fucking detaining me at the border, taking away my fucking global entry, and who knows what else. What the fuck is going on? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. I don't think he got money from Russia. Have you heard Tucker Carlson say Ukraine is the enemy of America yet? Yeah, I mean, he's just a better propagandist than Tim Pool. I don't think he has compromat chatters from Russia. I don't think so. This man is related to CIA, like important members of the CIA. Tim Pool got money, and he's not a very good propagandist, which is why he said the stupid things that he said. But yeah, I think Tucker Carlson he has this like weird Vivek Ramaswamy style attitude that like he wants to decouple Russia and China and bring Russia back into the U.S. sphere of influence, and then use Russia as an enemy of China. That's what I think is his goal.
Sanctions against Russia, which you casually and enthusiastically imposed, scoring a little moral victory every time, had no material effect that helped the United States. Russia is backstopped by China, and I recommend that you go there and see it. It is way nicer than Washington, D.C. Way nicer. To me, that's a tragedy. I was horrified and angry at my leaders, including you. It's like, I want to live in a country that's nice. So, with low food costs and no homeless people. I don't understand why that's too much to ask.
So do
Instead, I get worse with Iran. No, I just want lower food costs. How's that?
So, look, it's a weird argument that you do often, which is, listen, things are crappy in America. Liberals have done bad things to America, so we shouldn't worry about any enemies around the world.
Republican senators. Republicans don't care about us. They're focused on other countries.
You wrote that,
and our country is dying, and you don't care because you're focused on Iran or Putin.
So you believe that I don't care about America? I guess you believe Donald Trump doesn't either. Like nobody cares.
I believe that your focus is way too on other countries It's way too focused outward. The money that you send abroad could be used here and should be.
What money that I send abroad, by the way?
By the way, everything Tucker Carlson feels about Russia, I feel about China. And if Tucker Carlson actually was an honest person and not a white supremacist, or like saw Chinese people as like normal people and not like, I don't know, the whatever Orientalist framework he's operating off of, and he went to China and cut a video similar to what he did in Russia, especially considering the cost of living is infinitely fucking more affordable in China than Russia, and the streets are just as clean in China as opposed to Russia, and China has a much more robust infrastructure than Russia. He would do an IShowSpeed style China Glaze session, but he's not an honest broker, and he wants to just go to war with China because he's terrified of America no longer being the global superpower. And I think the reason why, consider suicide. Wait, why? I always wonder, like, is it something I said just now that caused this person to go consider suicide? I don't understand it. Because it's like they never actually have like a response. First of all, I don't have an issue with this, as you guys know. I have many kill yourself tokens. I have never considered killing myself at all. I have a pretty good life. But I always wonder, like, is it something that I said just now? I'm gonna be for real. I got here 2 seconds ago. I don't like you. Okay, why? But be quick, because you're probably gonna eat a fucking site-wide ban because you said consider suicide to a Twitch streamer in front of 40,000 people. And so give me the fucking reason quick. Like, what is it? If it were up to me, I wouldn't ban you, for the record. You've been following since 2022. Give me one good reason why. No comment because I have no real argument. Asmin viewer. What? So you're self-aware? It's the code? What? What does that even mean? Are they gaining sentience? What's happening? Is the code sleeper agent? Okay. Like, do you think you have to hate me, but you don't even know why you hate me? I don't understand. I'm so confused. Okay. Are they gaining sentience? Is the funniest thing ever? Well, it's because, like, normally they at least have like some kind of fake bullshit that they heard that pissed them off, that they were like, I hope you kill yourself. I have to. I'm sorry, it's not a choice. I wish I didn't have to, but I do. I really wish the best, but they got me by the balls. What? Please give me more details. Please, please, please, quick. What do you mean? What is happening? Who's got you by the balls, dude?
Emphatically agree with
Ukraine. You don't even know.
I emphatically agree with Donald Trump's, for example, dramatically slashing USAID. I think the only reason we should be deploying that is to benefit U.S. interest, national security interest, and keep Americans safe. And so,
how much did you vote to send to Ukraine?
Look, you're in about $80 billion.
$80 billion.
Yeah.
80
so you're in. You love just giving these broad characterizations that are not accurate. I'm genuinely puzzled. Look, I don't want to go to war with Russia. But I don't think they're our friend. I think Putin.
I agree.
I think Putin is a murderer. I think he's a liar, and I think he does not wish well on America.
Okay.
And there's a difference between saying that, just like Reagan referred to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, and Putin was in the.
Bro, he is fucking. He's on his last leg here. This interview looked so bad for him. God damn, dude. I gotta see. What are we at?
Look,
view count
you were in about 80.
900,010 hours. Okay. Ted didn't calculate the cost benefit of doing this interview. Tucker being forced out of Fox is one of the greatest events of this decade. Our politicians are complete dirtbags. Law, that's the last time any U.S. politician agrees to do an interview with Tucker, with the exception of maybe Thomas Massey. That $1.8 million AIPAC money sure is helping Ted Cruz out. Listening to politicians makes me feel like I need to take a shower. Tucker completely undresses Cruz. I think all the senators and congressmen should be asked how much they receive from AIPAC in their election contribution. The AIPAC question, you see how uncomfortable he is. If you're not convinced that our own Congress is owned by a foreign government, watch this interview. Tucker's giving a masterclass on how not to be gaslit. Glorious. Canceled 3 meetings for this. It's just... like, this is a wild back and forth. And the reality is every single politician would, Democrat or Republican both, for the record, every single politician, if met with even basic questions, would flub around and flail around the exact same way. Why are you reading the YouTube comments? What a strange thing to do. Sometimes I like to see what the lowest common denominator thinks. That's why I read the YouTube comments, because, like, what's the dumbest guy you know thinking about a situation like this? So when I see, like, signs of hope from the dumbest guy you know, I like to think, wow, maybe Americans are waking up to certain realities, you know?
$80 billion.
$80 billion.
Yeah.
80
So you're in. You love just giving these broad characterizations that are not accurate. I'm genuinely puzzled. Look, I don't want to go to war with Russia. But I don't think they're our friend. I think Putin.
I agree.
I think Putin is a murderer. I think he's a liar, and I think he does not wish well on America.
Okay.
And there's a difference between saying that, just like Reagan referred to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, and Putin was in the KGB. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured.
Dude, like, he can't even make a compelling case. Like, just say Ukraine is in the right for being invaded or something, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, just have any kind of... This is the one issue where America is involved for the worst reasons, but they are at least morally on the right side, okay? They're never moral, and they're never actually... And their actions are certainly immoral overall, but, like, you could just literally be like, well, honestly, you know, it felt good to be on the right side for once, even if it actually advanced our interests, okay, against a foreign adversary. You know, just say that. But he can't. He just can't even do that. He can't just be like, listen, this guy fucking invaded a foreign nation. You know, we're supposed to be a law-abiding. We have international rules. I can't even get it across without laughing. Imagine an American politician saying that in 2025. Oh my God. Okay. We have to defend the international rule-based order. Oh, imagine any American politician being like, sir, excuse me. It's unacceptable for a country to violate so many norms. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, can you imagine that? Fuck. You are wrong. Ukraine population was used and abused to provoke Russia, which is living under U.S. empire hegemony. This position is your worst, to be honest. I don't disagree that America absolutely fucking interfered in the affairs of Ukraine because they did not want Ukraine to be in the throes of Russian influence, and it was an entry point into an area that is close in proximity to Moscow. I am in disagreement with the way Russia conducted itself. Okay? That's it. I think that Russia's conduct in terms of literally fucking invading Ukraine was a gift. Was a gift to American generals, the military industrial complex. It basically turned into a fucking major gift, okay? There was a $50+ billion hole in the military industrial complex budget left after our withdrawal from Afghanistan, and we very quickly moved all of those numbers to Ukraine. That's all it did. And in the process, like Lindsey Graham says in his moments of honesty, they used 5% of their military budget, didn't actually kill a single fucking active duty service member while simultaneously fighting and trying to actively cripple a foreign adversary. Russia's invasion of Ukraine also galvanized Europe's militarization and also caused 2 additional countries to join NATO that previously had a handshake neutrality agreement. It was just all fucked. And now the entire planet is like, before Israel, the entire planet was at the very least like thinking that they were on the morally righteous side, and they were constantly patting themselves on the back. The entire Western world and America's sphere of influence grew as a consequence of that, because all of a sudden NATO was justified. All of a sudden, NATO's existence was justified because the one reason why NATO is supposed to exist is because Russian encroachment, or the USSR, right? It's supposed to be anti-communist formation. It's kind of like when the mafia comes over to your fucking storefront and says, it'd be a real shame if your storefront broke because there's some other scary organized criminal elements out there. And then you volunteer and you join the protection racket, okay? But then there is actually another fucking gang down the line, and it does break your fucking window front. And then, of course, all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe it wasn't so bad that the mafia was on my side. You know? America's the first gang that came up and said, you have to be a part of this fucking protection racket. The second gang is the Russian gang that justified the first gang's protection racket.
In Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad. My aunt was imprisoned and tortured by Castro. I hate communists. I think communism is evil. And so I think there is a value to, there is nobody who stands up to communist China more in the Senate than I do, because I think they're evil. Do I want to go to war with China? Of course not. That would be ridiculous. But I think we have all sorts of tools to stand up to our enemies. And I think China is engaged in a 1,000-year war against the United States.
Okay.
They're trying to defeat us.
We're so all over the map. We're your family in prison in Cuba and China and all this stuff. I agree with you. I'm totally opposed to communism, always have been. I don't...
Question, what do you think of Boy Boy's video blaming the U.S. partly? Would you agree it's a good video to watch? I haven't seen Boy Boy's video, but of course, the U.S. involvement played a role in Russia's actions against Ukraine. Yes.
Think that Putin loves us. I'm distressed by the moral condition of most leaders around the world. Most of them, they all kill people. I'm against that. I'm just saying, I wish the focus here was more on the United States.
Can I say something? I actually don't agree with that statement. They all kill people. There's a moral relativism. So I don't think Donald Trump is a murderer. He doesn't kill people. We don't have concentration camps.
Donald Trump a murderer.
You just said world leaders all kill people, and there's a moral relativism.
I'm hardly a moral relativist.
But you are. That statement was the essence of...
I'm an anti-Semite, an isolationist, a moral relativist. Okay. No, I'm not.
Did you just say world leaders all kill people?
I'm saying I'm against killing people in general. and hyperventilating about how Putin was in the KGB or whatever. I just want to serve American interests, and pushing into China is not in our interest at all. And you helped do it, and you haven't apologized. And
That's good. And by the way, you're the cheerleader. I helped drive him into China.
You
It's
did.
a complete lie.
You funded the war against him.
No, I authored the legislation that shut down Nord Stream 2 that prevented the war. And if Trump had still been in the White House, we would have had the war. And look, the comment you made, the reason things like moral relativism are so dangerous, oh, everyone kills people. No, there is a difference. The United States, we don't have concentration camps. We don't torture and murder people. You look at China, where they've got 1 million prisoners in concentration camps. You look at Putin, where he's got prisoners in Siberia. He tortures and murders his political opponents. Donald Trump doesn't do that. America doesn't do that. And by the way,
what are you
most
even
other
talking
countries
about?
don't do that.
I see the game. It's like, I'm distressed.
You're the one playing a game.
I'm distressed.
No, I'm responding with facts. You don't like the facts.
I don't even know what facts you're talking about. I'm not saying that Trump puts people in concentration camps. I campaign for Trump. I love Trump.
So did I.
Okay. So this has nothing to do with Trump. I'm merely saying,
when you said every world leader kills people, it puts them all
more
on the
emphasis on what's happening inside the country. That's it.
Is there a moral difference between America and our enemies? Is there a moral difference between America?
Of course.
And what is it? Articulate it. It's valuable to say why. Why are we a better country founded on better values than China?
I'll tell you.
The difference?
I'll tell you why.
And I know
because the whole purpose of America is to protect the God-given rights that each person possesses by virtue of being created by God.
Amen.
By being human. That's the point of our founding documents. And no other country articulates that in the way that we do. And that's what I love about America. My family's been here a long time. I'm never leaving. So I really love the country. Despite going to a Russian grocery store, despite asking you questions about AIPAC, I love America is the truth. And I love Trump. So, but I just want more emphasis on America. That's it.
I emphatically agree with America first. I think Donald Trump does as well. And I think his foreign policy has been vigorously protecting that. And I agree with the president.
Good. Well, I appreciate your taking all this time.
Sure.
And I know you didn't mean it. When you call me those names. Thank you, Senator.
He's such a weirdo. Tucker Carlson is so fucking weird. The whole like fake laugh thing that he does, it like really freaks me out. I don't know why. It's so disarming. Also, update, but the one chatter that asked me to kill myself, unfortunately, has been issued a site-wide ban. RIP. Account created in 2017. I hope they release his family from the basement that he was trapped in. Anyway, love you guys. Yeah, no gaming tonight, King. Fucking 10 hours long. I wanted to watch that whole thing. But I'll see you tomorrow as always, of course. Peace, everybody. Love you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiancé talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.